Butt-ler, more like butts. Butt-ler. Well, that was good until it wasn't good. That was competitive until it wasn't competitive. I was really nervous there for like 3 seconds. Oh, got a little nervous. And then I wasn't nervous. Penfield, this team is beating the trauma out of me every game.
It's incredible. I don't even know what to think. I tweeted that like multiple times this season. I've just gotten the giggles because I don't even know what to think. Like, I'm just sitting here laughing my ass off because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, this is unreal.
That was a
It's unreal.
4-point game with 9 minutes left. Do you realize that? Like, that was a 4-point game.
No, yes. Yeah, and then we outscored them by whatever, 20 something. Like,
and we played literally every starter minus Sonogo pretty much played an absolutely terrible game. At least the first 2/3 of it.
Yeah,
like
it was a Sonogo and a lean game. The two of them played great. Everyone else played like a little bad. I don't even know what to say.
Dude, we were missing shots by feet. Alex Ackerman was missing shots by like feet tonight.
Right.
It's a weird place to shoot anyways. I know this is going to sound so like stupid, but I hate buildings with like those hugely like high arched ceilings. I don't know if it's just because I'm a complete fucking idiot, but my depth perception goes right out the window in places like that. So I guess I kind of get that. And everybody shoots like shit in that building anyways. So even Butt-ler.
You know, Hawkins like shot well enough, like as like the type of player he is, you want him to like at least do that well every game, right? But yeah, other than that, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, but we still won by 20.
And then just 9 minutes, we're like, done playing with the food, I guess. Like, just gonna step
wagon!
on the old gas. Like, what the fuck was that? I was watching a basketball game. I'd really appreciate it if they'd stop interrupting it with these 25-point runs.
You guys got me?
I got you.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm getting my AirPods because I'm doing some around the house husbandy things. I want to give a shout out to Bill, who's listening despite being in the hospital. Like, Bill, please get better. We love you. We love your son. We're not going to do 2 hours on your son tonight. That's maybe the best medicine you'd want anyway. He was fine. He was fine. He was completely fine.
Also, prayers for your nurses too. That must have been very stressful last 2 hours.
And if people genuinely think that goofy bastard at Purdue is a better basketball player, I'm fine with it. I kind of want this to be almost like a Butt-ler or a Baylor Gonzaga
Bill
thing.
does. Bill wants him to be a better basketball player very badly.
Fun story. We'll see you down the road. We'll see you down the road, and we'll fucking embarrass you. That's what will happen
that pivot
if we play
move,
that team.
That pivot move under the hoop, what he did to Manny Bates, I want to watch him do that to Zach Edey because, oh my God. I watched like 6'8", 6'9" dudes from Nebraska put him in a blender. I don't even want to know what that's going to look like.
By the time that move finishes, Zach Edey's going to wake up on a Qantas. Okay? That dude has no shot against Adama. None. Less than none. Sub-zero. No chance.
Bill feels the need to speak, so being in the hospital, I figure out how to speak.
I'm moving out of the way.
Is Hot Balls here? I can't even hear the guy.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
He's the only one talking. What are you talking about?
Elon broke this thing, and he didn't put it all back together.
No, that's about right. Yeah, it was looking touch and go there Friday, wasn't it, folks? Everyone's freaking out, losing their minds. And by everybody, I mean Tim, who has the ability to stay calm of like a 3-year-old. Who has absolutely
You're not wrong.
No, he has less patience than me. Tim, it's fine. It's fine. Well, it's not fine. We can't hear Hot Balls, but like it's here, it exists. So
I just didn't want to lose you guys again.
You can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Tim, we're not going to like India here. We're on the internet. Like,
can you hear me, Timmy?
I hear you, bud.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave and try and come back in.
Everybody, give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me.
I know this is a very scientific
I only just
poll.
want to make sure that HurleyMania
I
can't
see
hear me.
one or two.
Oh my god, mine and Penfield's thumbs ups were in perfect synchronization right there, like
Meanwhile,
to the millisecond.
Jared messages
Here
me,
they're
"Are we
coming.
spacing
The only
tonight?
person
Welcome
that's
to the
screwed up
party,
is
pal."
HurleyMania, so I'm going to take him and
I see
invite him to
Megan's in here.
co-host.
So I don't know.
Even though we're going to
what's
get his
going on.
inferior
Okay, so
internet,
you've invited me
that's
to
probably
co-host.
going to drag
Let's see
everything
what this
down.
is now.
This
This
is
whole
fun.
app is a fucking shit show now. Thanks, Elon.
Hey, buddy.
God damn it. Nothing
You
works
there?
anymore.
I literally just hope that this app can hold on until April 3rd or whatever the fuck it is, so that we can all hang out to each other.
Give us one
enjoy
day
it.
after the national
After the
championship.
parade.
Yeah, that's all I
We'll
want.
all,
That's
we'll
all I
all
want.
die
and then we
anyway.
can move
So.
to Mastodon or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got requests, so I'm just going to act like.
Can you hear me now,
Bubba is here.
HurleyMania?
I'm
You're
going to bring
co-hosting.
in Happy Rat.
What is he even doing?
Oh my god, Banner, what are you
His whole
doing?
space is up.
I don't know. Should I not bring in Happy Rat?
You're talking over each other and you don't even know it.
Okay, I'm going
to
to
move
leave and come
him.
back.
I'm going to remove him from the speakers, but I can't. Okay.
I think he said something. There he goes. Yeah.
There he goes. And he'll come back in, and he'll be fine. All right.
Yes.
Bill, if you want to make fun of HurleyMania, you can. Please take yourself off mute. Feel free to do that at least.
Oh man, that was funny. He just kept talking and talking and talking. He had no clue.
Yeah, nobody cares what he has to say anyways, Bill.
I can hear you now, jerk.
Bill, how are we feeling,
Bill,
man?
are you okay,
Are they feeding you
dude?
well there?
Oh my god, it was brutal, dude. For 2 weeks, I've been like coughing like crazy, and then this past week, what was it? Friday, I went into a massive coughing fit. I almost lost consciousness. So I'm like, okay, time to call 911. You know,
That's not good.
Yeah, well, shit happens. But yeah, I'm actually feeling a lot better now. So hopefully I get home tomorrow. And then, Tom Moore is like, I need you at the Georgetown game. I need you. I'm like, why do you need me there? What's going on? He goes,
He's such
you gotta get better.
He's such a basketball coach.
Not, hey, Bill, how you doing?
No, never
Hey,
comes
Bill,
Right?
we need you at the game.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, what did I do wrong? To Luke too. Luke texted me. He's like, yeah, we need you at the game Tuesday. I'm like, okay.
By the way, Bill, don't take this the wrong way. In no scenario do they need you or Donovan at that game. Like, let's be honest. It's not like
there's a lot of games
it's not crazy.
that maybe you would probably help out with. Probably had a net positive. Not sure you're going to be necessary for that game.
Yeah, rest up for Villanova. That's what we need you for.
Well, I'm going to that game, dude. I if I feel good enough, I'm going to go. It's I don't want to miss Donovan.
How are the nurses holding up around you, Bill?
Oh, dude, I told them you got to shut the door, and whatever you hear coming from the room, just ignore it. And
I'm fine.
This is Major League 2, just the same scene.
And I told them, don't come in until I hit that red button, which I had to. Oh, I had to. I was there was at one point I was screaming. I can't remember. I was screaming, and then I went into one of my coughing fits, and I couldn't stop coughing, so I had to hit the red button. So they had to come in and give me the nebulizer mask and shit.
Jesus, dude! Like, why are you here? What are we doing, Bill? And Bill, as a former Bristol resident, I know what that hospital's like, man. Like, be careful. Is all I'm gonna say. This isn't exactly Johns Hopkins, all right?
Nah, they've been pretty good here, dude. I gotta say.
Well, that's good.
Good.
Well, look, we love you. Please take care of yourself. Like, obviously, but I'm concerned.
No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Yeah, it's it's pneumonia. It's not like I got shot in the chest or something. It's just pneumonia.
It's true, but
and I'm only 53, so
spry young man still.
Yeah, spry. Well, I don't know about spry, but
well, I hope you feel better, man. We're all thinking about you, and get better, and I don't know, probably see you at the Georgetown game. I wasn't going to go to the Georgetown game, but I guess I'm going to go to the fucking Georgetown game now.
Well, yeah. I'll be at that St. John's game over at Madison Square Garden, too.
Are you going?
Let's go.
You got to come visit us in 211 in our UConn Twitter section. We got 200 people in there.
Yeah, I was gonna. I saw you guys posted that you guys were gonna be there. We actually have relatives that live in New York City, so they're getting tickets. We're all gonna meet. We're gonna have dinner and all that shit. You know.
There you go.
So you then go to the game.
That's awesome.
So I'll definitely head up to 211.
Donovan's going to be such a great Nick. I'm so excited for it, Bill. My suffering will end. Your son, who direct quote, will only sign for the Knicks. That's a direct quote I heard. No. I wouldn't wish that on him. No, but listen, rest up. You know what's an easy way to feel better is watching a team that just doesn't trail in the second half ever.
Yeah, that was. I got to tell you, I got nervous when it got within 4 points. I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And you saw a couple of freshman moments from Donovan, and he made some clear mistakes. In the first half, he did pretty well. He grabbed a few rebounds, and that move under the hoop, that was sweet. And he's a freshman. He's going to have these games, but I'm still proud of him.
I've got to ask. I don't know if anyone's ever asked this, but do you text him stuff after the game, about how he played that day or what?
No. He's got. Let me tell you something. Hurley will give him an earful. So I don't have to. All I do is I look at the stuff his body language and his spatial stuff and stuff like that, and I tell him, try to keep that shit under control. That's what you got to do. Just don't let the other team know that you got to him in any way.
I like it.
Jared, excuse me if I butt in here as a rat, but Mr. Klingon, that was perhaps the most level-headed analysis I've heard of a parent speaking about their child, perhaps ever. Which I think is almost in an odd way emblematic of the team. So it's he made a couple great moves in the first half, made a couple mistakes. Sonogo came in and covered up for him, and he's going to learn from it. And I don't have to cover for him. I don't have to tell him anything. The coach is going to handle it. The team is going to handle it. I'm like, how the hell did you get what the hell?
Because I was that dad before.
Okay. Okay.
Early in his AAU days and stuff, I was that dad that would get on his ass. And then once he hit, maybe sophomore year in high school, that's when I chilled out and I said, you know what? He's got to learn on his own, and I'm just gonna support him the best I can. That's it.
Thank you. I mean, it doesn't seem reasonable. It's very rare, and that answer you just gave, and the way the sort of candid nature that you speak in is phenomenal.
There's something refreshing about a parent of a player thinking, I think maybe the guy making $3.5 million a year can give him better advice than me. I actually respect that.
And I was freaking lousy when I played.
So when he's 7'2" and you're standing there I suppose I can't tell you how to rebound the ball at that size.
I'll level with you. There's a member of the family I'm pretty sure taught him how to play center, got the play center genes from. And buddy, I love you. It ain't you. Okay, so. I mean, we have some compelling evidence. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, and he's. I gotta tell you, I'm so excited for March. So I'm already.
Oh, Bill, Bill, let me tell you, man, that run from like the Big East tournament to the NCAA tournament or through, depending on how long we go, it's going to take a lot of miles off of a lot of people on the spaces.
Bill, you might need to make sure they reserve a few beds in the rooms next to you in that hospital because we might not be okay.
You might want to just say, hey, man, you guys take reservations because, it's fun. You create great memories, at least the ones that you retain. And,
How many people in this chat have been to? How many people in this chat went to either 08, 09 Final Four, 11 Final Four, or 14 Final Four?
I was at the 14 Final Four.
Is there anyone in the chat who hasn't been to one of those three?
HotBalls, have you been to one?
I haven't been to any of them.
Well, of course, Penfield's never been to one. He's never actually been to anything, and it's kind of pissing me off the more I learn it.
I've never been to an NCAA tournament game, and I'm asking everyone to help me, please.
Wait, we're at the marketing phase because every day Brian is trying, and every day it's just a new hurdle.
Penfield's at the point now where he's selling things.
Reloading the thing every single day, and it says "fuck you" every single day.
Penfield's now selling shit. Like he's selling his sections of his house. He's gonna be subletting his basement that's probably not finished yet. Like it's bad for him. This is just the worst. Oh my goodness.
Because this is by the 08-09 team was that's the best team. Maybe 06 and 04. They were better than 11. They were better than 14. This team is right there with 08-09. Pre-Dyson injury. They're right there. It's not even really a question.
Dude, when we get Samson back, I think we're going to be I think this team's going to be
You want to talk
missing an opening night starter.
We still don't have Samson Johnson back.
I think it's going to be insane. And
Purdue wants to put Edey out there at 7-4. That's great. He's got to take a rest. And when he takes a rest, fine. We'll just bring in Mr. Bill Klingen's son, and he'll go out there and just put up another 10 to 18 minutes. And then Snuggle comes in and this game's over. I'm going to hit a 3, and then that's it. Sorry, guys.
It's just so funny because we talk about the further you get into the season, the more shallow your bench gets, and ours is just going to get more expansive. It's just there's no one in this.
I mean, when Jordan went off to the locker room earlier, I was like, "Oh, nice, minutes are going to open up."
Oh no,
terrible! Isn't that the worst?
Oh no!
At that point, I was like, all right, well, if he's hurt, some guy's going to get some extra minutes. That's where we're at right now. You almost need I don't want to sound like a jerk, but Jesus Christ, there's 10 basketball players that are really good. 11, Richie Springs, he's really good. He's been great for all the minutes he's gotten, and it's what the fuck?
One thing that's concerning, what the hell's going on with the fouls and the free throw attempts?
Yeah, that was
doesn't
just funny.
make any sense. How do we continue to be the most physical team in the country? Free throws 27-6.
Well, we shot was it 6? I thought we shot 3. It was bizarre.
That was a weirdly officiated game tonight. That's the best adjective that I could come up. They definitely got some home whistles, but man, the ones that went against them were fucking brutal.
The charge was pretty brutal at the end of the first half. That was
it was a weirdly officiated game. Hey guys, I don't mean to step in and be a jerk, but I do need to moderate because I've got
all right, Elon.
7 requests right now, so I at least want to get people cycling through. So
I like it. You're taking on the responsible moderator role.
I am trying to be. I'm a new HotBalls this year. Now that I sit in the lower bowl and I've sat courtside, I've got a whole new perspective on life. So
I'm going to be eliminated from this space soon if you're taking over the responsible moderation duties. I mean, I don't know what I'm here for.
It's a wonderful life because for 12 hours we didn't have spaces, and now he's all like, "I'll moderate. I'll swear. Just bring it back, please."
Who tried to get Jared Cole to the job with Dan Benedict? Who's trying to get Cole to the job? Because that is a real thing and it needs to happen.
Thank you.
I it's 170 plus tickets for St. John's. It's more than they're going to sell.
Yeah,
I know he's the best ticket
Yeah, you're a
salesman in
menace,
UConn,
Jared.
too,
That
on
was
top of it.
incredible.
Yeah, not only Dave, I see you sitting there, is Jared, a great host and a moderator. I mean, he's he's a 5-tool media mogul, but he can also sell all your tickets for you.
I mean,
Doing over there, Dave?
we
for
sold
St. John's. Like they can sell
Get
tickets
on
for
your
St. John's
bike,
too.
get out from behind your cozy spaces spot in here, and pull the trigger on the man.
we sold 200 tickets in just I think actually under 24 hours. We sold 200 tickets from St. John's. I mean,
Jared,
the
you are going to be a QVC host in fucking.
It's better than.
I've got to say,
the next Lori Grenier.
I made the St.
Jim
John's ticket rep.
Tens.
I gave him the best Christmas gift of the commission of 200 tickets. So I mean, he better be throwing me a Big East strip or something.
It's generating revenue for St. John's over here. Come on, Dave.
Yeah.
They need it. They don't get a lot.
That Mike
All
Anderson
right,
buyout's
guys.
got to be pretty
I'm
pricey.
gonna be captain responsibility. I'm going to go off brand. I know this is bad for the brand, but I got to move through here. So,
yes, thanks for the compliments, though. I appreciate it.
No problem. No, Jared, you can hang. You're all right. I mean, I'll let you stay there, Mr. Salesman. You earned it. This is your commission.
Wait. Can I just say the last thing before I get muted is, can people understand now that the Happy Rat is not a fucking SEC fan? Please, can I get that just minimal modicum of
Happy, get the stupid
understanding?
shit off your fucking profile, and maybe people won't think that. All right.
Well,
So
it's not like it says Roll Tide.
I know everybody's all teary-eyed for Mike Leach, and I get it, but those other scum suckers in your fucking avatar need to go. All right?
It's a rat. It's a rat in the avatar, and he looks incredibly thrilled.
Not in the avatar. I'm talking your little backdrop there.
I don't even. What the hell is my backdrop? I don't even know what the backdrop is.
It's Deion Sanders, Mike
banner
Leach, and
photo.
fucking some douchebag from Ole Miss.
Fair enough. Shit. Yeah, that's fair. But they're shit. Yeah. Shit. Okay, I kind of get it now.
I love the live panic in his
Fuck.
voice.
I didn't.
The realization in real time. Just beautiful.
We'll replace it with a beautiful photo of hot balls rolling around Campbell in 10 days.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll have a contest for Happy Rat's avatar. You guys, all you graphic designers, we'll put out a contest.
We're not going to hear from Penfield for 15 minutes.
He'll be fielding requests. Just publicly post them.
Penfield post drinking four a ghost pepper shot of just death, and then him on the floor in the middle of Gamble with David Benedict going with a thumbs up, smiling. That's our new ticket sales promo.
Happy Rat, porn is illegal on this website. Yeah, that was a good way to end that. All right, Happy Rat, go find yourself a new avatar. All right, we're gonna scroll through Happy Rat. I'm gonna get we're gonna get Climbing Huskies in here. But first, before I go to Climbing Huskies, Miss Bard, how are you this evening?
Team's a wagon.
You may be right.
Do we need wagon t-shirts?
We absolutely need wagon t-shirts. 100%. I need a wagon t-shirt. I could just not be happier than I am right now. Holy shit, this team's so fucking good.
I feel like I'm in an episode. Watching this team makes me feel like I'm in an episode of Scared Straight. Remember when they used to bring in the old ex-cons from the prison and they just fucking yell at you until they break you? After the trauma, the last 5 years, I just feel like I'm sitting there and Naheem Aleem is 2 feet off my face being I'm going to make you my bitch and drain you. You getting nervous? Oh, you don't think I'm scoring enough? I'm going to shove this basketball so far up your ass. That's what I feel like I'm experiencing right now in my life.
It's so wild because, I thought actually he had a really good game, but guard play was a little questionable today in general.
Terrible.
And then Adamas was that's fine. I'll just score 27 points and get every single rebound. No problem.
Wait, do you know what my favorite part was when the announcers, especially in the first half, Sanogo was still going off in the first half, and he's like, oh, the Manny Bates effect. And I'm like, Sunoco's got like 25 and 10 at this point. Like, there is
What are you
no
talking
Manny
about?
Bates effect.
Yeah, he just ate today. The big man ate. It was that. I can't even remember the last time I've had this much fun watching a team play basketball. Like, even when they're not playing great, we're like, oh, they're not having their best game this year. They're up 10, and we broke the losing the Big East Conference opener curse. Thank the Lord. I was
Hell yeah.
just
What was it? We were up
All the
8, and my
ingredients
timeline
were
was
there
like,
today for the big loss.
all
Like,
of them.
Bill's in the
All of them.
hospital. The fucking
Jordan-
plane's late and shit. Like,
Jordan
Aiden
has his
Hinkle
fourth
shooting like
injury.
shit.
Nothing
Nobody
matters.
shows up.
Nothing matters.
Nothing matters anymore. That should have been the
You
title
know
of
what?
this
I don't
space.
think Puneet is in here, but if he was, I would tell him to suck it because we won tonight.
Yeah.
So guys,
Yeah,
as I
suck
asked
it, Puneet.
we just watched. I watched parts of the Georgetown game against Seton Hall the other night, and Georgetown scored like 89 points, which is absurd.
They're very.
Oh, Xavier, excuse me, it was against Xavier. So I'm wondering exactly how many points you think UConn is going to allow Georgetown to score in the next game. Over, under 45.
Well, Xavier's
Well,
defense was freaking horrendous in that
I'd
game.
say their offense is good, but they don't play a lick of defense.
No, it was awful.
Not at all.
Like,
do we think UConn wins that game by 30 points or more? Yes or no?
Well,
it's gonna look more like
Georgetown
LIU
did
than
score
Butt-ler, that's for
more
sure.
points against Coppin State, so they're capable of it.
They did go to overtime against Coppin State, correct?
Oh,
Yeah, I think Amita Bryan has scored 40 points against Coppin State.
Oh, right.
Megan,
Yeah.
if you want to make the obvious reference to compare Xavier to the Iowa women, just go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right there. It's right there. Lots of offense, not a lick of defense.
Dude, they shoot threes like crazy.
It's
And
wild. That's
literally-
going to be a wild game. I'm actually looking forward to playing Xavier. That'll be a fun game.
On New Year's Eve, that whole crowd's going to be so shit-faced at Cintas. That's
Yeah,
a
that's gonna
hard
be-
drinking fan base. Like, they get out. They're going to be at Dana Gardens. They're going to drink the entire restaurant, and they're going to roll over there on New Year's night. But that's the thing with Xavier, though. Like, if they didn't hit threes at the rate that they do, like, I don't know what else I could point to that they do well on a basketball court, because it's nothing else.
No. And I think our post players are going to just absolutely eat them for breakfast. Like, Adama's going to have a big game that day.
Fremantle and Nunji
Donovan,
are
yeah.
allergic to defense.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Big men are going to have a day. They're going to have a day that day.
Yeah, part of tonight was that, like, Manny Bates played real well, I thought, at first. That's a Butt-ler team on paper that's as well equipped to try and handle UConn as any. And yet, Adama Sanogo just decided to flop it on the table with 10 minutes to go. Checks in.
And here's the thing.
4-point
I don't
game.
think Butler's bad.
No.
They're
not.
They're not bad. They're really
not
good.
bad.
They
And
had
they're
our shit scouted, dude, especially with our guards. Like,
Yeah.
if I was a team heading forward and I'm watching game footage, I'm watching today and what Butt-ler did, at least in terms of trying to figure out how to handle the backcourt. But, like, again, it's just, we say this every week. It doesn't fucking matter.
Nothing matters. They got to within 4 in the second with like 12 minutes to go, and then you blinked and they were up 20.
It was 9 minutes to go, 4-point game. Hurley calls them out. They didn't really have to, but does. And I'm like, well, this is as close to adversity as we've had in the second half, except for one game against a top 5 team. So might as well act like we've blown the lead. They come out, Adama, boom, bang, in your face 3, when nobody's hitting a 3, and then just take off from there. It's a joke.
Well,
Megan,
that's
3
the
weeks
funniest thing, because
ago-
that might have been, that single moment might have been the stupidest thing we did on offense all night, because that is not the time for dominant 3 at all. Right?
No, the two threes I remember us making when the game was a contest were the 2 worst ones we took. The one that Andre took from the corner, which was like, okay, if you didn't know these rims are a little fucked up, there's your giveaway. And then the one Adama takes. And then they just take off from there. It's incredible. And I don't know. They're mentally exhausting to play against. Like, Butt-ler played pretty well in the first half. And then you kind of just kept getting offensive rebounds, and you see them like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, it's comical what you have to do against this team. And then
then they friggin' got to a 4-point game, and then in a flash, they just take it away from them. And Megan, imagine if 2 months ago there was a scenario in which I told you, oh, Jordan Hawkins looks like he's hurt for the second time and he's going to the locker room. Would you be like Hot Balls was and be like, oh, cool, we can see what else we have? We would have been freaking out.
No, would have been
full meltdown mode.
100%. No one, like, someone would need oxygen, like,
Yep.
to
Bill.
get the defibrillator out. Yep. Poor Bill. I hope you're feeling better, Bill, by the way.
And tonight it happens, and we're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
It's fine.
And he
Everything's
comes
fine.
back. And Jordan was awful for all but 3 minutes, and in those 3 minutes, he was incredible. So,
and the guy who stepped in because he was hurt and he wasn't feeling it was the one guy we were waiting for to have a game like this because everyone else had it, and Aline hadn't had it yet. And he's out there freaking
draining contested threes.
Draining contested threes.
Three after contested three.
And then that assist he had.
That guy is going to win a game for us single-handedly this year.
You know,
that assist he had on that Sanogo pass when he just basically took a sword through the lane and then was almost fell collapse and just died. That was just
when he opened up
that was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen.
Yeah, when he brought out the Rafer Alston tribute act, he's doing hot sauce passes for Penfield.
Thank you.
It was wild too because Karaman and Calcaterra were both cold from three for 3/4 of the game. Though I do have to shout, Joey made that beautiful pass to Donovan, that little no look bounce pass, and that was and how cool is that when you're I'm not shooting great, but I'm a feed that. The Calcaterra to Klingon pipeline is a beautiful thing.
And all that time spent playing Fortnite, Call of Duty together is paying off.
He wasn't hitting his threes, but I think at halftime he had 6 boards.
No, he was working. He was working. And you couldn't really take him out because he was getting so much done. But and that's the thing, shoot or shoot. You just keep taking shots until they start going in. And eventually they did.
All right. Oh, I am happy left. I was going to just go to him here in a second. Let me.
By the way, while you pull that up, so on this is more for Jared and Megan, but for everyone in general, the current trends on the stat broadcast page for the game, the last 4, UConn was 7 of their last 9, Butt-ler was 0 for their last 9, 1 for their last 11, and finished the game not scoring a point in the final 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
That's the kind of the thing with this pressure defense is even if it's not working at the I don't say even not working, but you're not getting the stops you want. By the end of the game, the other team is so beaten down and exhausted and demoralized that they just stop making shots.
That was the exact quote. Let me see if I can find it again. Joe Rudy here in the post game from Coach Hurley on the offensive rebounding, especially, saying how it demoralizes the opponent.
Did he really?
With that type of relentlessness, it's like a body blow that eventually leads to a headshot knockout. It's demoralizing to guard well, force a miss, and now we've just got guys on trampolines on the backboard. I mean, he's spot on there. I mean,
I talked about it a couple weeks ago. That the biggest lie about this team is that they get up and down really well, although they do that really well. What they do is they just. It's like watching. I'm serious. It's like watching a boa constrictor eat its food. In some cases, right? It's deceptively faster, but there's just so much depth and so many guys that they can throw at you, and they can beat you in such a wide range of ways that you just kind of get to this point where, at some point in the game, the other team is just out of bullets, man. You keep leaning and leaning. And it's never a question of if, it's just when they're going to run out of gas. And that's when we go on the run. And we've seen it at the end of the first half. It happens a lot, right? Mm-hmm. And that it's right around that 6 to 8 minute mark of the second half where the bottom has just fallen out on so many teams. And I've kind of noticed a real routine to Hurley substitution patterns too, where B squad gets that roll and starts getting up and down, particularly in the second half, right from that 13, 12-minute mark right into that 7 to 8-minute mark, right? And Adama goes and sits down and then comes back in the game and is getting up and down the court, right? And everybody else got that extra bounce in their step. It's almost like that B squad comes in and they're just there to drain that last bit of energy. out of a team before we go on that run. And we've seen it time after time after time. And I don't know, man. That's what's been so difficult about dealing with this group right now.
Yeah, there was a
so many
point in
guys.
this game where it was with 6 minutes to go. I have to play up. Harris tried to step back, no, and then the next trip down, Eric Hunter Jr. chucked up a three and it didn't go. And you could actually see the way the Butt-ler guys reacted. Like you could see them all be like, "Yeah, that's about all we got." And I thought Butt-ler like gave it a really good go, and that's a good team. And Manny Bates is good. And also for shout out for Bill, there was actually a really cool moment in the second half when Donovan checked in and they were waiting a while to check something. And you could see that Manny Bates was talking to Donovan. They were like laughing. You can tell Manny Bates has a lot of respect for Donovan for how good he is. And then, but yeah, they just took it from Butt-ler. You could actually watch the moment when it kind of comes away from him. It was wild to see. It was a 4-point game, and then it wasn't because Adama Sanogo is the best big man in the country. And it's not particularly close. And we haven't talked enough about him. I'll take ownership of that because we've all been excited over the new toys and the new players and all, and Joey and Alex and Donovan and stuff. And oh, look, all the transfers. Adama's just been here and he's been excellent the whole time. And tonight he absolutely won them the game. And I hope we appreciate just how incredibly good he is at basketball.
This will be my last point, and then I want to go to Jungle Husky here quick. But like that's the thing. Like this was different from what we've seen from Adama in the past. Like I think there's never been a question that he's been like a supremely talented guy. Tonight was but every time it feels like we've really needed him to just step up and be the guy. It's not that he caves. It's just he hasn't been ready to take that step yet. Tonight he's like, get on my fucking back. Like, time to go to school. like that. I haven't seen. I've seen Adama do a lot of really impressive things. Obviously, I've seen him have a lot of impressive performances. But tonight was the night where the first night where I've seen him really grab a game by the balls and be like, you know what? I'm fucking tired of this. This is boring to me. I would like to win by 20. So that's what we're going to do tonight. And that's what great UConn players do, man. That's what they do. Want to get some more callers in here. Jungle Husky, man, take yourself off of mute and start chopping some wood.
Yeah, what's up, guys? A lot of fun to watch that game tonight. Just riffing off what HotBalls was talking about. I think that's like not that we didn't know it before, but between that and then what Bill was talking about before, like we definitely have the right staff to get the most out of our guys. So that's reassuring, I guess. Yeah, I'm just really excited for the rest of the season, for the rest of conference play. Yeah. Like going back to that point when the lead was down to 4, kind of curious what everybody else was kind of feeling, but like my response was like, it was kind of like when Hawkins, HotBall's reaction to Hawkins going to the locker room. My reaction to going, like the lead getting cut to 4 was like, huh, that's interesting. I wonder what's going to happen next. And it wasn't like, like it definitely wasn't like that last year. Like when the lead would get down to, we'd have like a 10-point lead, and you knew it was going to come down last year. And so this was like, a little bit new for this year. But yeah, lots of fun. And one other thing I wanted to kind of toss out, I don't know, like I don't see him on here. There's a particular UConn Twitter person I'm thinking of. He's very active during basketball. It's UConn dude, I think 23. He's like fun to interact with, but like I said, like, he's only active during basketball games. So I was just want to like see if anybody has any ideas. Like, can we maybe bully him into tweeting about football during the bowl game on Monday? I don't really have like a solid plan or anything like that. I was just thinking it doesn't have to be this particular account. It could be, like a general thing.
Look, I'm a big pro cyberbullying guy. All right. So, I mean, I'm going to be quote unquote working on Monday. I'll be on the clock.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
But, I will be tweeting as well, watching the football game that I'm not supposed to be watching, but I'm planning on watching.
Yeah, I had I moved a PTO day from last week to Monday so that I could just watch it. Even though it's kind of weird. I'm not totally. I'm so happy with the fact that football exceeded expectations, and again, Moore is the right guy. Pretty confident that that'll continue to be the case. But yeah, the outcome of UConn versus Marshall, in theory, we should kind of want revenge for the bowl game that Diaco actually got us to, and then we kind of wasn't very a good result. But yeah, it's kind of whatever. Definitely looking forward to next year. So.
Good stuff, Jungle Husky. All right, we got.
Before you move on, I would like to note that lost in all the everybody looking at Ken Palm stuff. Adama Sanogo is up to third in the country for Player of the Year in his metric. Now,
have you guys
passed
Stinks.
through Timmy?
Only third? Stinks.
Yeah, I know, loser.
Third place stinks. Only been playing basketball. I told my youngest tonight that he'd only been playing basketball for however many years, and I've literally watched her brain disintegrate in front of my eyeballs tonight. By the way,
have you seen this quote from Sanogo that's floating around going against Bates was something I was ready for? You think, my man?
He's so matter of fact about everything.
It.
He's just I adore him.
Yeah, I want to know, HotBalls, how much you were happier than a pig in shit watching the Bates Sanogo, just dudes banging inside. Old school, big guys, good players, both
gets
ways.
Me all hot and
nothing
bothered.
Dirty. It was
even when Newt got cheap shotted, I was like, yes, this is good. Cheap shotting and cheating is awesome. We need more of that. It's the Big East, baby.
Did you see that?
Shotting somebody, you're not trying.
Did you guys see that tweet? The guy complaining.
Yeah,
I don't want to complain.
Yeah.
Sound like a complainer.
The guy who hadn't tweeted about Butt-ler basketball in literally a month. All of a sudden tonight.
Cry, Mom.
I don't want to complain, but let me do a thread of innocuous clips of Sanogo.
Right.
Actually
I don't
playing
want
basketball.
I'm not a complainer. I'm not a baby about it, but I'm going to tweet about it 20 times.
That's one of those kids. I've seen a couple of them so far that are they say oh, I went to Butt-ler, but then you look at their timeline and they're big Purdue fans because Purdue's the team in Indiana right now. So they're just they know UConn's better Purdue, and they just have this massive inferiority complex about it. So this was a good opportunity for them.
Hey, it looks like Seth Davis is coming around.
Yeah,
Seth Davis is coming around.
Fucking moron.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to complain about it, but here's a Zapruder film breakdown of his team losing by 22 at home as to why the refs played a role. Yeah, no, Adama's incredible. We know the team's a wagon, but to see is going to get homoerotic, but his comfort with the contact, to see a dude that establishes down low. Usually what you see, especially with developmental bigs, is when the actual contact comes, they don't know what to do with it. But he was just leaning into Manny. He was all about it. He was in no rush when he got the ball. The great footwork, was willing to play right into his chest. That's the sort of thing we've said about a friggin' dozen developmental big guys in the last 10 years. But nobody's actually come along like this kid has. And we know what he needs to do, and he's doing it. He's just going right in the dude's chest, and he's putting him in a body bag every single time. Going lefty, rolling in. He's past developing fundamentals now. I mean, we're way past that at this point.
It doesn't matter which direction you come at him from. And which direction in relation to the basket.
Now you know what Donovan has to deal with every day in practice.
Bill, my favorite play to watch this year is when
imagine getting up like a Snow White dwarf every day and being like, "That's what I get to look forward to." Hi ho,
So,
hi ho. I get to go to geometry class and then go get bodied by Adama Sanogo for 2
So
hours.
shameless self plug here. Coming on the Connecticut Scoreboard podcast this week is former UConn big guy Ed Nelson.
All right. Well, Alex has been a good boy. He's been sitting here on mute for a little while. So, Alex, if you want to take yourself off mute and spew your filth, you are more than welcome to do so.
Hey, yeah, it's kind of a perfect segue what HurleyMania said
Alex,
about
are you there?
Can you hear me?
I
hear
think
Alex.
we're back into the same
I don't
situation
hear
here
Alex.
where
So,
everybody
somebody
can hear themselves
really,
but hot
I
balls.
can't hear Alex.
Yeah, we
Link
can all hear
collapse
you.
broken.
You can hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's kind of a perfect segue of what HurleyMania said about
You guys
Sanogo
field
being-
Alex's question. I am going to go to the bathroom.
We're trying
Well,
to.
we got
if
you.
you'll let us.
We got you.
we got you, Alex.
All
Go
right.
for it.
being the number 3 rated player in the country right now, and we've seen this in the 1999 Rip Hamilton, best player in the country. 2004 we had a Mecca, 11 Kemba, 2014 Shabazz. And I always remember, I think it was the 2014 Final Four game against Florida. I don't know if it was Jim Nantz or I think Steve Kerr was still commentating back then. But one of them said, the team always takes a certain confidence level when you know you have the best player on the floor every single game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is like right now with Sanogo. Like every game you go, you're going into it knowing that you have the best player in college basketball. And I feel like just think that no matter what, nothing can touch them. And I mean, it's proven true so far. And I think most nights we probably have the best 2 or 3 players, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how you beat this team when they're playing like this. Like, it's just impossible. That's all I'd say.
Wagon. Team's wagon.
Because it's just even when Adama hasn't had his best game, like that Iowa State game where he wasn't really putting up the points, he impacts the game enough where he allows everyone else to emerge and just pick up the slack. It's just it's someone else every single night, and it's crazy. But he's
Have we ever had a less or more unheralded best player? Because all those other guys that you listed, everyone knew that they were top of the. And I people talk about Adama Sanogo as one of the best players in the game, but I just don't know if they talk about him enough.
I think you're probably right. And
yeah, that's true.
He's got kind of like an old school game, and there's what's his role at the next level. So I think for some reason people kind of look at him not in the context of what he's currently doing, but how he fits into the modern game, which is kind of a weird way to look at because you see what he does every time he plays. He's so good. And honestly now, if he can get that 3-point shot, really being a thing he can do, holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Sky's the limit. Especially as we keep talking about, he hasn't even been playing basketball for that long. That's
also to your point. I think college basketball has been really willing to accept the fact that the best college basketball might not be the best NBA player.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But and still, he doesn't get the credit that he deserves because he's a top 5 player.
Well,
he doesn't get talked about.
You make such a good point, Pep. It's one of the things I love about being a UConn fan because admittedly I don't really care for the NBA, but who are think about all our national championship teams and then what those guys have done in the NBA. And it's a very small list of guys who have had long, impactful careers. It's basically Rip. I mean, Kemba was an all-star, but
I think Okafor gets undersold.
Yeah,
I would agree with that
because he was on a really bad team for a really long time, but he put up a double-double for his entire career.
Yeah,
right?
He was solid. He also
Jake
had a great
Okafor
appearance.
Sneaky long. Jake
Okafor
sneaky long NBA career.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Okafor was great on One Tree Hill as well.
Have you guys got me, by the way?
This?
Yeah,
sorry.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Hotballs and I are trading off, just disappearing into the ether here, probably for the best. This is a situation you bring up. It's a really good point. I think that's where our shit posting has kind of let him down. The amount that folks have been dogpiling people to vote UConn number 1. We now need to redivert that attention to the Adama Sanogo discussion because it's long past overdue that he gets the attention as being one of the best players in the country. I'm not going to stand loudly by while some idiot from Toronto goofing around the Big Ten just gets the accolades. I'm
Yeah,
not going
yeah.
to have it. Adama's turned into. He's a 40% 3-point shooter. For God's sakes, what
He's
else
been
do
playing
you need?
basketball for about 20 minutes. Do you realize that? Like,
Yeah.
that's what's so banana boats about the whole thing. And like, but this year it's different though. Like, this is a different Sonogo. Like, this is a different. Like, there's an edge to that guy that. There was an element to Adama the last couple of years where as talented and as physical and as imposing as he was, that there was a little bit of the happy to be there, aura about him. This year, man, this guy's fucking killer.
Like, it's one thing to say he was ready for the Manny Bates thing, but like he played like he was relishing in it. He was all about it being a big physical matchup. He didn't shirk from that one bit. He was up in that dude's grill the entire goddamn time.
Well, there was times in big games where like Adama, and part of it was him running out of gas, but there was parts where you could kind of see that, like, especially when we were on the road against Creighton last year with Kalkbrenner, like, just kind of like turtled a little bit, and this year, man, there's no turtle. there's no turtle in him. And you know what's crazy, and I'm glad that you guys brought this up, and I was just looking at an NBA draft prospects list. I retweeted it out earlier today. They had Sonogo at 54. Jackson was down at 77, and Hawkins was 99.
Yeah, fine, sure,
really,
all right. If they want. By the way, Butt-ler tonight, 6 of 17 on layups. I mean, it's just an impossible team to go out inside, and Butler's as well equipped as anyone in the league, and couldn't deal with it. I thought Manny actually played pretty well. He was 7 of 11, 16
he
points.
did. Like, he had a good game.
Had 3 rebounds, which is kind of
I was
nutty.
gonna say, have we talked about the O board? 18-4 on the offensive glass. Like,
yeah, they just were.
They weren't contesting the offensive boards at all, though. Like, they were getting the fuck out. I mean, they were trying to park the bus.
This is where they are. This team is literally, to some degree, beating teams before it starts now, because that's going to be a thing. I think a lot of teams are going to do that. Like, the teams that don't do that, we're going to absolutely fucking humiliate. Like, that's what Butt-ler, with a really great coach, knew they had to do to try and keep it close, and it worked for 30 minutes, and then it just didn't matter. Like, I can't wait to see some of these buffoons in the Big East that actually try and contest offensive rebounds. Good luck. Go get them, guys.
You give UConn 18 offensive boards. Like, I mean, part of it's Tom Moore is like a wizard. Like, every team he's ever coached has been off the charts good at offensive rebounding. And like, you give that team 18 extra possessions.
Yeah, you're fucked.
You're fucked.
Quinnipiac was like a top 10 offensive rebounding team when he was there.
Yeah, obviously when he was coaching in UConn, like, they've all, like, every team he's ever coached has been stupid good at offensive rebounding.
It's very funny to me that Tom Moore, who is not a very tall man, is the best coach for big men in the Big East when literal Patrick Ewing exists. I mean, it's just sad.
Not for long at this rate.
Yeah,
God almighty.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of want to trail in the second half on Tuesday. I kind of want to see that for comedy. Because I think we would put together literally a 55-0 run. But I want to see what leads to it. Because Georgetown, not great, HotBalls.
We're going to be up 20 at the half.
Yeah, I'm not sure how competitive the basketball game that's going to be.
No.
Tuesday. Might be our last LIU-ish kind of game of the year. Well,
here's the thing. Those
other
are
than
so
the second
fun.
time that we play them.
They're
and
so
DePaul.
much fun.
DePaul is bad.
Oh, my God. They are terrible.
They lost by 40 to Northwestern.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, Georgetown's bad. DePaul is sad.
There were like
I don't think
net
DePaul
rankings
would
came
suck
out the
quite
first
as
time.
much. DePaul wouldn't suck this much if they actually had players.
Yeah.
But the whole roster is
this is what
injured,
happens when they
there's
run
nothing
you out of
that they can do.
If they didn't run you out of practice, they would have won today.
Yeah. There were like 3 seconds when the net rankings first came out when they were teetering on quad 3. I think they were like 176 or something like that. It was 175 was the cutoff. But it's going to be a couple quad 4s, no doubt, because they might only beat Georgetown at this point.
HotBalls, though, look at, like, Butt-ler on paper is probably the third or fourth best front line in the conference. They got out rebounded 54-30. UConn won points in the paint 36-18. I don't know.
We had almost more rebounds than they had points.
I'm starting to think Marquette is legit and a scary team, but at the same time, UConn is not a good matchup for that team.
No.
I mean, not many teams are, but like they're going to need it to be and they can do it. They're going to need to be completely crazy game, completely wild shit, up and down.
Well, and here's the biggest thing. Like, every year you kind of, and because I think it's been so long that some of the older fans in the fan base are the muscles don't work like they used to. They need to be stretched out a little bit. And for the younger ones that have never experienced it, like there is usually a really big difference between teams that are like in that top 25, right? And like second weekend good, and then like the real dude level teams in the country. Like we're in the dude level teams in the country category this year. So like they're good. Like they're very much for real, but not only is the matchup a nightmare, but there's, as they say, there are levels to this. And you're going to, I have a feeling that could be one of those games where you kind of see the real difference in levels.
Penfield, may I make a request, or Tim, because you're good at this. I don't know how to do this. If you could do me a favor and please pin TCF's latest tweet in the space. Thank you.
I'm on it. I'm just really excited that you actually said I'm good at something. That's gonna stick with me for a long time.
I did let myself down there. I won't deny it. No. Yeah, it's Team's a Wagon. Meghan really hit on, I think, the key takeaway is
this is one of the greatest tweets I've ever seen.
It's just an important visual, and I actually really like Manny Bates a lot. Much more than I like Lukosius. That dude with the 45-year-old at the Y game that he thinks works, like makes one behind the head pass because he was dribbling in his face, and he fell in love with it, and then the whole thing fell apart. We do have royalty in here. I do want to shout out Mr. Travis Knight, who's listening, apparently.
That's crazy.
What's up?
Maybe had the best career
fucking
of
wild,
any UConn.
Really?
Who's an NBA guy that had a better big man career than Travis Knight? I can't think of many. Perennial, I'm not just saying this because he's here. Brutally underrated because of how hard the fan base was in the 90s on every big guy because everyone got sick of every Elite Eight and Sweet 16 loss. Great UConn.
Just for the record, that's Cliff Robinson slander, but I will.
It is.
I
No,
will
you're
allow
right.
it.
You're right. You're right.
So, like, I was very, very young at the time when UConn won that first championship, but I was starting to play a bunch of, like, NBA video games, and I would love playing with Travis Knight. And it wasn't until, like, 2 years later that I found out that he went to UConn, and it just made him my favorite player as a kid.
Nice. Shout out Travis.
So Travis probably has no idea, but actually Travis coached me at Jim Calhoun's basketball camp way back in the day, which is some wild nostalgia. And I had the most embarrassing pair of basketball shoes I probably ever owned in my life. I actually have an autograph of his on, and they're down in the trunk downstairs. Sorry, they're not up in the main office. I will make that adjustment. But yeah, that's my Travis Knight story.
Great player. Thrilled that he's in here. It's another surreal moment of this stuff we're doing. I'm thrilled we get to share this with folks. I'm obviously glad Spaces, while malfunctioning, at least is still a thing. And it blows my mind that we got the best team in the country to talk about. Like they haven't trailed in the second half. What's going on?
Are we 12-0 or 13-0 at this point?
12-0.
So we played 12 basketball games.
Yes.
12 basketball games.
Well, we've played 11 basketball games and whatever the hell Long Island was.
Yeah.
That's bonkers. Hey, guys, if you want to request to speak, please do. Just keep requesting because I don't think I can see everybody. And don't think HurleyMania can either. I don't even know if he's co-hosting anymore.
I'm not co-hosting anymore because I've had to leave and come back like 5 times because this thing dies on me. So if you want to make me co-host again, try. I'm sure I'll fuck it up at some point. But by the way, live update, we are down to 5 undefeated. UConn, Purdue, Mississippi State, who almost dropped one today, they have played one of the worst schedules in human history, and it's an outrage. But Mississippi State's 11-0. Utah State and New Mexico. So UConn, Purdue, Mississippi State, Utah State, and New Mexico. And that's kind of the thing I want, Hot Balls. I want to be the last undefeated team. Hopefully it never comes up, obviously, but which is a thing that like is not realistic. But
yeah, Purdue's gonna probably get dropped fairly early in Big Ten play. They're not.
The problem
They only
on the
beat
Purdue
Davidson
side is,
by 8 today.
Yeah.
That's the second mid-major-ish team they have not played particularly well against. I mean,
the rest of 2023 features the Privateers of New Orleans and Florida A&M. So we might have to settle for second, guys, for a couple of weeks.
I'm not saying Purdue's fraudulent. I don't think they're national title good.
Yeah.
I think the important thing is that
they're good.
All of the cowardly AP voters need to vote for UConn #1 in the poll this week because UConn is better than Purdue.
Can we not vote for Tennessee?
Oh my God!
Where do you think it ends with a Rick Barnes team? Where do you think the end game is there?
Sweet 16-ish.
Couldn't be me.
Every year.
About right. Yeah. Yeah. Who will they lose to? Who'd they lose to this year? Fucking Colorado. Get out of here. I'm sick of you. Mississippi State almost lost to Nicholls State. They've got Drake Tuesday night. They could lose that. And then a week from that Wednesday, they get to play Alabama. So Mississippi State will be coming off the board shortly. I feel confident in saying. But yeah, if anybody wants to, I see Michael's in here. Is that who you just added, Hot Balls?
I did. Michael, man, go for it, dude.
Hey, guys. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hot Balls. How you doing? Big fan. Yeah, psyched about the win tonight. I'm going to the Providence game. I'm in Rhode Island here, and I didn't know if anyone was making their way up to the Dunkin' Donuts Center or whatever it's called now, but anyone pre-gaming beforehand, and anyone know what's going on with Samson, how that's going to look when he gets back into the lineup?
Samson's still not back.
So the Samson thing is pregame. It was noted that because Dave Borges did the video of the pregame warmups, and I think Store South noted he wasn't in a boot, and Dave clarified that what it is Samson's in and out of the boot. So like he's getting closer because he can like participate in warmups, and he's not in the boot all the time. But the other thing about it is like, why the hell would you rush him back? Like, what is they are going to be super
There's
slow.
no tactical point. There's no any point to brushing him back. Like, take your time, feel happy, feel good about everything, take a little extra time. Like, just get back healthy, man. There's absolutely no rush for him to be back at this point.
I like thinking that Richie Springs and Andrew Hurley are like really looking out for his health, telling him to take his time. You know, don't rush back. You gotta look out for yourself, etc. But so there's no real timetable on that. I do want to, because you mentioned pregame events, Hot Balls and I will, because this exists, we'll be doing a live space after the Villanova game at the CAF, which is somewhere near the XL Center. I think it's on Pratt Street. So we want to invite folks out to that. We'll be doing a live breakdown of Hot Balls burrito experience. But as for the Providence game, the more these two teams trend the way they are, and I'll say it, Providence had a really impressive second half today because they looked like in the first half, and then the old Hot Balls jinx kicked in and they won. I expect to see a lot of UConn fans at the dunk, and it'll kind of be their worst nightmare because that I don't think on paper they should be close to this UConn team, but as we know, that has not stopped them before.
Yeah,
What section?
So selling on
what
them.
What section are we doing?
I'm a big Providence seller. I think they suck. But Jared Bynum stinks. Can we just get that out of the way? Like, Bynum stinks.
He was awful today.
Like, he was awful today. He's been awful in almost every single game. Every time they've asked him to do anything other than being just sort of a role player, like, he's not. That's not the guy. Bryce Hopkins, on the other hand, is a legit fucking freak, and that guy getting downhill is going to be a handful from anybody. But like, It's one thing to have to deal with Adama Sanogo. It's another thing to have to deal with Sanogo and Klingon. And their guards are just all over the place. I mean, Breed sleepwalks through entire offensive sets.
What about Corey Floyd Jr.? Hot balls, your thoughts?
Just hanging out on the bench as always. And then, Devin Carter is a bitch, by the way. Did you see that guy today? Literally, I mean, so much jersey grabbing. It's going to be he's going to be my preseason pick for a guy who probably fouls out of the most games this year. He got a very, very, very friendly whistle today, but holy shit, that guy was hanging on for dear life defending Kadiri Richmond, who, by the way, is still kind of a one-man circus when he wants to be. So, I'm all the way out on Providence. I think we don't beat them by 20. I'll be surprised.
Yeah, we owe that team with interest. So
yeah,
but I do expect.
I just want their fan base to eat shit because they're such a bunch of fucking.
By the way, I'm highly interested in going to that PC game, but I need some people to go with me. So
yeah,
if you are, hit me up.
It's a Wednesday night at 8:30. It's so tough to make happen.
I don't want to be murdered. I want some people to pick me up.
Penfield has turned into our not Make-A-Wish kid, but we're just trying to get Penfield to these games. We're just trying to get Brian to some games.
I have a wish. My wife is telling me to shut the fuck up. Stop it. Oh. Anyways.
Is there a spouse who likes spaces? I'm genuinely curious.
None. I don't think it exists.
I was I told my fiance yesterday that spaces might not come back, and she was just like, "Oh no."
Hot balls. Do we want to dive into this afternoon's Q&A or?
Yeah, I mean, you're more welcome to. I mean, my wife let all the fame get to her head for about 10 seconds, and then just peaced out. Was like, "Yeah, I'm done with this."
I was a big fan of the assumption that you were just talking to yourself every night after games in your office.
Yeah, that's a brave woman that we're talking about here. I just want to say that.
Yeah, well, wait until a week from Wednesday, buddy. The whole family going to be there?
Can I just clarify that I can afford tickets to the Providence game? I don't want to.
It wasn't a money question. Okay, yeah, the Providence game.
Okay, I just need some backup. That's all I'm asking.
Their tickets are expensive, though. Comparatively.
Okay. Fine. But I just want some people to back me up. That's all I'm asking for.
I want to go Penfield. I'm not totally sure if I'm going to be able to make it happen. So I'm very much going to be a last-minute decision on that game.
Okay. I'm just going to make Jungle Husky go with me.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards yes. So, yeah.
Yeah, I am. I know I'm in for Seton Hall. So anybody going to beautiful Newark on a Wednesday night in January?
Good God. My friend wants me to go to that one. Oh.
Yeah, you kind of owe Cody. You owe Cody that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I got to bring him his muffler. It's a whole thing. I got, car parts and stuff.
He was like a one-man circus today, by the way. They had him on the court doing the fucking shots. They had him doing push-ups. He got into a fight with Bryce Hopkins. There was a lot of Cody going on today. Him and Bryce Hopkins were going at it. It was on TV. They're like, no, you're a big fat purple face. The whole time, I was like, Cody, Jesus Christ, man, way to make yourself the center of attention. And somebody needs to get that kid a haircut.
Well, coming from the two of us, coming from me, what am I going to say? Bald as the cue ball over here. Yeah, I'm. By the way, I want to say it now. Today doesn't fucking count. Kadiri Richmond going off in a loss does not count.
That's what Kadiri Richmond does. Is he goes off.
No, I need him to go off on somebody else in a win that makes no sense. So it isn't just us. That's all I need.
That's fair.
It's not going to be anybody else on that team. They have no players. So, yeah, Seton Hall kind of going through it. Hot balls, I don't know if you got other people in the queue that want to jump in. But
I do not right now. If anybody wants to jump on, get your licks in, now is the time.
I would just like
Tess.
to note that Mary is in here, and Mary, your new bit is an absolute fucking delight.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, no,
We
I
need the
believe
press secretary to
Yep.
speak.
Yeah, shouldn't the press secretary be the one filtering
I know
who
Mary's
comes in and who comes out?
is sitting next to her husband, who's conked out like a fucking light bulb apparently right now, and so we've been making her laugh the whole time. So cyberbully Mary into coming and speaking.
I mean, I would
Mary, we
note
love you.
her
We
husband
love the
isn't
bit.
some, but I get not wanting to wake up her husband because that man is
He's
a wonderful man who I love very much as well as Mary, and absolutely do not want to kill me in my sleep. I want that on the record. I'm a supporter of our armed forces. Please, I don't want to die.
Most dangerous
Don't
man
you
alive.
know?
It's the most dangerous,
He
most
is.
dangerous spouse on Twitter. That's no doubt
And
about it.
what a show we have on January 7th, Hotball.
Oh my god.
Mary makes her long-awaited return to Gamble with the family for what we thought would be the game of the year. At this point, I don't know.
It's gonna be kind of Georgetown game, isn't it? This rate.
I'm really
The
rooting
Bards,
for
the
it.
Bards will be in the house for that event
Nice.
as well.
Yeah. The HotBalls family will be there in entirety plus in-laws.
My cousin might be
Wow.
making his first appearance since the Texas game. The one we won, not the corner 3 game.
Right, yeah, HotBalls, by the way, single-handedly putting the hex on Creighton with that mug that
welcome.
Tim, I believe, discovered.
Finally, it worked.
So yeah, they're really bad. they're not good at basketball, and I'm actually more terrified now because of it. Like, I've joked with Full 40 about Villanova doing this as a bit, and now they kind of look competent. Is Creighton doing like an Andy Kaufman thing here? Like, they're 6-6. I have no idea what the hell's going on. I don't think they can get an at-large. I'm kind of. I don't think they can get an at-large, and they might be an Elite Eight team. I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I want to see what it looks like when Kalkbrenner's back because.
Right.
But I mean, we've talked about it. Like, I don't know if that team really sucks this bad at shooting or not, because they suck. Like, and the numbers suggest that Creighton stinks.
Yeah.
And this is what they are. Because they did the same thing last year. When they beat us here in Hartford, too, like, they beat us on a Tuesday on one of those 6:00 games. Like, nobody's out of work.
Game, both
that,
ways.
That
what
was
it like
the
58,
worst.
55?
Yeah, it was in the 50s. It was really ugly.
That was the
59,
worst
50.
crowd of the year last year. Like, just a fucking morgue. And they had more back, like, balls bouncing off the back rim and going in on 3-pointers and contested 3-pointers that I've ever seen in my life before. So, like,
it was completely an accident. Like, remember that shot that they made right at halftime? It was like it bounced up or some stupid circus shit.
Were they a luckier team than Providence last year?
Oh, yes. This is the question that begs ask. Who's luckier, Creighton or Providence? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah.
No, I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, Shireman's just the problem is without Kalkbrenner there's just no alternative look other than Shireman from 3.
Well,
so, like, they can't do anything from range, and so teams are kind of just blanketing him and packing it in because Kaluma's not shooting over you. And Ryan Nembhard, I know the numbers look okay on paper. I think he's regressed a little bit. He kind of has low-key sucked. He's getting pushed around, like, not getting great looks. Just doesn't look good, and they stink defensively. That's really, we can dissect them offensively for days, and that's certainly an issue for them. But that is a low-effort team defensively right now. But the other thing with them, too, on top of it right now, and I brought this up last space, the rumor on the street with a lot of the Creighton spacers, the hot topic on campus is that there are some significant chemistry issues with that team right now behind the scenes. So could be playing into it, but I mean, the talent's there. They're pretty legit. They got some guys, man, but like, I don't know. It just hasn't added up yet.
They've got guys, but people are also still expecting Creighton to be the shooting team that they were 2, 3, 4 years ago when, look, that team looked kind of like, in size-wise, like what Villanova is now. There wasn't a guy on the floor who was over 6'7", and they could all shoot. And then, it was Zagorowski, Ballack, freaking
even like Mahoney was making shots, but like all those guys that they had on the floor, Jefferson and Bishop, and then they were all gone. All 5 of those guys were gone last season, and you can't make that up. And so people are like, oh, what happened to this shooting Creighton team? Well, the team you had for 2-3 years is gone. So what do you expect?
They weren't a great shooting team last year, though.
No, that's what I'm saying.
they
All
were
those guys were guys
pulled up
all
the
left, and
metrics.
then last
They
year,
weren't.
there you go. Like it just like it was a huge regression, and people were like, I can't believe this. Like, really, you can't?
Right, because we're all in our mind the stereotype of thinking Creighton's actually a plucky Mountain Missouri Valley school. It's got a bunch of white guy shooters from the Midwest. That's not who they are.
No.
And it's not who they've been. And that's a group of guys where now I'm greedy. I want all those guys to come back and have to play this UConn team. I fucking really want all of the last year Providence guys to play this UConn team. I have some scores I want settled.
Massacre.
The
chirping from Creighton.
They're so, like, I don't think we appreciate how good this team appears to be, like, on a historical level, possibly, because it's kind of weird to talk in that way. But, this isn't about being the best team in the Big East or even necessarily the country right now. If you look at, historical
I'm
comps,
starting to get that carried away about it. Their metrics and our metrics are stupid. Like,
can we? If you look at like the history of UConn teams, this team is close to top 5, right?
It is the 99 start. It just is. That's the only comp, like, in terms of this far in, to just be killing people. And the way that team got, I continue to think that's going to be how we get got. I hate to say it, but like, it's going to be. I think it's going to take an injury. I really do, because if we can roll this roster, I say take an injury. We've got, again, our opening night starting power forward has not played. But if we roll like the 9 we got tonight, I just don't know. I don't know. They'll lose, but I can't envision it. Like, I don't.
One thing I'm prepared to say: this is the deepest team we've ever had. I mean, when have we ever gone 10 deep? Ever?
No, it's the thing that everyone bitches about on the Boneyard that's completely unrealistic, because it's the easiest thing to complain about, right? It's like everybody loves the backup quarterback thing, right? You love you don't like the thing you see, so ask for the thing you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody on the Boneyard is doing a 10-page "we need Samson Johnson" thread. Now they might be. I don't want to sell them short, because the capability's there from what we've seen on the internet. But it's wild to be this deep. It's completely insane.
Hey,
it shouldn't happen.
Is Dave still in here? Because if you look at the Arizona Tennessee game, the lights in this place is amazing. We need these light sticks. Time out.
Where are they playing that game?
They're playing in Tucson. It's amazing. It looks incredible.
Oh, okay. So UA's place. Yeah. I would note that Houston has the really cool floor projection system that a lot of the NBA schools have. I would also say categorically, UConn literally doesn't have the ability to do that with the way Gamble is set up. But it would be nice. But they
just have some sticks that all the fans have, and they're waving them around. It looks incredible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a really cool setup, and the different colors in each section. It's really
What
nice.
channel is this on? Pac-12 Network?
ESPN2.
ESPN2.
Yeah, it just started, and there's a lot of offense so far.
Oh, I
didn't
really
even notice.
To be
within 10 minutes, they've scored 15 points. Or 2 minutes.
Balls, you can't wait to take Arizona. You cannot wait.
It's going to be UConn, Arizona, the national title game, isn't it?
If that's the case, we're going to win.
Finally, the year I take the foot off the gas, it's going to happen. I'm sticking to it. I'm not going to do it. I refuse to do it. Look, the lights are on.
That's such a great camera shot on the inbound. Oh, man.
Rick Barnes looks old. I feel old.
We got some people lining up. I'm going to bring in some guests of honor.
Mary?
Yes.
Yes.
I need the press secretary.
I'm
Yes, ma'am. Madam Press Secretary.
Are you in the basement watching the lights blink like Stranger Things right now?
I crept away and snuck into my basement so I could say hello to you all.
Your husband
Mary, I
doesn't know
am
where we live.
obsessed with the bet. I'm obsessed with it.
It's incredible, Mary.
It's so
absolutely the
fucking
greatest thing.
stupid. I'm really glad you all like it though.
Mary, Madam Press Secretary, can you confirm reports coming from multiple sources that this UConn team is, quote, a wagon? I know you addressed that Friday. I'll answer offline. Thank you.
No, but really, so I'm sure everybody figured out that was Penfield. Penfield was asking the questions in Netchi. So
Incredible stuff.
but I am taking, if anybody's got anyone has any burning questions. One of them I think is going to be, I have to address Adama Sanogo bullying people and being mean to people.
Absolutely, yes.
So that
embodying the fan base. It's been beautiful.
Yes. So Sanogo being mean will be one topic, but if anybody has any other burning questions.
We're teasing the other teams by like letting them be close within the 8 minutes and then just blowing them out.
That could be one.
Excuse me, Madam Press Secretary.
Yeah.
Will you apologize for UConn being a wagon?
I mean, we did. Like, that was a very formal and sincere and heartfelt apology that I put out there.
After what they did tonight, I don't know if it's enough. I think we need more.
I mean, let's be honest. This is going to be an apology tour this whole season. We're going to be apologizing constantly for everything every night. Because we're assholes. We're awful. We're so mean and we're so good and just terrible that I'm sorry.
Mary, I noticed that that Purdue barely won in a game played tonight in Indianapolis. Is there any truth to the rumor that Adama Sanogo challenged them to a game shirtless at dawn and they refused tomorrow?
I'm just going to play the audio clip of Adama Sanogo saying they thought they had a chance to win. They did not, for everything. Because that was some of the best player audio I've ever heard. He's just amazing.
We barely heard from the guy for
question over here. Is there any plan to tap into the reserves of insufferableness, given the rate at which UConn Twitter's insufferableness is being used at this time?
That's a really good one, and I'm marking that for next week. If I do one of these again, then yeah, that one's going in there.
Yeah, you got to talk about the rate of inflation as well, Paul.
I was about to get there. Yeah, I was going to say, Madam Secretary, is one of the strategic plans of the administration to combat inflation single-handedly through the UConn fan base purchasing tickets to the East Regional on the secondary market?
So I'm actually kind of bummed if HotBalls does not go to Creighton, because I wanted you to go, because I can imagine this whole agenda for today. The president visited X bar, and
now
and I want
bit dependent.
There's a photo of HotBalls face down in beer, on the floor of some dive bar. And I can just imagine this whole thing playing out of your whole trip. So I need you to go just for that.
Or just me with barbecue sauce all over my fucking mask.
Little corn niblets on the side of his mouth.
Mr. HotBalls was received at TD Ameritrade Park. It's just HotBalls shirtless running around the base.
Diplomatic mission. It's a diplomatic mission. Approaching the Section 239 on the West Bank.
Oh God. Yeah, no, at one point I've talked to Mary about, and Bill, I don't want to upset you with this, but just as a gag, the idea of randomly introducing a very meaningless but serious political point into a question about trade tariffs with Guam or something, just randomly in the middle of it, and just moving back to UConn basketball.
Well, I do want to address, I kind of laughed off Syracuse because they're a fucking joke right now. But I do want to make clear in a forthcoming statement that there will be no de-escalation of the conflict with Syracuse ever.
Yeah.
Like it's eternal,
Mm-hmm.
and it will never end. Thank you. Yes.
Mary, Abby just threw something in that I feel must be addressed is the UConn fan base's superiority to Providence.
Mm.
You know, or I believe are acting superior to them, which obviously we do because we are. I don't know the confusion there is, but apparently
They made the Barstool buttholes all upset about us being fucking mean to the Providence guys.
Can you
Fuck
imagine
them,
like
dude.
a
What are you,
national
12?
media being like, this fan base is too mean to the other fan base?
listen, Providence won one fucking conference championship and is running laps like we figured out.
No, they did
They
not.
didn't.
Play everybody. They didn't even fucking play anybody. It's like
They didn't even
Wallpaper.
win the most games last year.
We could win the wallpaper the entire ceiling of Gamble with all of UConn's conference
The
championship
Michigan
banners.
versus Michigan State rivalry is awesome, except the Michigan fans are so mean to the other guys.
So here's like my honest feeling about Providence this year is like they don't exist. I'm so happy with our team, and our team is on another level, like in a different stratosphere that I don't think about Providence. Like I don't even have the time to make fun of them because I just don't give a fuck. Like they're so irrelevant. I
That Mad
don't
Men
care.
I hate you. I don't think about you at all.
Yeah.
But that's like I
Well,
just
to
don't
that end,
care.
I would like the press secretary to address the fact that she may be close friends with several members of the media, which by default means huge Syracuse fans, and what those text messages and WhatsApps and DMs and 3 a.m. phone calls look like. Thank you.
Oh, they're so sad.
Are you
They're
showing
so sad.
restraint, or are you just unloading on poor Damon? Like, are you just...
Really, I mean, part of me, I don't know what to say at this point. Like, what else is there to say about Syracuse? I mean, I'll always find something. But like, they're just
We're always here to help, Mary.
no.
I
But
can
the
assure.
idea that Boeheim didn't retire because he felt like Coach K stole his thunder is so hilarious to
It's
me.
so good.
It's so on
what
point.
it is.
It's
Right?
amazing.
So Jim Boeheim. He's such
And
a
now they're
sniveling
stuck
bitch.
with him. And now there's no end in sight. Like there's no end in sight. It's just he'll be there until he dies.
God, the way you said it was so deliciously evil. That was fabulous.
I'm smiling. I'm smiling.
Do you think like Jerry McNamara dresses up like a woman and stabs somebody in a shower, and then we find out at the end of the season that Jim Boeheim's been dead for like fucking 20 years?
By the way, I just want to note,
Psycho.
that is an awful wardrobe. Jerry
And
McNamara.
the last scene is Jim Boeheim's infamous car fucking sinking into the swamp or getting pulled out. All the evidence that he tried to destroy. Fuck that guy.
A related note:
Nose picker.
if you find any picture of Jerry McNamara in a suit on the bench, this man has never had a proper fitting suit in his life. It freaks me out every time. It's so big and frumpy. It's wild. It looks like one of the 04 UConn players arriving at like the NABC gala. Like just there's so much more fabric than remotely necessary.
That's
But,
the thing. Like McNamara
yeah.
peaked in the early 2000s, and his wardrobe shows it.
I mean, it's better than me. I'll give him that. But yeah, no, fuck him.
Can we admit that Charlie Villanueva never had a suit that fit him?
Never.
No, well, if you were that big, Jerry McNamara is a normal-sized human, though. Like, what's his excuse?
I still can't get past the fact that somebody stole Charlie Villanueva.
I was just gonna
We
mention
still
the
haven't
toilet.
found
I
it.
can't ever talk to him about him. His legacy's ruined because somebody fucking stole his toilet. And I'll never stop talking about it or thinking about it. Anytime anybody, like, they just lifted the fucking thing up and just left it. He didn't have to take a picture of it, and he did. And he fucking put it on social media. Like, we got to get Charlie in Spaces. We have to get him in Spaces.
We have
We got to
to.
go.
We had the similar thing today.
That would be so good. That would be so good.
HotBalls, can
It
we
needs to
address
be.
Go ahead, Mary.
No, I was gonna say it needs to be like a series on UConn Plus, like that new thing that Benedict is doing is like uncovering what happened to Villanueva's toilet.
I need to be sent on like look. Jared should definitely do the place stuff. Like look if they probably would never touch me because my name is HotBalls. But if they did, like I should be on like the in search of thing, right? Like just wandering the desert aimlessly
Hot
looking
Balls
for
is like
Daron Shepard.
I
And
think you need to
about
be
how the toilet got stolen, and I'm like, what sweatshirt were you wearing at that time?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what it needs to be. It's just me and Penfield ignoring all people's good advice as to where, like, all the clues that may actually lead to us, like, cracking the case. Like, Charlie Villanueva's toilet. Like, what's Daron Shepard doing right now? Like, send me to the Holy Land, man.
We
Like,
need you
I'll
guys in the
find-
field, but I feel like that's like the show that needs to be narrated by Jonathan Mandeldove or something. He needs to be the host of almost every show on that platform.
Benedict needs to fucking get me a van and fucking just put me and Penfield in there, and we will go in search of.
No,
That's
we
what-
have TCF with us to be like the tech dude who's like photo enhance, and he's like looking at pictures of like Home Depot listings of toilets or something and figuring out what like the Arlington local Home Depot
Yeah,
has.
TCF.
I'm like, should we go to the dairy bar and eat the ice cream?
Yeah, the unsold thing
Dairy
here is
bar.
that
Like we'll go look for fucking Nadav. We'll look for everybody, man. Like we'll
find the
reconnect.
conflict trophy.
Yeah.
the obvious catch being that if it's anywhere outside of Connecticut or I guess Western Massachusetts, you guys are completely fucking useless and have no value whatsoever. Like
Yeah,
you have no idea.
we'll do keg stands with Kelly Hunt and Kara Walters. Like it'll be fucking wild.
You guys get to the Sawmill Parkway and just freak out. Like, I don't know what we do now. I don't know what we do.
Jesus Christ.
What's in Pennsylvania? Is that where Dracula's from? I don't want to go there.
Yeah, Jared ducked out, folks, by the way, because he's a Dolphins fan and he's kind of living and dying with this NFL game. But again, thanks to Jared. We'll be doing a live space after the Nova game at, let me open up the message again. He called it the CAF. I'm trying to actually do some promotion here, which is kind of wild to even be. Yeah, the CAF.
I love the fact that we're that bad at hyping anything.
So bad. So useless.
Yeah. Store South's been waiting very patiently.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, speaking of UConn Twitter legends.
I know, I appreciate that. I didn't want to derail the conversation, so I was just like, I'll just kind of hang out. But
all of our conversations are meant to be derailed.
No, that is a fair point.
Conversation's unreal.
That is a fair point. That's part of the comedy of it. First, for anyone who hasn't noticed, I was up already. So if you do as you please with those, I probably won't go to sleep tonight. I'll probably just keep watching those on repeat tonight because there's a lot of good stuff in there. The other thing I wanted to say, though, is that we got to sell out for Tuesday. I know it's Georgetown, but for just a Cook's return, and this team is an absolute wagon. If you can go to the game. I know it's like, I think only like 200-300 tickets left, but go. Like, fill up that student overflow section and just, got to show out for this team. This is, probably the best team since probably I was a student, which was many moons ago. So just go to the game. I don't care. Forget your responsibilities. I don't even know how anyone's supposed to hold down a job when this team is this good. I mean, it's just find a way to get there.
There's a very good chance it's the best team we'll ever have. And I know it's so early and so much could happen, but Jesus, this is on 98, 99 vibes. So, if you're going to ever make the sacrifices, this team is for it. So, Store South, a great point. And thank you for all you do with the highlights. For all the years you had to cut highlights of UConn Tulane football games on ESPN News and UConn Tulane basketball games also on ESPN News. I'm glad you get to actually have difficulty, or maybe it's a little easier to cut highlights now, I guess.
Oh my God. I mean, it's honestly wild to think back to the first highlight video I ever did. And I'm sorry to bring up bad memories here, was the Wagner game that they lost. That was the first, excluding the exhibitions. That was the first game I did. And And to think I was doing highlights that year, and I think videos were getting like 700-800 views. And I was like, yeah, this is not great. I probably am just wasting my time here. And then to see now that like videos are, it's insane. People really like them. And I only do it just because, TCF started the whole thing. If anyone who's been around long enough, he was doing them pretty consistently for a couple years, and then I imagine just life got too crazy, so I was kind of like, well, time to just kind of like pick up the baton and just keep it moving. And here I am, still 5 years later, still going at it now. We're like potentially the number one team in the country after being KenPom 179 at our lowest point. This is not about me at all, but it's just kind of like, it's pretty cool just to see how this team has just grown so much. And, it's something that most top programs don't get to kind of suffer through, and then also kind of enjoy that kind of growth from kind of nothing to something.
That's what I've enjoyed about this particular iteration of UConn basketball, probably more than anything. And the journey up the mountain's never fun, but man, the view is pretty nice, and I hope we get to hang around for a little while, because
it's why, even though I'd like to be number one, it's kind of nice that they're an amazing, given the way the season's gone, there are still kind of things we can tilt at. Like, I want to be number one, but not being number one. It's nice that we have that to chase, and the whole last undefeated thing. And by the time either of those things come up, realistically, we're probably halfway through the conference season anyway. So then we get to tilt at that, because I haven't really brought this up, HotBalls, but I don't think people actually realize how wild it is, how long it's been since UConn has actually won a regular season men's basketball championship.
Yeah.
They haven't won a share of one since 2006, which is 15 years. They haven't won one outright since 1999.
That's wild when you think about it, because it was in the 90s. It was such an afterthought.
Yeah, to just win up. I'm talking nobody else wins it, just UConn, 1999, which is pretty fucking nuts. And so that's another thing that obviously is something yes, please, I'll take that. I would like that very much for the first time in 23 years, when probably 85% of the people in here weren't even alive. That would be pretty cool to be able to pull that off.
And we wouldn't even hang a banner for it.
Yeah, we just slap a panel up, and that's fine. That's the way we do things.
That'd be the centerpiece at the dunk.
It's like probably a 20-foot tapestry. Have you seen how big the banner is? It's huge.
Looks like one of those high school iron-on banners that you would like just put some stupid shit on and whatever. Just want to get some more people rolling through here. 98 UConn, man, you've been a very good boy, waiting here and being patient. So take yourself off of mute, man. Tee high, let it fly.
Hey, so
is he there?
Hey, so now that we're getting
98
into
UConn fit. Hold on, Mike. Hold on. We'll get to you in a second. 98
My wife told me
UConn.
if I talk that I'm a dork, so I have to not talk.
Well, welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club.
We're all dorks here.
Is he there? Did he just disappear?
Did she just grab the phone and say, "No, you don't understand. You're not allowed"?
Immediately muted. Wife censorship is occurring.
Yeah. Wifing is happening right now.
Meghan, once again, when will men catch a break? No, I don't mean that.
Can we just briefly talk about the fact that Nika's back for tomorrow's game?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
God.
please. And
Nika's
maybe
back.
Dorka.
Back in the wagon.
Dorka is probably back. The wagon is going to start. The women wagon is going to start rolling immediately. Like Nika, it's just we really need Nika. We just
How furious is Nika with all of them right now? Just furious.
I'm 100% on the bad bandwagon. She is my favorite college basketball player of all time.
I love her so much. She's amazing. I am like the president of the Nika Mule fan club, my Croatian cousin, as we call her. Yeah, it's just
98 like, UConn. If you're here, feel free to jump in. Go ahead, Meg. Sorry.
No, it's just like this is a dumb family joke because like one branch of my family came over from Croatia, so we joke that it's such a small country that obviously we're related. But
I believe it.
Basically exists to steal the coastline from Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is
yeah, that's pretty
It's
much
like
it. Yeah.
if all of you came from Rhode Island or something like that.
No, she's so good. She's like, she's got the like ferocity of Jen Rosati, and she had four back-to-back games where she had double digits in assists. Like, it's absurd. It's absurd. She's averaging like 9.5, and it would be higher, but she like got knocked out of the game in the third quarter, so she only had like 7 assists at that point.
My theory is she has the high assist totals because every time she passes to a player, they're so terrified of missing the shot and dealing with her wrath that they have to make it. Or
In
she's
fairness,
going to hit them in the face with a meat cleaver.
She's
the
often
most
like
threatening
throwing it
human
to.
being I've ever seen in a UConn uniform. Ever.
She's terrifying. She is terrifying. She's incredible. I love her so much, and they really needed her, and she's gonna be back, and everything's gonna be okay now, guys. It's all gonna be fine.
I was
Mike, hang on one second, guys. I want to get Mike in here because I had to shush him to get to 98, and the 98 got wife brained over the head. So, Mike, jump on in, man. Do your thing.
Thanks. Hey, I was just I'm really excited for Big East play. I think like the rest of us. Is there any chance we could do some sort of student outreach to teach them the chants? I feel like, we the Dark Ages were a thing for a couple of years, but it seems like we've lost the student section learning how to chant, the
It needs
old
to be
school
an
chants.
indoctrination class, a propaganda education tract of some sort.
Exactly.
Because they
Now
have lost a step.
Yeah, well, now they're getting big, and the Oklahoma State game, they were camping out. So I feel like those kids that are in the front row, we need to get a few of them that learn the chants, that teach everybody in the student
Meg's
section.
feeding them and stuff. I think you should threaten to not feed them until they learn the chants the right way. That's what we should do. We should be like, you're not going to eat again. You're not let out of the cage until
incentivize them. Put the chants, print it out, put it in the
malnutrition
pizza boxes.
Yep.
I do think that there's
figure it out.
Yeah, this is a great, Michael. Thank you for your patience and especially great point. Look, if you think it's a coincidence that in the '90s this thing became a wagon at the same time at which the University of Connecticut's dining halls were literally closed on the weekends, you aren't paying attention. We've done starvation before as a motivating tactic, and God help us, we can do it again. We will withhold the gruel until morale improves. Because and it's the sort of thing. It's depressing because it dates guys like HotBalls and me. But like the truth is, none of these kids were like alive when the team was really this good. So it makes sense that they don't know it, but they need it. And
ignorance
they
is not
need
an
to be
excuse,
taught.
as they say in the law. Like Meg's a lawyer; she knows that. Like I don't know. It's not an excuse. Nobody wants to do your stupid bullshit. So like, I look, if the players are going to do scared straight with us, we should do some scared straight with the student section, and just be like, back in my day,
I think
stabbed me with a fucking meat cleaver before I was
we gotta
allowed
get
to
Tim into grad school, and he needs to do like an 8-year PhD, and that'll fix everything.
Should we camp out before the Creighton game?
Oh no!
Oh God!
Come on,
you could hear the pain in HotBall's voice because he knows he'll have to do it. He knows he'll have to do it. My wife is going to be.
Let's do it.
My wife is going to be out of state in Florida for a week before and after.
Well, that answers that question.
And I'm off for 2 days before. So, this is such a terrible thing you had to say because if it happens, I can't get out of it.
Yeah, and I mean, your wife doesn't even have to know. You can just be like, "Oh yeah, no, took the
Plus,
dog
you
out."
think she wants me around? Like, she's probably mad it's not when she's back, honestly. But
no, that's the way my wife is about it. She's like, "Oh,
are we going to camp
game
out
tonight?
in stores for the Creighton game?" I just said that in front of her, so she heard it. I wish I could show you the look I just got.
I just want to point out something really random, really quick. I don't know if anyone else is watching the Arizona game.
I was just going to say the same thing.
You know exactly what I'm about to say. So they just showed Trajan Langdon on screen, and they misspelled his name. Poor guy gets tripped up wherever he goes.
Trojan hamming. Ow!
Wait, Tim, I wasn't. Hold on. Nope, that's not the one I was looking for. Damn it! They don't have rim shot on here. That's so disappointing. Oh well. I'll go with that. Sorry.
There we go. I like it.
Yeah. No, well done, Tim. That he gets tripped up.
Thank you.
I see what you. That was good. By the way,
So he's working with Twin Cass, right? I hope that she gets in a couple good UConn references, in the office.
So
she's got to
HotBalls,
talk so much shit.
I did a little research on where we're doing our live space. It's not one of the new bars opening on Pratt Street because, like everything in Hartford, they're still working on them. They'll be open sometime this year. The calf where we're hanging out, it's basically between the Key Bank and the front doors at the XL Center. It's in one of those storefronts that's vacant. It's a men's and women's fashion boutique that also has local goods from like local food places, I guess. So hopefully we get a HotBalls fashion show as part of the
wow.
the live
Yeah.
space.
No, I mean, if anybody knows about wearing clothes, it's me. And I know a lot about that stuff. By the way, guess what's still rocking, guys?
Pea pullover. Pea pullover.
The pea pullover's still rocking, guys. I got Christmas tree sap on this bad boy. I got some barbecue sauce on it the other day. I spilled a little on it this afternoon from Hot Table. I got a
P.
I mean, you're aware that you can't wash it now, right?
I wear it every day now. I swear to God, I wear it every day.
And
now it's like at the point where it's like so dirty and it's been worn so many days in a row that it's like starting to kind of quasi meld to my body. So like it's sagging in a completely weird way. Clothing like this shouldn't be sagging on a human being's body.
Every morning, my 5-year-old comes up to me and says, "Dad, I pissed my pants last night." I said, "Keep wearing them because HotBalls is still wearing his."
Yeah, and so, it's every day I come downstairs, and my wife, she works at the office, she works at home, but whenever my wife's at home, she always like sits at the dining room table, which is you come down our stairs, and the dining room's right there. And I come down and just the silence. She's always on a Zoom, and she always looks up, and I always get disappointment every day.
Yeah. Well, consistency is valuable in a relationship. Well, I figured out how this season ends. It ends with an undefeated national championship. You waking up in the cold light of day in Houston on the side of a street, and somebody's handing you the divorce papers, and you go, "Yeah, that's about right."
with this piece of cloth just fused to my body.
And I don't want that to happen, but honestly, it'd be about right with where this is going.
When Big East tournament hits, I will throw up on it. Like that's gonna happen.
Nice, great.
I'm trying to think of all the things that like I can put on there. It's gonna be like the Autobahn Society of fucking pullovers. There's gonna be a new species of everything on there. Like you can go through. There's gonna be fucking birds in there and fucking like small animals and God knows what else, man. This could get really bad.
It's going to be on the endangered species protection list.
It doesn't smell bad yet, though. It doesn't smell
I
bad.
love that you're going
that,
to
or it does smell so bad, and I don't notice it.
You're going to be.
It doesn't smell bad to you.
Yeah, I want to assure you, everybody else notices how bad it smells.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I wear a lot of clothes, so it could smell kind of.
Is that what we're calling it? I love the thought, by the way, unless something catastrophically stupid happens Tuesday, you will be literally rolling around the XL Center wearing that. Will become part of the XL Center, and it will become part of you.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna mop up all the dust and Andre Jackson sweat along the way. It's just fucking rolling right through it. It's gonna have player DNA on it.
People are getting ahead of themselves. We have to beat Georgetown before we get to this Villanova game.
God damn it, Brian.
Are we gonna win? Are we gonna beat them?
I truly hope so.
I don't know what the purpose is of this bit right now. Why are you doing this?
There's no purpose.
Are you excited, HotBalls, that we get 2
He's just triggering
trauma. Cook games?
By the way, poor Cook.
Oh my god.
Versus Ali, though. That'll be my must-watch. Butt-ler, Georgetown. Yeah,
does DePaul still have an A&A?
Currently,
he is injured.
Wait, we have
that's
an A&A
what I meant.
versus a Cook versus Ali. Possibly.
No, I messed up. I forgot that Yorine was the guy that DePaul
Yorine.
during the DePaul game they called him a cook.
Well, that would be an amazing matchup. Could you have three teams playing each other at the same time?
No, we're so good. We've decided to allow them both to play us at the same time. I'd be fine with combining those two rosters. Are you kidding me?
Why are
Please
all the
combine.
Arizona fans dressed up like a fucking candy cane? It doesn't snow down there. They're not allowed to celebrate Christmas.
Is that the band?
They're all fucking in red and white. It looks like a fucking
my
peppermint candy.
Wait, they have a Where's Waldo in Tucson, Arizona?
Could never find him. God damn it.
HotBalls, how are you not watching CBS Sports Network right now? NC State versus Vanderbilt in the Legends of Basketball Showcase.
Wow.
One of
Real
the
legend.
Who of the what?
One of the more misnamed tournaments.
Tune in live to watch Jerry Stackhouse stamp out the last remaining bits of dignity from his professional career as he coaches the Vanderbilt Commodores to a 5 and 8,000 loss record. By the way, buy our dick pills.
HotBalls, what are your thoughts on for our really creepy in the weeds metric stuff? Actually, if it impacts Villanova more, the fact that Oregon stomped Portland out tonight.
Badly.
At home.
Oregon's starting to get a little bit healthier now. That's a team I think could catch up to their bad start. I think they may be able to do it, but we'll see.
There's so many landmines in that league, though. That's my one thing. Like, there's really like one okay loss in that league. Two, really.
UCLA looks
Are they
pretty good
both in
against
Arizona?
a Kentucky team that doesn't give a shit. By the way, UNC won today. And you know why?
They needed OT to give a shit, but they did it. I'm so proud.
They did.
Of
they
them.
played at Madison Square Garden, so they're like, all right, I guess I got to try today. I feel like that could be a weekly HBO series. Does UNC care this week? Do they want to try?
Dave's not still in here. I should have done my whole bit on how we just have to muscle Ohio State out of the CBS Sports Classic. We just need to get them out of there. Nobody cares. Just replace them with us.
Alabama
and it's fine.
Like decent teams for like 3 weeks, and we kind of haven't.
Well, we've made a lot of them look bad, Brian. So
I know it'd just be kind of fun.
Yeah, Tuesday night could be really gross. Like I'm fascinated by what number gets posted for that. I'm gonna say 27.5, which is just sad. Because usually Ken Palm's pretty close, and right now he's got it at 26. So,
by the way, what's absolutely hilarious is Jeff Goodman's absolute and utter infatuation with this Kentucky team, and him being absolutely perplexed as to why they suck.
I thought you were going to say how much he hates PC.
Well, he hates PC too, but so do I. So that's an okay opinion.
The good thing is he's super normal about it.
Yes.
Super
as he
normal
always is.
Guy asking completely reasonable questions of the Hurley family. Totally normal.
Did we even get into that last Spaces, by the way? Did we talk about that?
No, because no.
Who the fuck asks that?
There's look.
How much brain damage do you have to be like?
I say a lot of dumb shit.
Oh, that's just Goodman being Goodman.
Well, can we dive into that then? If that's just Goodman being like, I say a lot of dumb shit, but I'm not gonna ask the kids of the coach. He ever beat you?
Did your dad beat you?
Like, what was the sell there? What was like the optimal outcome for him? We all get some guffaws and ha-ha over domestic like abuse. Like that was the best case scenario there. What
well, they get mad on the court, so they must get the belt.
Yeah.
Arizona's whole entire arena looks fucking stupid tonight. Looks like a little glow in the dark.
They just do an alternating stripe section.
They gave them like and then they got these like little glow in the dark like thunder stick things.
That's the sort of thing, and we can't complain about the team, so I'll complain about this. That's the sort of shit we just never pull off. Like partially because it's New England. You got to wear like 17 and go to games. But also, New England, we're just too pissy about everything. Like you give a New Englander a free shirt and they ask what the catch is. You give it to somebody in any of these other, they'll throw it on so fast. Like we don't do T-shirt giveaways really well. We try to white out against Syracuse and it went okay, but yeah, little small things. You talk about, and this is for Tim. Like one thing I always kind of wish they would do, student section wise, it'd be cool if we try and incorporate TIFOs into it a little bit.
Yeah.
Like if you get some student participation, just big old painted banners or shit, you know.
Hey, Mary, can I ask you an honest question? Are you still in your basement right now? Mary's in her basement.
Oh,
Mary.
She's currently
Mary's in her basement.
Mary, are you tied up and like blindfolded? Please.
I think she just got up the stairs.
Whoa.
I bet you she just went upstairs
Not
to go
like
back
that.
to bed. She's like, I'm in the clear. And then I fucking hit her with that. She's like, God damn it. Probably like tripping over the can opener right now. Like, open it up.
Yeah, can confirm based on DMs. Yes, she is upstairs.
Damn it.
And wants us both dead. We are going to be dead in the morning, courtesy of her husband.
Back upstairs, you jerks. There we go. Right on.
Someone just fell down the stairs.
Not to be a jerk, but UConn has actually done what Arizona has done tonight with the stripe out to success before. So it's not like we can't do it either.
No.
Nope. I found it. I did a quick Google search. It was pretty easy to find. It was done at a women's game 3 years ago, and to good effect. To good effect. So we can do it. We can. I mean,
wow. Doris, should we make you the athletic director or something like that?
Listen, not putting the cart in front of the horse here. I do hope. Well, first, I hope that the women's team gets healthier again because I want both teams to be number one. And off of that, I would like this to then snowball into better home games, better out-of-conference home games, and finally getting that concourse expansion for Gamble. That's what I really want, and I want it done in the next 10 years. That's what it said in the master plan. Get it done.
Yeah, I am hopeful on stuff like that. The one kind of issue with these leagues expanding their conference games is it makes it it's hard. Like I still want it to happen, but it's so hard to get a legit non-conference home and home now because everyone wants to play these dopey friggin' showcases and MTEs. But I would love to redo the series in Kansas, you know, because it's hard because so many of the high-end teams just won't do it. So I think you kind of got to look at the middle of a league, but you also have to. The snow is opening up in Buffalo. You also kind of have to project a bit, which is what's hard. Where it's not like football where you're doing it 10 years in the future, but like also who's a program you think is going to be good in like 3 or 4 years? Because let's be honest, Florida isn't that good.
Yeah, look at Arizona. Why are we not playing this team regularly?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't really want to go out west.
Mary, you're back in the basement.
Mary.
What? Yeah. What did you? What? This better be real good. Like real good.
Stupid.
I didn't want to know anything. I just want to know if you were still in the basement. Just
Oh my God, are you serious? Like that was the question?
Did you just literally panic? You were probably like 2 feet from your bedroom door, weren't you? And then you're like, God damn it, I fucking hate these guys. I just wanted to know if you were still in the basement. That's all I wanted to know.
That was okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Mary, have a good night, Mary. Sleep well.
My God.
Mary, I got a question.
Think of something. Like come up with one. No. Now you better have one. Ask me something. Anything.
I have a question, Mary. Is this team a wagon?
Scientifically, it is a wagon. Yes.
Yeah, Mary, paint a picture for us. What's going on in the basement? Give us a lay of the land down there. What we got going on?
Well, there's a lot of hockey gear scattered about.
Nice.
We've got skates, helmets, gloves. We've got some Christmas presents yet to be wrapped.
Yeah, kids hate going in the basement. Good place to hide them.
We've got some workout gear. I cannot confirm or deny if it gets used, but it's there. It's there, and
words,
it's
gun
cold.
safe.
No, you realize no one else has any idea what you're talking about.
I
Like the
know.
178 people who are in here have
Mary's
no
down in the
idea.
basement. Mary's working out now. Mary's on the juice.
She's working up just to beat the
Mary's
shit
doing
out of us.
steroids down there. She's like, more weights means more dates, Mary.
All she wants to
Clanging,
Mary's
bro.
on the clear. She's on the clear.
Stacking them up. Mary's
Mary's just
lifting
building
weight
up
down there.
She's just building up strength to beat the shit out of us January 7th. And
Yeah,
honestly, it's about time.
she's gonna come like sideways in the door. She's been eating fucking she's been injecting like fucking 8,000 cc's of testosterone.
I'm gonna see you guys. I'm going to the Nova game. I'm gonna see you guys in Hartford.
Nice.
So
I was gonna say it's a week away, right?
yeah. So
week and a
downside, less time to get huge. But upside,
Mary's getting swole.
Mary, I've been
protein
told
shake
there's
right now.
Mary, I've been told there's no place like Swole for the holidays. Can you confirm?
Jesus Christ.
Can confirm. Can confirm. I mean, you guys have met me in real life. You know me. I'm huge. I'm like massive.
She's been watching Pump and Iron all week. Just fucking.
Imagine Mary holding up hot balls.
The best
above
part
her
of
head.
the weightlifting is the pump.
Mary is throwing hot balls off of 239, like just over her head, two-handed toss.
She just buying chicken at the supermarket. Just goes in there, just starts throwing fucking thing after thing of a chicken in there. She thinks she's fucking Jay Cutler now. She probably cut his hair just like him now too.
Instead of hot balls rolling himself up as a burrito, perhaps I deadlift hot balls at center court. Maybe.
You better be hitting that weight room. I'm telling you, you better be hitting that weight rack.
His head's gonna be like a bumper plate.
I hope your back is healed. I really hope your back is healed.
FS1 comes back from break, and it's just the most solemn John Fanta
UConn
ever.
Twitter feats of strength for popcorn. And it's just fucking Mary dragging my ass. This disgruntled fan is on the court now. So this gentleman in a wrestling mask. What's going on here?
It's like one of those guys pulled the fucking 18-wheelers behind their back.
Yeah, fucking Samson Johnson's got a referee shirt on with like one of those disguised like nose things with a fucking mustache.
John Fanta's all solemn, trying to explain what happened as they're only showing shots of like the upper level.
Me just getting German suplexed into the scores table by
Mary. I guess we know how they're destroying the court at Gamble. Mary is just going to rip it apart like board by board herself.
Cam Whitmore sitting there like, what the fuck is this place?
All right, so we've got a plan. Can I go back upstairs now, or is
Mary,
there?
Is it really just you on the 7th? By the way, that made me
What's your
sad.
preferred brand of washer and dryer?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be alone for Creighton or not. I don't know. So we'll see.
So do you guys keep a freezer in the basement for all the dead animals that you guys
I almost answered that question truthfully and then decided not to. So
no, Mary, you live in New Hampshire. That's not giving anything else away. You can't. That's not like a me question, which would be the stupid stuff. That's a genuine question for all of your creamery and all your butter churning.
The people want to know. Yeah, what's going on here? Mary's
should we
down there.
Should we be getting tickets to Marquette instead? Why am I going to Creighton?
Yeah, this has kind of changed.
Yeah.
The Creighton game, not quite the juice or pizzazz. Actually, not true. I still want blood. So
the ticket price is still like $200 a whack.
We're gonna beat them. We're gonna kill them.
The Marquette game too is it turns out we all remember it was like the XL Center outside of Nova. It doesn't really have a big game. It does now because the game on Tuesday, February 7th. In Hartford, that could be a wild crowd given what we've seen out of the two teams. So,
yeah.
They might be the second best team in the league, HotBalls.
They may be. I don't know. I'm not into Villanova as everybody else is right now, which may be a mistake. But like,
No, Marquette.
like I get it that they look less shitty than they did, but like, number one, they looked really shitty. Number two, like, it took them a while to pull away from BC. Number one. Number two, not exactly going coast to coast against UPenn. Barely beat Oklahoma at home. And then today, didn't play well against St. Joseph's. Like, I'm not that right there is what they call fool's gold right now. And so I am not getting tempted by Villanova as of yet. Do I think they're going to be as bad as they were? No, they're certainly better. They look better, but I am not buying them. And they still have massive, forget the point guard issues. They're not good defensively. They're a bad basketball.
My main thing was, is Marquette the second best team, though?
They might be right now. I mean, it's really hard to not make that case, right? They just boat raced Creighton, so we saw that head to head. So you got to put them ahead of Creighton right now, right? I think they're better than Villanova right now. Who else would we have up there, even in the mix right now, outside of them?
I think the consensus top four is Xavier thrown in there.
I see our buddy Rob is in here. Rob, if you want to jump on, come on in. If not,
Rob already requested.
Nice.
He's probably enthralled by our description of Mary.
I need to know how many Bud Heavies in we are, Rob. The man is a blue collar.
Oh, hey, UConn.
Jeez, throw some enthusiasm there. Jeez.
Yeah,
this
Rob,
sounds like a dude who just chugged a bottle of mayonnaise.
Rob is, I'm sure, killing it at the Bet Rivers Casino. Please go to Bet Rivers for all your gaming needs. Sugar House in Connecticut. There you go, Rob. The check's in the mail, I assume.
I thought I was very upset that Rob took the beating that he did about the mayonnaise on the steak, because I've heard of that trick before.
No,
I know what that is.
It sounds disgusting until you think for about a thousandth of a second and you realize what he's trying to do. I think it's more work than you need to get where you're trying to go, but it's completely valid.
It's involved. It's involved, unnecessarily so, but it's a thing that you can do.
Wait,
I've heard of it before.
Just do the oil, though. Like, I don't get why you need to burn off the mayo, but
I'm an oil guy. I'm a really heavy salt and pepper guy. You can get your sear that way, not even as much with the oil. Just
I'm usually a brown butter guy.
Yeah,
but we did oil tonight, and it was HotBalls. I sent you the picture. It was pretty fucking. We got the cast iron pan and the silicone brush. You can't really beat it. That was my halftime tonight. I was like, well, the team played like shit and's up 8. I think I'm having a steak now. So that was.
Wow, I like your thought process there. How you just went from one thing to the next. Mary just fled, by the way, when she had the chance.
Yeah, as soon as we mentioned the mayonnaise thing, Douster was gone.
No, Mary's been compromised to a permanent end. It's fine. We'll see her in a couple days. By the way, if you're curious, I know you're all about college hoop, but the snow is beginning to unload in Buffalo, and it's kind of fun. Jared's probably losing his mind. So yeah, I don't know about this league. Like, what's the It's weird to say. Shouldn't UConn go minimum 17-3? Like,
at this point, where is a fourth loss? Where's a third loss? I'm still trying to find a first.
I would be really surprised to see us lose more than 2. And the Xavier game is the one on the road, just because that's going to be fucking bedlam there. Like that, I love that base. They're so ridiculous. They're going to be so soft. Like that is going to be, that may take the taco for the drunkest fan experience of the year, is Xavier on New Year's Eve with UConn coming in at a potential. They were all abuzz about it last night during their spaces about us coming in as to what they hope is going to be number one. So that could be a game. And look, we've said it a bunch of times, like the second game in the head-to-head on the road, right, where you've had a team that's had a chance to scout you, they could be that. That last game versus Villanova, we're not going to need, and they're going to need. And
yeah, it's a good point.
And it's on the road. That's one I've got my eye on. The Xavier game, and then Marquette on the road. They're a good team. Anytime you play a good team in conference on the road, that's tough. And who knows? Maybe Creighton figures their life out on the road, and playing there is tough. So those are our 4 scenarios. But if they win any one of those, I can't see any other scenario where we lose 3 games. I can't see it.
Can I ask on Villanova if, I have tried to watch them a bunch this year. I have only been able to watch bits and pieces. Do we think that they're even going to be able to match up physically with UConn? I mean, they're running a really small lineup out there right now.
No.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a team conceivably that, I mean, I'm not even joking when I say this. I think the biggest champion of UConn basketball right now actually might be full 40.
Yeah, every game he's like basically talking.
He thinks we're a G League team.
Yeah, he's more or less like, you guys realize you could absolutely go undefeated, right? And we're like, shut up. What?
Yeah.
No. He's like, no, this is, and that's a guy who, like, the best college team I have seen in the last 5-6 years is their 2018 team. That team
was amazing.
Baylor was pretty good. It's hard.
They
to
were
count
really
COVID.
good. But the point is, they're in the top 2. Okay, and he saw it. He saw it up close every game. So when that guy thinks that highly of this team, it's not somebody who's a fan of, let's say, a Massachusetts State University having their first mildly interesting year in 15 years. There's something behind it. There's a little bit of perspective there. I don't think their roster matches up well. Look, Cam Whitmore will be probably the best player on the floor in the second game with the way he looks. Like, I love Adama, but like in terms of the crazy high ceiling that Cam Whitmore's got and what we've seen so far and next level ability, like Adama's a college guy, Cam Whitmore's an NBA guy. So if he goes psycho in a game and it's kind of like what HotBalls said about the Xavier game. I agree with you. Like, I don't want to lose any game, but if they lose the game at Xavier, like, how pissed off, like, I can't wait to see how pissy people get if it happens. Like, as if they just dropped the game at DePaul or something. Like, that's a fucking very difficult place to play basketball. That place is going to be so drunk, so spectacularly drunk, even at noon. And it's going to be a huge test. And it's going to be a ratchet up from what tonight was, the first hostile crowd. That's going to be that times 100. So it'd be really an amazing win. I mean, they're kind of running out of opportunities here to get amazing wins if you think about it. Like, they've passed every test pretty spectacularly. That'll be a new one, though. That, Marquette on the road.
There's the potential.
If Creighton does the dollar beer night and they're fighting for their lives in that large bid, that could be hell.
There's some chances for a loss, but like, we're going to go in as the favorite in every single game that we play, and should go in as the favorite in every single game that we should play. And like, that's the other thing too. Like, the other fan bases see it. Like, this isn't. Providence hasn't been as chirpy for a reason, right? Creighton hasn't been as chirpy for a reason. Like, everybody sees it, but it's going to be a matter of, you're going to need a little bit of what happened tonight where we go cold, and you're going to have 1 or 2 guys that just absolutely go off and don't miss, and we can't figure out how to scheme them and stop them. Cam Whitmore will be the best player on the floor when we play them in Hartford in 2 weeks. Like, unequivocally, he is a absolute beast of a basketball player. And they've got some other good pieces, but they just don't go as deep. Like, I don't know how Dixon's going to be able to deal with Sonogo and Klingon on top of it. Like, we're going to go 4 guys deeper than they are. Like, they're going to get tired. And they've got so many issues in their backcourt right now. And they're just not a good team defensively. Like, they're not at a point right now where I think that they're completely competitive with us. I don't think they stink, but like, I just think that they're a significant step back from where we're at right now. Creighton is as well as a team. Like, there's teams in this conference that have the talent to kind of get into our general orbit, but it's going to take getting into the orbit and then having a really good night with a really good game plan on a night where we don't.
I
That's
think that
asking
the
a
big
lot.
thing is they have to have a really good defensive night or an offensive night to offset, and we have to have a bad, we have to play badly on either side of the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
We have to
Donovan
have players.
played 9 minutes tonight. We haven't really gotten to Jordan. I don't know what the hell's Twilight Zone he was in, and UConn won by 22. So and Joey Calcaterra hit 1-3 when the game was out of reach.
Yeah,
That
Joey
ball
had a
he
bad
hit.
game for
All
Joey.
those things
Joey,
happened, and it
for
was
the
still a
first
blowout.
time. Hey,
Yeah,
can we shout out Naheem Aline? He played
Yes.
amazing tonight. He really did. He's great.
Like I said earlier, he was the one guy who hadn't had that game yet, and we needed it from someone tonight, and he delivered. It was
And
fantastic.
I feel like a lot of the national guys were saying, like, UConn has been this good, and he hasn't. He hasn't stepped up, and he did the last two games, and we're seeing what he can start to do.
Right.
And, yeah.
Yeah, tonight was more what his book is because he's been an awesome three-point shooter. That's why he's here. He was here to shoot threes, and he hasn't hit threes, and the team's been a wagon anyway. And tonight, he was 3 for 5 from 3. He was 0 for 3 inside the arc. I mean, that's what his role is supposed to be. And tonight was kind of what everyone expected on the staff, I think, when they brought him in. So if they get that dude to normalize, even if Joey Calcaterra isn't a 56% three-point shooter, if he comes back down to earth a little, if Aline goes from being right now, he's 32%. If he goes up to 38, which is what he's been, and Joey's around, 40? I mean, good friggin' luck. That means you've got a shooter on the floor for all 40 minutes.
I've said this numerous times about him. He was either the best or second best player on an ACC championship team. Like, this isn't a garbage basketball player. Like, this is a really good basketball player. But the knock on Naheem at Virginia Tech, we've seen it here, is he's just streaky. Like when he's hitting them, he's unstoppable. He's almost kind of like, I guess if I was to come up with like an athletic comparison of him, he's like Josh Hamilton or like a Mike Napoli, where in baseball, where they'll go for a month and not be able to hit a beach ball. And then there'll be a 2-week period of time where if you throw the ball with anywhere within a foot of the plate, it's getting hit to fucking God knows where. Right. And they basically just single-handedly win baseball games for teams. And that's kind of been him. There's games where he just absolutely goes off. Right. And will dump 12, 15, 18 points, average 12 points a game or some shit like that at Virginia Tech. Like, that's what he averaged.
He's a great shooter. That's what he's been his entire career, and it's kind of been almost lost here because so much has happened. It's easy to miss something like that. But also, it says a lot that like, if we had said in September, oh, hey, Naheem Aline's going to come in and shoot 30% from 3, people would be like, oh, shit. Yeah. And yet it's not affected anything in any way whatsoever. And he still had the confidence to go in there tonight. He put up 5 threes on night when nobody was hitting a 3 in that weird-ass gym. Didn't faze him one bit. And I really admire the confidence that he's got, and I'd hope he could carry it into Tuesday because he's going to get some looks against a team that is not preoccupied with defending whatsoever.
Even a little bit. Yeah, but I mean, that's what's just crazy about this. Like, Naheem Aline has kind of not played well up to this point. Samson Johnson has not played at all.
By the way, another banger from TCF who's in here. That was the fewest points Butt-ler has scored at Hinkle Fieldhouse since 1989.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Well, there was 2.5 minutes left. They only had like 16 points.
Yeah, they didn't score in the last 3 minutes. 3:01. They just stopped.
But I'm talking the first half. Like the first half,
right.
they only had like 16 points in the last 3 minutes. I was like, they may not have to get to 20 by halftime. Like, for as bad as we looked kind of offensively and it just out of sorts, like, the defensive effort was there. And like, that's the thing, man. Like, even when we're not going offensively, like, the defense is so good that it just is able to keep teams at bay. and
yeah, if you don't get this team when they're in the lull, you're fucked because they're gonna hit it. Eventually, UConn's gonna make shots, and the question's gonna be like you kind of have to like build the lead. You have to take advantage, and nobody's even come close to doing that yet.
The lull is between the 12-minute and the 8-minute mark in the second half.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they call timeout usually, and then they roll out a 14-4 run on people. They did it against Alabama. They did it against Iowa State. They did it tonight. That's a great point. That's basically when it happens.
And especially by that point, you're already down by double digits.
And HotBalls knows this.
So I'm just going to say this because he's not listening right now, and he's direct messaging me like crazy. But Fanta and Rob Doster are in condition right now.
We need them to participate in this discussion.
They are not.
I need John Fanta to come in here.
So, where is Rob? Well, I know why. They were probably at the CBS Sports thing, which was at the Garden. Was Fanta not calling the He didn't do the.
No, they had their first broadcast today. They did the mid-major game there, Stephen F.
That's
Austin.
right. So they were at the Stephen F. Austin game.
And fucking T.O. was driving around chewing on some fucking plastic bottle cap while Fanta was live spacing it like 11 o'clock in the morning.
Can we
Imagine
discuss
that.
what?
I was teasing him. I was like, fucking Mr. Big Time there. You just get out to the airport and T.O. he's a critter he's a creature out of water right now. He's used to that nice southern weather.
Played. You know where that game was played, right?
No, where were they?
That was played at the beautiful Bon Secours Wellness Arena in Greenville, which is a host of a first and second round, I believe, this year.
Greenville, South Carolina, Ric Flair capital of the world.
That's basically where Clemson is. So first of all, nobody's paying for a drink. T.O.'s there to get the free drinks, okay? And then he gets in there getting the free drinks, and those just are going directly to Doster and Fanta. So that Fanta, who finished the game housing a thing of fried chicken, by the way, just amazing. Absolutely the future of broadcasting in every single way. I would love to get them in here, but that probably isn't for the best for either of their. So
Doster said it's really loud in here, and I'm really not doing well.
Yeah, well, what's Fanta's excuse?
Probably the same thing. I've heard through the grapevine that John Fanta gets after it.
He has said so as much himself. I'll give him. He doesn't pretend. People assume he doesn't. That man
is he the new Billy Raftery?
After it. We need. So I'm glad you mentioned Raftery. I thought I had today, basically watching the end of Providence Seton Hall, was what a do-over Fox would like to have, knowing that this UConn team was like this in terms of the way the TV schedule is.
Yeah.
Like,
correct.
The fact that UConn has one CBS game and it's a home game. It's at St. John's. All the FS1 games. Meanwhile, they've got Providence loaded into all these Fox slots because they're the asterisk quasi defending Big East champions. Meanwhile, UConn is just murdering teams at night on FS1. Like
with a meat cleaver, just chopping fucking bones.
I need Gus and Bill and John to do every remaining game. Today was the last I will accept anything under the B team from Fox. I need full respect for this team. I need Bill Raftery there Tuesday, including the DePaul and Georgetown game, especially the DePaul and Georgetown game. I need the A crew here. I need them to realize what they've got because they're not going to get it out of anybody else in this godforsaken league.
Rob and Fanter asking how late we're going to be on.
Oh, God.
That's an awful question. What do they think?
I'm DMing them right now. Who knows, man? That question is entirely relative.
I mean, Tuesday will be the test. How many hours can we do after a Georgetown game?
Hey, it's the Tuesday before Christmas. We can go as late as they want.
That's true.
Drunge, Doster, and Fanta fucking DMing me over here. Get your lives together, guys.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we've got Penfield. How much for the holidays? What is the Penfield?
Hey, guys, take it away. I got to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
Yeah, please don't die.
EAs tonight.
Well, no, I want to know Penfield, and I think people want to know what is the not the hot balls. What is the Penfield Christmas wish list? What obscure corners of eBay have you been perusing for memorabilia?
So let me just say this: I have a UConn jacket coming in the mail from the 98-99 era. That's going to blow people's minds.
Okay.
Now, the question is, do I wear it to the Nova game or do I wear it to the Creighton game?
Well, it's worth mentioning there will be a morning trip to Ted's and the impact they may have on it.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. So here's the, I have a starter jacket that has to be worn, and I have a Nike jacket that has to be worn. How do I do this? What's the more important game?
I like thinking that you bring one of those like 1920s style traveling trunks with you at all times, so you can just switch in. By the way, Tim, I believe Penfield confirmed we have a table at Ted's for the Creighton game.
Oh my God!
Reservations at Ted's, just a horrific idea that we were having.
This goes so poorly.
I just need to know how many people are going to show up about a week beforehand.
I mean, if we're doing that, I really drink anymore, but I will have a singular beaver before that game,
and
especially if I bring my cousin with me.
Well, the other thing that worries me about it is like the worse, the more it looks like it might be an ass kicking, the worse I think the Ted's part goes. You know, like there's no attempt to know we got to stay focused. Like, while that should happen, I don't know that will happen, and I certainly don't trust this crew to stay on the straight and narrow.
I literally went online last night during that Creighton game and was like, when are we playing Marquette? What should I buy tickets? And I was like, all right, I guess I already have tickets to that game.
Yeah, I'd advise you to do that as soon as possible, because the broader thing is, and people have said, and I agree, like, as much as we'd like them to sell out the remaining games, like, they actually could do it. The ticket demand's been incredible. Sellouts already have been happening, obviously, and I certainly don't think the best team they've had in a year beginning with a 2 will defer that from happening. So if you're on the fence on UConn men's basketball tickets, I'd strongly advise you to fucking get on that, because they will not be available for long. So
ticket prices are getting insane on the secondary market for almost every game.
Yeah.
Like, unless you want to go see the smoldering remains of DePaul, like.
I have Big East tournament tickets already, and we're going to be there all week.
I'm very jealous.
Amazing. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I don't know how we keep you and HotBalls especially alive, because remember, it's like you got to plan for 9 games, optimistically. 9 games and a DePaul social hour as well. So
Drunk Rob and Fanta are finishing up the next however many drinks they have in front of them, and then they're going to come on completely hammered.
Awesome, fabulous.
It's going to be some content.
This is going to be such a good idea for their careers. I think this can only go well.
The official
Rob owns his network, so he's fine. Who's going to fire him?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point, which is now into live game broadcasting, which is both awesome and wild to me at the same time. Like, do you know, it's HotBalls. We've talked about this with fucking Baller TV and shit. I guess it's just that, like, I give credit to Stephen F. Austin and Furman. So if you ask, they'll let you broadcast a game now. Is that how this works?
Why not?
I was kind of surprised when I saw that, but I was also like, wow, people who actually know and care about the sport are allowed to do the game. Crazy concept.
Amazing. What happens?
All right, I'm putting on this Arizona game now that the Bills have walked it off in an absolute pissing down snowstorm.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you, HurleyMania, it's like when you and me did the Florida game.
Yeah, I can't even remember the context of that. Oh, yeah. When we were on the broadcast with Rob, yeah, we were basically we were calling the Florida game, which when it was still a contest
Jesus.
for about 25 minutes.
Right. We did very long.
Well, dude, Rob is a serious man. Rob does Bud heavy. Like, I didn't realize. I don't want to be a beer snob. I'm usually not, but you don't see Bud heavy that often.
So I've got a take on Budweiser, on Bud Heavy. Since the Chinese took over Bud
Oh, wow.
is a good
Since
beer.
Tiananmen Square.
Yep. Since the Chinese took over Budweiser, Budweiser's become a really good beer.
Look, I hate to say it, but a recession's really good for people. Beers like Budweiser. You're going to see fucking Natty
they're
Light
making
make a
money hand over
comeback.
fist.
Oh my
Natty
god.
Light making a comeback, and Ice House. I think there's an Ice House Futures I would like to jump on in the investment space.
Can we get on Keystone here?
I was just gonna say Keystone.
I used to drink Milwaukee's Best when I was in college.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yep. $4.99
Lord.
12-pack. You couldn't beat it.
Okay.
$4.99, and the way they made the 12-pack was so narrow that it would fit right into like a tote bag. So like nobody even would question.
My profile since 2011 has said fan of PBR, and I stand by that.
You would.
PBR's fine. I like PBR.
Remember that wild time when PBR became oddly craft beer? Like, how the hell did that happen? Why was this allowed?
Yeah.
Like,
PBR
that was
used to be
weird
like
to me.
$12.99 for a case. You can't beat that. A case.
JB, what's up, my man?
What's going on, guys? How you doing? It's funny you're talking about beer. I was going to say, I remember college wasn't that long. College, yes, beer. Unfortunately, I'm more of a seltzer guy now due to some stomach issues. But I was going to say a few years ago, not a few years ago, more like 5-6 years ago now in college, I remember we found a 30 of Busch Light somewhere for like 14 or 15 bucks. I freaking hate Busch Light, but for 15, but it was like we were there and we're just like, all right, party time. Let's get some beers. And we're looking through and we're like, all right, like whatever, beer. And we're like, $15 for 30. All right. And we got a couple of those and it was disgusting, but hey, it was cheap.
So, sorry, we can get back to beer in a minute, but Jared Burson, who's somebody I know, actually a great guy, great researcher on college basketball. The last team to win their first 12 games by 10 plus without trailing in the second half was the 08-09 North Carolina Wagon.
God damn it.
That's where we're at.
The team that should have been runner-up.
Stop getting my hopes up, bro.
Stop it. I need people to stop.
Meet me at the top of the hill.
I can tell who wasn't at the 09 Final Four. They're the people who think UConn would have beaten that 09 Carolina team.
Were you at the 09 Final Four? I've never heard that story.
To recap, UConn men's basketball undefeated when I'm not at the Final Four, winless when I'm there. It's a noted point. Keep me away. So back to the beer thing. Even at 50 cents a can for Busch,
So hey, listen. In my defense, I was like, shit. Actually, this was longer than 5-6 years ago. I was like 19. I didn't know any better. My stomach worked a little better. So, I mean, hey, as long as it made me feel all right, we didn't really care what the next day looked like. Now I got to be a little bit more selective. I would never touch that stuff again.
Yeah, JB, I was gonna say I'm not a doctor, but I think I can tie two strings together here on your stomach issues. And
no. It is not what's going in. It's other stuff. I won't. We'll save the bathroom talk for another day, man.
That's fair. Hey, hot balls, because I only just turned it on for those of you guys watching this. Because we noted it in our game. Tennessee just shot their first free throws of the game with 16 minutes to go in the second half. Is that a little fishy? I mean, has this game been officiated weird from those of you who watched it?
I mean, I've been partially watching it, and I've seen Arizona go to the line for what looked like 2 flagrant fouls or technical fouls twice. And like one of them looked like it was like taunting or some shit, but I've got the volume down, so I have no idea what's going on.
No wonder Hot Balls loves this team and cannot wait to pick them in his Final Four.
Yeah,
Charlie Baker's coming in and telling all the refs, don't call shit.
Oh yeah, your buddy, your close personal friend. It's great. Field of 68 is going to have a source with the NCAA president. It's going to be Mr. Hot Balls. Field of 68 broadcasting games.
Hot balls is
getting
cooler
drunk.
than Deep Throat.
We're just making college basketball fun and cool again. Just everyone took it way too seriously for too long. Now we got fun broadcasters broadcasting games, not taking it too seriously. Ends with the NCAA president. It's great. It's what it should be. It's not supposed to be this fucking serious.
Can I ask you guys, who's the Big East team that you're most afraid of playing?
Marquette.
Is it the team I'm most afraid of, or like the game I'm most afraid of? Because they're actually kind of different.
Well, yeah, the game you're most like. What's on the schedule that you're most afraid of?
I think it's just because Hot Balls has talked me into the game at Xavier. I would have previously I thought Marquette, but I think that the drunken, the New Year's and all that, and UConn will almost certainly be undefeated then. Whereas the Marquette game's so far down the line, like who knows? It'll just be like maximum chaos. I do think I think that the Big East team whose ceiling is crazy high, like highest, is Marquette when they've got it all going. They can put you in an absolutely in a blender.
Yeah.
And just
they have a really good base in that arena. Yeah.
Hey guys, I've got the schedule in front of me. Can I chime in for a second?
Yeah.
No.
So I'm looking here. They got one stretch that worries me in particular, and it's coming up. So we've got Villanova next Wednesday on the 28th. After that, it's actually a little bit of a tough stretch. So after Nova, they go to Xavier, to Providence. They got the home game against Creighton, followed by a road game against Marquette, home against St. John's, and then at Seton Hall. Yeah. I mean, at home against Creighton and St. John's, like, yeah, we're going to feel good. But that game, I know we're just talking about Marquette, that it's down the line. But I think at Marquette following that Creighton game, I mean, that scares me a little bit just because, especially if Creighton isn't what we think they are, or what we thought they were, I guess, if they were, just mid and they suck. I mean, if we go in there, we're hyped up for that game. They just blow the brakes off of them. And I mean, it's only they play Creighton on the 7th and they play at Marquette on the 11th. So that's a pretty quick turnaround. So
4 days to go out to Milwaukee to go play against a team, and their schedule's pretty favorable heading in. On top of it, like they've got us in the scope.
Yeah,
and then coming in there,
and then right after that, they've got the home game against St. John's on the 15th, which I know we were talking about. You guys talk about teams we're most afraid of. I probably agree. It's Marquette. They're probably at this point, they're probably the second best team right now. But I mean, St. John's is all right too. So I mean that's going to be a tough game at home, and then 3 days later they go at Seton Hall, which obviously not a far commute, but again, I mean Seton Hall is that's going to be rowdy, and it's a team we should beat, but just trying to keep things in perspective. No matter how good we are, those are going to be some tough games following big matchups at home.
Yeah, I kind of wish that the Marquette game was a weekend game because it's a Wednesday night. That would be if you can get to that game, that's a game that'll probably be worth it. Milwaukee's a fun time and all that, but that's another thing, Hot Balls, in terms of Fox wanting to redo on the schedule. Maybe not have the UConn Xavier, friggin' UConn Marquette games as Wednesday games. Like, did UConn
both
Butler
Providence games are Wednesdays, by the way?
Yeah, did both Butler UConn games have to be weekend standalone games?
I was really wild. I was really surprised about the Providence one, just because of the proximity and the ability, for those fan bases to travel, and they're going to be pretty great atmospheres.
Well, I think what we've seen from the way both schools though have sold those tickets to those games is that they don't want that. Both schools have held those tickets like hostage in their own ticket packages.
Yeah.
They don't want any visiting fans, but let's not be stupid about it. Like,
no, it's going to be fucking chaos at both, and
it always will be, but especially this year. Like, just put the games on a week. Like, don't oppose. And here's the other thing: like, fucking UConn will probably have a Sunday game against St. John's opposed I'm hopeful Giants playoff game. Didn't seem necessary. Like just crowd wise, but it's not going to matter. Like in terms of games that won't sell out, that game might struggle just because the dopey Patriots fans or the 12 Jets fans who think they might have a home playoff game that day or whatever. But these are minor nitpicks. I just kind of wish they had switched you didn't need a genius to tell you that UConn Providence was going to be crazy. Like, why are those weeks? It had to be Wednesdays.
They're both
come
Wednesdays
on.
and they're both 8:30. So I mean,
Yeah,
like, I
that part.
guess if
Oh,
you
God.
look at it from the perspective that like, oh, like it gives fans from both schools enough time to show up and pack those places in. No, it's ridiculous.
8:30 in Providence. That's
8:30
gonna be a
in
killer
Yeah.
fucking drive, dude.
That's very
Oh,
much why I'm on the fence, Penfield. I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Just quit your job, Tim. God, said it 1,000
I'm
times.
trying to get it full time here. Hold on. I just want to point out real quick, this has nothing to do with anything we're talking about. But if anyone else is watching this Arizona game and they get like Arizona's at the line right now, and when they show the crowd behind the dude shooting, those glow stick things that they have just look like massive dildos that are these like flashing dildos that these fans are holding up.
I see it.
very
too. I
appropriate
agree.
for Kerry Lakeland.
Yeah. It seems like the sort of thing that is probably illegal, but Rick Barnes isn't the kind of dick who's going to like make a point about it. Like, there's no way that can be legal. Like flashing light things. That seems like a bit much.
Yeah, I could just never bet on a Rick Barnes team. They always fold up like a
Absolutely.
fucking accordion. I've been doing it for 25 years. That used to be my Arizona before Arizona, and I'll never bet on a Rick Barnes team ever again.
This dude who just came in, Hurley, to go back to something you were asking earlier.
Look at this fucking
I mentioned
guy.
this number 33 is the one who I think got called for like a taunting or something at the beginning of the game, and now he's just like he's immediately like in the face of Ballo in the lane, just like
I will
talking
tell you,
massive
dude,
amounts of shit.
Man, Ballo's
Yeah,
man.
he's one of those guys who kind of scares me matchup wise if we get to that point.
Euros Flavsik from Ivanchka, Serbia. Oh, this dude is
What a shot!
No, he's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy is legit. Man, HotBalls, this is a bad game for you to watch in so many ways. There are so many dudes in this game, and I want you to understand, absolutely none of them will be playing in Houston. Zero. No chance. But you're going to watch them, and you're going to think that they might. They will not. They will look amazing, and they will somehow not get there. Because like Northern Iowa will get there.
I think Arizona right now is like convincingly number one in offensive efficiency, and it's just like they're lighting it up a little
temptation.
bit.
They're the ultimate temptation.
Yeah.
This is going to be the chapter in the Bible, the temptation of HotBalls. Just like Jesus and Satan. I'm going to be out in the desert with Arizona, and they're going to be like, "We're number one in offensive efficiency on KenPom. You want to pick us for the Final Four? We'll be number one in the West, the easiest region. HotBalls."
I mean, the idea of matching up with and Ballo independently is terrifying. I'll say that. Like, I think they might be the best equipped to match us up physically of any team in the country, but they're going to lose to Wisconsin, Milwaukee in the second round, and it won't make any sense.
Christ.
And no one will understand it. And
Serbian guy just got fucking
in the
face.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He face planted so
And then
hard.
he just got up. Yeah, be a man.
You guys are like 3 seconds ahead of me. That was such great build up.
This is my third nose of the day. Stupid American.
I'm so excited for the story to come out that he and Nika Mule are a thing from like back home.
Oh yeah, probably like Croatia's most popular couple.
I just saw because I'm on stream.
They're getting married to bring Yugoslavia back together.
Oh my god!
Somehow the phrase "seizing the Caucasus" came up. Like I don't even know what led to it. Yeah, this dude just took an absolute I love the what was it fall that was like I didn't hit him. Like, dude, your old forearm hit him in the nose. It was it was ball.
Mr. Nika Mule running around the desert here.
Jesus Christ.
We got Brendan in the old chat channel. He's sitting in the
Brendan,
chamber all ready to go. Brendan.
Hey guys, I just want to say I love UConn Twitter. I'm going to the game in St. John's and MSG. Very excited. But
hell yeah,
excellent.
I just feel like you guys are talking about Marquette. I watched that Wisconsin game. I'm not worried about them. I know that's crazy to say, but I'm just this team is just too good, and I'm too excited. But bring on Marquette. I'm not scared. Is all I want to say.
I'm with you.
Bring on any. I was
Hell
really
yeah,
worried
Bill.
today, and I'm just like, after today, I'm like, no, this team just consistently. There's nothing to worry about. I don't know. I know that sounds crazy, but they're just
this is where HotBalls yells that we played like shit at some point, and like, which we didn't. But like, that's the wild thing about it. Like, they're this dominant without being this dominant for like entire games. It's not like they're just stepping on teams from the jump. They're kind of figuring it out, and then they just take it away from teams.
Wait, maybe it's because the coaching staff's actually good at what they're doing and they know how to adapt to game. Could it be that Dan Hurley is more than just a fucking loudmouth Muppet that everybody else wants him to be? Maybe he actually knows a thing about basketball that we maybe do not understand and know about basketball.
Yeah, they ran 2 great out of timeout sets late in shot clock. One of them, Andre basically vomited on his shoes. Like
Andre kind of low-key had a rough game tonight for Andre.
Yeah, the second half for Andre was really rough. But the other one I believe was what sprung either Joey or Hawkins 3. They were both phenomenal plays. And it was, HotBalls, they might know what they're doing. They just, I've got a theory that they might know what they're doing.
They might be okay at coaching basketball. I would like to sit down with Luke Murray, though, and match wits. And say, Luke, I bet you I know more about the thing that you know more than me about than you do. If I win this game, I get to hang out with your dad for an afternoon.
I knew that's where this was going. Yeah. I'm greedy now. I need celebrities at games. I need Bill Murray to get to some of these games.
Yeah, no, and I'm sick of Luke's fucking dodging bullshit. I'm gonna fucking corner that man, and I'm getting the picture. I want to recreate the Zombieland picture with him and Woody Harrelson.
I guess.
Like, that's what I want to do. I feel like that has to happen at like Ted's or something. Like, that just has to happen. That has to be a thing that happens.
Because Bill's the kind of guy who will open up a tab at Ted's for the entire place too.
Like, that needs to happen, and then we, it has to happen. So I'm gonna start cyberbullying Luke Murray on Twitter.
Yeah, because Dad, I believe the only game. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say Luke Murray went to Fairfield University. He interviewed for the job. They turned him down due to they said complications with, a scandal. Let's just be so happy that he didn't go. He's another year at UConn, and it's absolutely the best.
Yeah. By the way, so Chris Mack not retaining Luke Murray at Louisville. Yeah, look at the way those 2 careers have gone. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That good call, Chris. Really good. It's going well for Louisville too.
HotBalls, I can correct you, and this is a bold statement. I'm going to say it once. I'm not going to get into the details except in DM. I strongly believe I will be able to make that happen between you and Bill Murray.
Yeah?
Listen, there is a very, very close mutual friend between us. And I've never made a Bill ask of the friend, right? Because you just can't do that. It's just like
you got to save it for the right
my
moment.
dad was childhood, elementary school, really good friends with Bruce Springsteen, the guy who would become Bruce Springsteen's piano player. And we got tickets a few times, when they started touring again. I saw him at the Rent in 2002, maybe. And I saw him at the Hartford Civic Center, and I saw him in Albany. We got tickets 3 times, maybe in Boston.
Is this the great Roy Bittan that you're referring to?
Roy Bittan, the professor.
Yeah, the late professor. Yeah.
And no, he's still alive.
Oh, he's still. I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Fuck,
with E Street Band.
Did you just Peter Gillen this guy?
I just killed the wrong member of the E Street Band. I apologize.
Clarence Clemens is in fact dead.
I know. There's 9 guys. Give me a break. I mean,
Roy Bittan is not. But If he was, I mean, anyway, the point is, and even that was a close friend of my dad's, and that's my dad. And there's a concrete ask, which is like, you go on tour, can you hook it up? And even then, my dad did it through like a friend of a friend, like someone had stayed really close to them, and like my dad was at his wedding, but like it was like somebody else did the ask and was like, hey, I got some extras, like whatever. So you got to be very mindful of using those because you just don't want to be that guy. But in the case of HotBalls, whose story is, and there's been people who over the years been like, I wrote this like shitty ass screenplay. Will you send it to your friend who's friends with Bill Murray? And I'm like, no. But in this case, I feel like the ask is legitimate. It's you are a leader in the spaces community for UConn.
Yes, a thought leader.
You're a thought leader. You're an influencer. You have
yes, I'm an influencer.
A sense of humor.
Keep it coming.
And you're called Mr. Hotballs, and that in its own right, who knew it would lead to this?
Yeah.
I mean, I almost want
In
to
many
change
ways.
So I make the ask. I'm going to send the text if you remind me. There has to be, what I realize is we have to structure it strategically. Time and place, right? And I think it's got to be at the Big East tournament.
Yeah. I agree.
He has a place in, among many others, he has a place in Jersey, like on one of those like cliff towns, like overlooking the west side.
Yeah.
Which is very, I mean, it's like you go across and you're basically at Madison Garden. And I think that we'll strategize as to how to do this. And I'll probably fail to deliver, let's be fair. But
don't sell yourself short.
Because I think Luke would be in on this, because when I talked to Luke at Rentschler Field during the Husky Ticket Project thing, Luke Murray, closet HotBalls fan, came right up to me after I talked to Dan, and he's like, it's the man. He goes, guess who's here? And I was like, who, Luke? And he goes, Solo Ball. And I was like, well, I have to meet Solo Ball. I'm like,
wait, what's that a reference to? What's that a reference to?
So, well, plural, there's Solo Ball and there's Mr. HotBalls. I'm plural, he's singular. He's our new bigwig incoming recruit. And
disrespect to Prem right there, by the way.
Yeah. So Prem's another one nut guy.
Oh,
so
like
cool.
It's not Solo Ball, like it's a play on hot balls. It's his name is literally
Solo Ball is the real player coming. He is a top 40 recruit that we have coming in.
Got it. Okay.
His name is Solo Ball.
Helpful.
So anyways, he came right up to me and he goes, I came up to you because he goes, I need to apologize because we can't do the jersey swap today. He goes, because he's not officially signed.
Yeah.
Goes, but when he is signed, we are going to do the jersey swap. So the Solo Ball HotBalls thing is going to happen.
Are you going to give him the pullover?
Yeah. You know what?
Oh, no.
You know what? You know what?
Don't do that. Please don't give our new recruit diphtheria. Please don't do
that.
HotBalls. HotBalls. I had the worst week imaginable, and this just made my week. If you need to do this, give it to me, please.
I think this all makes sense right now, and there's a lot of things running through my head.
Here's the other thing. A guy in my wedding was pretty friendly, shared a freshman floor with Luke at Fairfield. So there's another backdoor, but here's the challenge. What's awkward? Luke Murray is actually, by all accounts of anyone I've talked to in the basketball industry, is actually a very good assistant coach. And it's really a bummer in some sense because there's always going to be a faction of the of any fan base or any whatever of the sport who's just like Luke Murray, Bill Murray's son. And so you don't want to undermine his legitimacy by basically being like, we just want to get to your dad. But there's a clear tie in here. It's not like, humor in basketball is the dad and the son, but it's also your thing. So there's a nice synchronicity here. And I think we can make the ask.
Yeah, I like to call it cross-mogenization.
Now, how I'm going to make the ask to the mutual is going to be a tricky one because I'm going to have to provide the context, and the person that is very, very close with Bill, that I'm very close with, lives an incredibly, when I say incredibly, and this is not hyperbole, an incredibly offline life, which is probably part of the reason Bill likes this person so much. And like literally flip phone status, okay?
Yeah.
And so for me, even texting it and being like, "Hi, I spend 9 hours a day on something called Twitter Spaces. It's not Twitter. It's not a podcast. It's sort of in between." And I met a guy whose name was MisterHotBalls, who happens to be a fan of another team, UConn, who like, and just on and on and on. Like, how I'm going to concisely sort of make the ask that's going to be the challenging part.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I can tempt him, I could always say, Bill, I've got free tickets for you in section 239 of the Excel Center.
I know we all love Luke and we all love Bill, but come on, can we turn the direction back to the players? How about Donovan Klingons off the bench all year long? I mean, let's talk about the players.
Okay.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. I asked Luke too if I could beat Mr. Murray. So, Mr. Hotballs, if I get that chance, I'll try to get you in there.
Oh no,
Yeah,
Bill, you're in the
appreciate that.
hospital.
Bill,
You can't be promising this.
We're going to make this happen. It's going to be you, me, and Bill Murray in section 239, overlooking the legions of minions in the Excel Center. In the Royal Box.
And me up behind you guys looking down in just awe of what's happening.
It's all about these players, though.
Sage, we'll get LCW. We'll get to it. Sage, that is once again far too kind.
I know. I love the coaching staff. I love programs progress, but these boys.
All right. It's a long show. You guys can talk about it.
Our players are bad for content. We're making our own content here.
They're landing right now.
LCW,
nice.
we're 2.5 hours in, buddy.
Wait, hold on. Bill, did you just say they're landing right now?
Yeah.
So we've just been talking nonsense since they got off the floor, and they're wait, hold on a second. We literally got on 10 minutes before. Like, they were literally probably not even in a locker room. They've taken an entire flight over a quarter of the United States, and we're still running our yaps about fucking bullshit.
Mostly, and Sage, we are hanging in here now in addition to our usual idiocy because John Fanta and Rob Douster are incredibly drunk in South Carolina, and we're going to join us after calling a game. So we're kind of hanging in for that as well.
Well, that's
Sage,
compelling.
For you to offer that, I feel like HotBalls doesn't deserve that, but that's very.
I'm owed that. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? This should be the least thing. I'm owed that. I'm the man.
Listen, I was getting concerned when there was going to be no spaces for about an hour when we heard that Elon news where
it was
canceled.
touch and go. I knew he was asleep because, contrary to popular belief, Mr. HotBalls does sleep. The news came out around like 9 a.m. and I'm like, well, there's no chance in hell, as today proved. Mr. HotBalls has been up at 9 a.m. at any point since 2004.
Ever. Bullshit.
So I DM people. I said I might have to drive to his house and like tell him this, like it's a death in the family. I was more concerned for you when you realized it.
Never a worry here. I was always confident it was coming back. They said they were going to take it down the night before. He kind of alluded to it on that stupid Spaces that got lost in the whole whatever it was. But I knew it was going to be.
Well, I'm just thinking there might need to be we might need to in the off season. We might need to formally join forces like every other week and do like something funny, like an odd look at college, like just weird shit that's happened in the history of college sports. Because
I'm totally down if I'm invited.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to like put it together, but like I'm starting to get to the point now where it's like I listen to talk radio or whatever, and it's like these people are trash. Like we could do this way better. And if it's still niche because of like the medium and also like what we talk about is like, I guess there are people but like, who the fuck turns on like 3 hours a day of Colin Cowherd? Like, who is that? What am I missing here?
Well, yeah, I think you get audience by largely by like knowing a topic really well, because people are going to seek that topic out. Like the broad-based stuff, like ours, like that market's there. They've got it. Like
I know.
nobody's
I'm just
looking
surprised
for.
because like I don't
Yeah,
find it interesting to be like, oh, tomorrow we're going to talk about like the Colts and like Vikings comeback. Like it's like anyone can talk about that. Like what do I care?
I agree with you, but it's a reminder there's 380 million people in the country. Like, you only
Yeah,
get a
that's
couple
fair.
million of them.
That's fair.
But yeah, no, we could definitely get a lot of good content out of that. I was worried for you a lot with the Spaces thing too, because it's one thing like UConn obviously will have a play. Like what you do for UMass is so unique, and like I would really hate it if you were stuck with just having to do the podcasting again, because that's the sort of fan base that really needs a thing like a Spaces without trying to like talk down. But like,
Yeah, I mean, our pod always did well, but it's just different. It's not like although I'm on the outs with everybody's mad at me now because I like don't say only. See, you guys are having a fun here because you guys literally don't have to criticize anyone, and like that's very fun because you just don't have anything bad to ever say, so nobody can get mad at you. But like, in our case, we're like starting the coach's son, and occasionally that's the only thing that's a problem. But it's like you have to talk about it. You can't not. You guys get to just have a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, we criticize guys on here a lot, though. But here's the thing. See, our coaching staff doesn't give a fucking shit what we have to say on this stupid thing. And most of the players, balls dropped 10 years ago. So they're like, oh, yeah, whatever. I kind of expect it. Like, don't get me wrong. There is a small subset. I wouldn't even say small. There's a decent subset on UConn Twitter of fans that are fucking awful. They're just insufferable, shitty.
That's
They
awful.
follow
For
people
sure.
around. But that's every fan base in the United States. I'd say, and I don't want to say it in this way and manner, but like the movers and shakers, the people that really kind of help steer opinion, or the people that talk to each other, and even on a micro level, like everybody's pretty cool. Everybody gets it. Like I'm never coming after the kids because they're not
right.
Like I'll pan UNC over their effort because they don't give a fuck. They don't play, but our guys, like they meet all the character requirements. They're good kids. Like any criticism I ever have of UConn basketball is always completely rooted in basketball performance.
100%.
Period. That's it. And if they can't take it at that level, God help them at the NBA level. So like it is what it is. And I think, it's weird, man. Like, you got to remember, and I'm lucky because, I get to be a little bit more acutely around it. But like these are 17 to 22-year-old kids that like they do more kids shit than you realize. Like they can't fucking do that. Yes, they may be able to dunk a basketball and will probably be millionaires in 2 years, but like they also can't fucking remember where they left their shoes, or like don't do their
To
dishes.
be fair, I
like,
can't really remember where I left mine. I'm 37, but
yeah, and it's a totally fair thing.
Yeah.
It's like I wear a wrestling mask and I'm in my 40s and fucking have a quasi stupid ass talk show about fucking college basketball players half my age. It's kind of pathetic, but
one of those guys
is.
was just in here. Bill's son popped in for a couple seconds. I saw him was gonna.
Yeah, Donovan always hits the runway and he's like in there, and then he's like, gotta go get my bags and not listen to these fucking idiots anymore.
No. I just texted him. I said, "What'd you do? You popped in, you popped out. What's going on?"
No, that's awesome, and also a testament to how ridiculous we are. They fucking flew back from Indianapolis.
Yeah, and then they popped in.
Well, you know what
happened?
Joey's
sitting right there.
jumped on
Like,
Twitter.
They see my 3 at fucking 4 minutes. That's what they're doing.
He jumped on Twitter. He saw Bill Clingan is in a space, and then he's like, "Oh fuck, what the hell's going on right now?"
Yeah,
and
he's like, "Isn't Dad in the hospital? What is he doing? I want the record."
What's my dad doing? What are you staying up at 2 o'clock in the morning listening to these fucking retards for?
No, I tell him, I go, I love these patients, dude, and he pops in a lot, and these guys have seen him in here before.
I've seen him once or twice. Might jump out because
we never see Samson Johnson though. I've never seen him in here ever before.
Never been in here.
On one of his 8,000 burger counts. Never heard of the name Samson Johnson or nothing about it. Never been a listener of Spaces before either. Or Isaiah Whaley, for that matter, who, by the way, still owes my ass.
That's right.
Whaley, I know you're
Big
sitting in
East
here.
Defensive Player of the Year, baby.
Fucking Big East Defensive Player of the Year. Why don't you come out and fucking face me, coward? I'm going to find you. You're coming on my space like you said you were. We're going to get wings together too, Whaley. Again, I can see you, Whaley.
I do kind of hope that, like, I obviously
Burner.
don't want them to lose and all that, but like they're so dominant right now. I'm optimistic that when it does happen, like I've always had this fear of what a space will be like when they get the loss and all the bad shit comes out. But like at this point, what the fuck, like what can you do?
No, you guys.
I'm officially at the point.
Come out until like the third loss.
Okay.
And you guys might not have 3 losses in the regular season. So
no, I think there's a very realistic chance that if we get to like 20-0, the fan base may want a loss.
Yes.
Like, and when it comes, it may be like a very relieving like, I don't think that people. I don't think the fan base is anywhere near the point. Like, yes, there's always going to be a section that just fucking freaks out about everything because that's what they are. They're shut.
Yeah, but that's so small.
Yeah, and they make a lot of noise, and then people tweet about them. And go, everybody's saying that. When it's
that's the worst.
And so, but what it's going to be is, I think, and I'm there. Like, if they kind of get through this silly little gauntlet, starting with Villanova, and they get to the back end of Marquette, I'm going to start worrying about them losing.
No one's scared of Nova. Neptune is garbage.
Yeah, he might be garbage, but Cam Whitmore's pretty fucking good, man. Like, I don't.
That kid is so good. He could go for 46 in a game this year. Like, he's super good.
He might be. I'm not kidding. I've watched him twice. I legit think he's got the opportunity to be like a top 5 player in college basketball this year.
100%.
Like, he's that good. Like, he's the kind of guy that like could do a Danny Manning, Kemba, Shabazz kind of thing in a tournament and just be like, well, get on my back. We're gonna go.
Yeah, no, 100%. Going to the Big East tournament like 16-14, and he could just be like, fuck it, I'm just in all 4 games here.
Yeah, and there's the realistic possibility, as much as we want it, like, if UConn's friggin' 28-2, like,
I mean, they've already got a 1 seed. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, and we all want it, but we're gonna be in this situation where like it really doesn't. It's the kids will want it, obviously, but like if they're in there in a Big East tournament and the way the league looks, there's 3 or 4 teams that desperately need to knock UConn off.
Yes,
it becomes suddenly an oddly hard ask for UConn at 30 games into being this dominant to tell them to just. You can't have subconsciously the same sort of like intensity. It's really hard.
Well, especially when you're getting into a game that like that's that Villanova game, that last game of the season, because it could be clinched up there. You could be looking at a 1-2 loss team where even if we lose there and then in the Big East tournament, you're still looking at a 1 seed, right? And so it's hard to keep that kind of intensity up. And then if you're Dan, like playing those kinds of rotations where somebody might be really valuable goes out and gets hurt. You know what I mean? So it's got like, excuse me, it's got all those ingredients to be a potential trap game, but whatever. I don't fucking care. We're gonna.
My prediction is somebody is asking, why is Richie Springs and Samson Johnson getting all these minutes, just not paying attention to the obvious logical reasons for it.
Could be.
Sage, I appreciate you as always, Sage, especially given, today didn't go great. I didn't see it. Second half seemed like
how was the crowd today, Sage?
Bad.
Was it bad? Really?
Not bad. I mean, bad. Like, it wasn't in the season ticket package. The Hall of Fame put on the event. It's like Bryant and Liberty played in the other game. It's like, I don't know. It's like, it was not great. I mean, I don't know. It was.
That's
but like
bad.
North Texas, by the way, you really do not want to see that team if you're a 5 seed and they're a 12. Like,
very solid, very good.
They do not relent. We were winning most of the game, and they won by 18 in the last 4. They have not given up. When they play bad, they lost to St. Mary's by 30. They lost 63-33. no matter what you do, like UConn would beat them like 65-30. They would not score over 65. There's 363 out of 363 in tempo. And like you just and they defend so hard that you're just like, I give up. At a certain point, you just completely submit.
It's the sort of thing that can win you games in March, though. So I am going to keep an eye on.
I mean,
them.
they fucking torched
what's been
Purdue.
interesting, I'm going to tell you right now, the interesting part about watching you guys is you're playing all these teams in small conferences that I think are like kind of quasi terrifying to face in the tournament.
That's Frank's whole thing. He's like obsessed, and I kind of like it.
Is he really? Is that like it's because UMass Lowell did not expect that. That Hakeem kid is legit. Absolutely could play for a Power 5 conference team, and he's like 5'1", and he's an absolute hornet, dude.
That's the portal, man. Like, it's just certain dudes get misused. He was at LaSalle under Ashley Howard, who could recruit good kids, and then they fuck up. They don't use them correctly, and somebody else is like, I'll take him. And now he's 21, and they're just like, oh, shit, I'm playing a bunch of freshmen from a 3 seed in, like, the ACC who are soft as shit, and we're going to terrify you on a Thursday at 12:15.
Everybody on UMass Lowell is like 5'5", and they all defend like their fucking life. Quite literally depends on it.
No, they're like
probably
5'5", but like 230 and jacked. It's like
they're a weird college basketball team, dude. Like they turn. I mean, they're muscling guys. I mean, and you guys have Power 5 conference guys.
They're bullies. They're bullies, man. Like, it's weird. College basketball is weird, but you guys are not going to have to worry about that. You're going to have to worry about being 29-1 going into Madison Square Garden, and you don't want. I don't know. Like, I don't think teams that are undefeated going into the tournament. You just don't want to be that.
I can't believe
it's never worked out.
I can't believe
it's
this
never
is
worked out for
discussion
anybody
we're
that's
having.
ever gone to the tournament undefeated. It's never worked
given
out.
the Big East challenges this year, you got to have that discussion. Like,
no, you're not wrong. I just can't.
I thought Xavier was going to be good. You guys told me they sucked. You were right.
Well, not that they suck. It's more we didn't like. It was such a blatant coach PR ploy because all of his the fact that Sean Miller. I don't care what happened this week. He just is the coach at Xavier. Like, the guy's a master of PR, clearly. But it was a Xavier team that was in its feelings all last year and doesn't play fucking defense.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't think they're bad. On their
they make stupid turnovers, which they still do, even as good as they are, which is scary because they're excellent offensively. Excellent. They are a top 10 team in the country offensively.
Yeah, I mean, they could have a game against you where they go for 90. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and you lose 90-86 at the Cintas Center, and that place is hard as shit to play into.
Yeah, we play there on New Year's Eve. Fucking tanked up crowd at noon.
Like that could be that might actually be better for you guys. Take that L going into the new year, and then just like murk the rest of the rest of conference play.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of people been saying it though, and I'm still there. Like I don't want this. I don't think talking about us being undefeated is insane.
It's not. It's not.
Really
I can tell
isn't,
you
and that's
it's not. Your league is bad. You're absolutely loaded. Creighton just can't get their shit together. If you get through Xavier on New Year's Eve, like, I don't know, man. I don't know where you lose.
You're right, but
like Georgetown is like honestly would be the worst team in the Atlantic 10. DePaul would be at the bottom of the Atlantic 10. That's 4 wins, like, without looking.
Yes. Tuesday night is going to actually hurt UConn's metrics, even if they win by like 50. Like, because they play Georgetown Tuesday, and that's
Butler's not very good. Like, they're
Butler's
okay.
decent. Yeah,
they're okay.
Butler might be a tournament team by the end of the year. I'm not even kidding.
No, you're okay, fair, but like, you shouldn't lose to them.
No,
we shouldn't lose to anyone right now.
Put it that way.
Sage, before you go on HotBalls, did you notice the way, as the game ended, the way that Thad was talking to Dan? Like, that's a guy who's as good as there's been the last 20 years in college basketball.
Dude, he went to go have the conversation with 15 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, he was like, I need to tell you about what you're doing now. And he has seen it.
You know what's crazy is like you guys. I was saying it on our Spaces tonight. I was like, because there's all this chatter about like, oh, like our UMass fans being unfair because we're having a good year, but we're still being critical. And I'm like, listen, the years that you're not critical come once or twice in a lifetime, basically. Like, I'm not saying there's like what you're experiencing, you just got to ride it out because there's going to be plenty of shit in July you can bitch about. And like, you get these like once every, because this isn't like your 2014 team or your like that made a great run. It's like this is like a dominant season. You get this twice, 3, maybe 4 times if you follow hoops for like 80 years. So just enjoy it.
I will. Sage, to that end, Rob Doster, is this team better than the 99 team?
This team is I not.
We know, Rob, that you're in the bar. Yes.
It's a little in and out, Rob, but keep trying.
A little in and out is the most understatement of the night.
Yeah, Rob's in a tunnel.
I know. All I gotta say is this. I'm here for the ride, man. I'm here for the ride, right? You don't really know what's gonna happen, and none of us. Maybe MisterHotBalls expected this all along. We're not live in the country.
I did.
I think
I'm brilliant.
Mr. Hotballs was saying fired Dan Hurley for 3 years, live in the country every single damn year. But my only
I heard it.
my only message is this, right? Like, this has a chance to be a special season. And whatever happens, man, I'm here for the ride. I'm here. But we could have a national title at the end. I think that everybody realizes that's certainly a real possibility, right?
Yeah.
Trying to get there. So special. And that's the end of my sermon. Double reverse 3 and 3-6. Just say hello. Say hello.
What's going on, guys? 12-0. The road to perfection continues.
Panther thinks UConn's going undefeated right now. Hold on. I found a Big East guy. Big East guy.
T.O. Where's T.O.?
T.O. Get over here. Hold on. Let me get the phone. UConn Spaces wants the Big East guy to say hello. It's UConn Spaces.
Huge Big East guy. What's up?
We love it, T.O.
This is
T.O.,
awesome.
the king of
I love
Greenville.
you guys, man. UConn win for you guys today.
Thank you,
T.O.'s
Terrence,
had
the king of Greenville. Show him a good time.
No joke, T.O.'s had more vodka tonight than he's had in the last month combined. Okay? My man is getting after it.
Yeah.
This is not a joke. This is not a joke. He had one shot, and he was like, "Hey, I gotta go. I'm too drunk." My man's a lightweight.
Yeah, hey, you put that man in Greenville. What do you think's gonna happen? You put him in his element.
Yeah, look. Greenville is a fun ass city, man. Greenville is a fun ass city. If Kamani or Luke or Tom or Danny or any of you guys listen to this, and you happen to get someone to reach out to you from this event, and they say, "Hey, look, we need a Big East team in our event next year. You guys should come down." I'm just gonna tell you, it is a fun fucking city. Am I allowed to curse, by the way? Is that okay?
Yeah, we're
Of course.
beyond standards at this point. Yeah.
Okay. Fuck you, hot
Great
balls. Is that good?
broadcast,
Can I
by
say
the way.
that? Can I
Yeah,
say that?
absolutely.
Can I drop that in there?
I'm the man, Doster. You're in my world now.
Hold on. I don't know if we've gone over this yet. I haven't heard this story yet. Did your wife really get your phone? Was that really
No,
her?
that was real life, dude. I'm not even kidding.
That was so funny.
Yeah, no. So the whole thing
Someone
behind that,
said,
the whole thing behind that was I was taking her. So she ended up like signing up for some fucking. So my wife's hobby's like upholstery, right? So she like thought it was like completely new thing. So they had like some open house this morning, and so she made me get up to drive her ass over to it, and she was in a car accident, so we're down a car. So I'm like the chauffeur. So I had to take her over there, and I was like, well, I'm on Twitter. She's like, well, I'll do some question and answer. And so she just beat an eye and let it fly.
one of my guys tweeted, "Do you think Rob Doster's handsome?" And her reply was, "What's a Rob Doster?"
Yeah.
And do you know how many times that has been sent to me in the last 10 hours? At least 15. At least 15.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Rob,
laughed. It was pretty funny.
congrats
I was
on
like,
the.
that's right on point. That's what I wanted you to do. My
That was.
wife's not exactly a stand-up comic. She's a very serious woman. That's
I'm
a very
a
serious
big
job.
fan. I'm a big fan of MisterHotBalls. I just want to
Yeah.
get that on the record.
There's a
Big
sentence
fan.
you thought you'd say today. There you go.
Big fan. Hey, listen,
Exactly
I
when you
gotta
woke up,
go.
you're like, this is my world of college basketball. What I'm going to say today is big fan of Mrs. Hotballs.
Man, put it on the record. Put it on the quote. Hold on.
On the record.
Great job today,
Ladies
Rob.
and
With the field of
gentlemen,
68.
Oh.
I bid you
Fanta.
all a good night,
Good
and I
evening,
look forward to
Fanta.
seeing you in stores
We
in
love you, John
Hartford,
Fanta.
because this year it doesn't matter where it is. The best atmosphere in college basketball will lie in the state of Connecticut.
That's right, John Fanta. Thank you. We love you.
And UConn.
I mean, do we keep going at this point?
That was wild. We got more people walking in here. We got
Yeah,
That was
jump
incredible.
on if you want
we
to
got
top
Elfman.
that. If you're with Bill Murray right now, I guess.
Only our spaces.
Yeah, I think they're having a good time. Call me crazy. Bandit, what's up?
Yo, what's going on? Good night for the UConn guys. How you guys doing?
Yeah,
always great.
It's pretty good. We haven't trailed in the second half this year. We're kind of freaking out about it.
It's a good night coming from an A10 coach to a elite coach now. I think you're
a VCU guy, right?
Yeah. What do you got with that?
No, I was just trying to inform the public. I do not want to in any situation.
No.
I do not want to go to war with the Rams. I want that on record.
You're fine. We dealt with the Hurley in the A10 until his following of Ollie to the path.
What the hell just I'm sorry. What the hell just happened at the end of this Arizona Tennessee game? Like Ballo is like throwing middle fingers up at the Tennessee players. They didn't even shake hands. Everyone's separated. And then the Arizona players just ran back onto the floor and were like hyping all the fans up. Like, anyone see what happened?
Oh, cool. They can carry that beef for when they absolutely don't have a rematch in the Final Four somehow.
Yeah, they're showing the replay right now.
I went upstairs, so I was not watching. But yeah, no, Bandit. Look, you saw this. You saw Dan Hurley before a lot of us did in 10 Wars.
The great A10 Wars of 2000 Anno Domini.
Oh God! You know what, man? That was him facing. There were a lot of wars in between the A10 and Dan Hurley in those days, but I think Archie was his nemesis at that time, and Dan Hurley always had I think Dan Hurley was I think his record against Archie was 14-5 or something like that. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that checks out right about now. I mean, is Rhode Island the worst team in the A-10 this year, Bandit?
What'd you say?
Is Rhode Island the worst team in the A-10 this year? Because it kind of looks that way, and that's where Archie's at now, and it's kind of wild how life works like that.
All right. So they had a game the other night where the offense came together, and they were starting to, they do that thing where Archie has like 3 guards come in and they just start shooting the, lights out of the ball. They look good and they won the game, but yeah, I don't know, man. I love Archie being back in the A-10, and I feel like that's his place. It's kind of like if Shaka wears out at Marquette, like Shaka comes back to the A-10. But whatever, man. Like I don't feel like Archie's going to make too much of an impact. He's going to be like a mid player A-10. Mike Rhodes probably gone after this year. We'll see.
We've said that so many times about Mike Rhodes. I mean, I still think like that dude's going to be the last, like, going to be here forever. I don't like.
Let me put it to you this way. We hit since the VCU thing happened. We've gone down the ladder of every assistant that ever existed at VCU. You brought in Will Wade, okay, after Chattanooga came in, left for LSU. You bring in Mike Rhodes, who comes in, was an assistant, went to D3 school, won 2 championships, comes back, runs the Havoc defense, but where's the offense? There's no offense in that VCU team at all. None. 0.
I desperately need Will Wade to get a coaching job somewhere.
Where does Will look? I want to ask you this: where does Will Wade go?
Well, no, I actually think it's kind of easy for him. Not easy. He goes in the NBA somehow. People forget this about Kelvin Sampson, man. Kelvin Sampson, for far less, admittedly, was fucking banished to the NBA for 10 years as an assistant. One of the best NBA coaches of the last 20 years.
Yeah,
was the guy who was basically banished from college basketball as well. What's his name? With the fucking Jazz, Quinn Snyder, who was like persona non grata. That's the move for Will. Is he's got to get an NBA assistant job somewhere till the heat dies down.
I don't even think it's that. I think he gets a job out of that. I think we're in a position now where, all right, so there's going to be a mass exodus of coaches out of D1 basketball because of NIL, because they don't know how to deal with it. They don't know how to deal with the players. Like, we're already dealing with it at VCU, where there are players that are jealous of other players making more money. So you're going to have this mass exodus of coaches that just get out of the game because they're like, I don't know how to deal with this. I'm not paid.
I've already brought it up. I think Cal's going to lose a big step, and Calipari, and people are talking about Rick Pitino moving up. Like, their advantage in the marketplace the last 25 years has been fucking cheating relentlessly and money laundering and paying players, right? And other teams didn't want to jump into the cesspool, not because they couldn't do it, but like they couldn't launder the money as well as those guys could do it, right? But now that it's all above board and everybody can do it legally, like, I mean, we're watching it with Kentucky right now. That team doesn't give a fuck. That they've got a bunch of guys making $3 million plus, not doing anything, and guys literally showing up to interviews and being like, "Yeah, no, we're not really listening to coach." Like, that's what it's going to be, right? And because there's going to be other teams that figure out how this works, right, to maximize like compensating players, but also like not getting them so fat and happy that they don't give a shit about anything that you're trying to do. So I think you're going to see a lot of that up and down college basketball. Look, Jay Wright has run a really nice, good young men's academy for the last 20 years. He can't function in what college basketball is now. heading forward. Like, guy got out at exactly the right time to get out.
No, if you are doing it the right way, and the right way, if you're doing it the right way, and you see a way out, you got to get out now, because the other way is, look, your team, and I told this to my guys that are VCU fans, that some might be listening now. I see some A10 guys that are in here now. Your team every year is going to change by 4 to 6 players every year. Like, you're just going to have to look at that. We played a Radford team the other night that had Murray State guy, Pittsburgh, a Villanova guard who killed us, and I can't remember the other guy, but like their starting 4 were from other teams, and this is Radford, Virginia Tech Light, right across the street.
They've got Niang, who's the FAU kid, and you're a college hoops nerd when you know that. I'll concede that point, but yeah.
We were just talking about UMass Lowell. Like, nobody there is above 5'8", but the Hakeem kid, like, that kid's legit. Like, legit could play at any Power 5 conference school in the country. Like, that good. And again, good player out of high school, not used well at an A10 school, ends up at a place like UMass Lowell, is playing every day now. Boom, figures it out. Or what you're going to see a lot of too are these guys that just weren't on the travel ball circuit, or they were doing whatever it was that they were doing in AAU. I mean, we talked Bill's in here, Donovan Klingen's dad. Like, we're talking about like staying local, staying at a local high school, doing this, doing that, not being an eyewash guy in layup lines. Like, these guys are going to be popping up more and more. And like, are you a dog or are you not a dog? And there's a lot of guys that just get used like shit that are going to end up at smaller programs, and those smaller programs are going to give cardiac arrest to really good programs later on when they see them in the postseason, which they inevitably will. So, yeah, man, I'm hearing everything you're saying.
By the way, just for accounting, Naheem Aline confirmed a dog. Just wanted to put that on the ledger. Bandit, because I always keep an eye on you guys, not just because of you, but because I have such respect for VCU. So allow me to nerd out, folks, for a minute. I mean, we're 2.5 hours in. I'm going to ask the VCU questions. So was it just Deloach not playing while they lost to Jacksonville? Because that shouldn't fucking happen.
No. So it was a combination of things. There is a very interesting curve to this team. There has to be a guard play that's going on, and we have figured out the 5 that are starting 5, and that is why they have been the way they have been. But if Ace Baldwin is out for VCU,
it's a problem.
They're toast. They are toast. Just toast. And that's like, I can't say anything more about this team. I love this team. I'll live and die by VCU basketball. But if Ace Baldwin is out of the game, he is the leader of that. It's similar to when like, you guys have seen like the Briante Webbers and like, the guys like that have come in through VCU. Like, if Ace Baldwin's out, it's a lost cause.
Yeah, 252 in offensive efficiencies.
That's bad. And another thing with Mike Rhodes is the offense is awful. I mean, I think so. Before this game, and into the Temple game, and before that, the team was shooting like 3 of 25 from 3. So our thing was we kept tweeting, stop shooting threes, just shoot the high percentage shots that we know go in. And in the game before this game, they shot 3 of 7 from 3, and they won the game by like 15 points. It was like, all right, well, yeah, we get it. Stop shooting threes.
Yeah. By the way, VCU might have the most horrifying Ken Pom page I've ever seen.
Yeah.
The defense is what you expect, and the offense
Oh, it's awful. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, probably not a tournament team. Love my guys to death, and if anybody's in here, they'll probably kill me. But probably not a tournament team. But look out for the next couple of years.
Look, the A10's the nicest thing I'll say is it's open this year. So why not the Rams? I know who I don't want to go to war with in Brooklyn. So it's where the hell is the A10 tournament this year?
It is in Brooklyn.
Okay.
It is in Brooklyn. I look at the St. Louis and the Dayton thing. Like if Dayton gets healthy, they're going to be tough. If Dayton Dayton's down two of their top players. So, and Dayton was ranked, I think, like 23rd or 24th in the country before that. And if Dayton gets healthy, watch out. Dayton's going to be tough. But yeah, I don't know, man.
They blew the doors off of Wyoming at the end tonight. I watched.
Wyoming, yeah.
HotBalls, thank you for abiding my A10 corner. I mean, nobody in the Big East can beat our team. I might as well start talking about the other leagues. Maybe one of these leagues has got someone.
If nothing's going, like Friday is a bye day for us. Apparently, there's no they gave us a bye day in Brooklyn for the tournament. So I guess we'll be going to MSG for your tournament.
Well, the bad news for you is that's always the most expensive ticket, and the worst
Lucky
news
bastards is all I'm going to say.
The worst news is our entire fan base is going to be completely fucking destitute this year because of what this team is doing. Like I hope you can come, but like you better.
If Friday's a bye day, at least I don't have to pay for Jay Wright's suit or whatever I'm paying for when I go to MSG. So
yeah, no, you're gonna need to separate a desire to keep one of your kidneys though, because like we got Penfield's in here, and the poor guy has been trying to buy. Now he's got MSG tickets, but we've been eyeballing the
jealous.
We've been eyeballing the Albany sub-regional and especially the East regionals at MSG, and that is just an unholy terror of just nobody ever paying a mortgage ever again.
Well, then I'm just going to go to some hip-hop club in Brooklyn and see you guys on Sunday.
Maybe you can hang out with Full 40 after Nova gets knocked out, Wednesday. I mean, who knows? Let's not rule anything out.
Can someone check with Full 40 to see if I can have his Big East tickets in that case?
I did reach
what
out.
You can do with Full 40 is ask him how the Archie Diacono kid will play up in the A10.
Hey, I still want to know the real story on how Jay-Z kicked Derek Kellogg out of his job at LIU.
I mean,
we just missed Sage, who's got all the nitty gritty on that.
I don't know any of it. I didn't hear that, so. I heard it's
wild.
A real deal. I heard that was a brutal ass firing.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. That's also, I mean, Hurley and Derek go way back. So the last thing UConn needed to do was to fucking play LIU this year. But if you're wondering why UConn had the brick on the pedal with 5 minutes to go, I have a theory. So because it was the most points we've scored in 10 years. It was LIU had 6 healthy players. We weren't pressing, but we weren't not pressing. It was kind of notable. I kind of thought about the JC thing, and I was like, oh yeah, he and Derek are close. Yeah, he's probably. By the way, it's a guy wouldn't surprise me I think we can all expect that the UConn coaching staff will have turnover next year because Kamani or Luke or both are going to get a shot somewhere, you would think. Derek's the guy to keep an eye on as a possible guy coming on the UConn staff at some point. So,
man, I tell you what, I think Derek, and I know how he runs his offense. I've seen it for years. I think he deserves a job somewhere else. I think, it might be a lower league than what we're thinking, but he's going to go.
He was at LIU.
There's no one to go.
You know who deserves a job? You know who deserves a job more than Rod Strickland, who doesn't give a fuck.
Oh yeah, that's a yeah. But I'm saying like I see Kellogg maybe ending up with like a CAA or something like that. Like that's probably where he's gonna. That's probably where he's gonna go.
That would fit. Hot balls. Have you got anything left? Are we tapped out? I mean, the best part was, Rob's in and out, bad signal, and then John Fanta comes on, and it could not be more sweet and clear. That beautiful man. 13 sheets to the wind.
Did Dowster come on here and like talk stoned as fuck?
Not stoned. Maybe, but yeah, Doster and Fanta and Oglesby are having a marvelous time in Greenville, South Carolina this evening. They were on about 10 minutes before you jumped on here, Bandit.
Yeah, those guys have put mayonnaise on their steaks and all that shit. Like,
it's fine. Don't do this. It's not about mayonnaise. It's about the binding agents you get when you cook it. It's 12:55 in the morning.
You need to go to bed.
It's the science, baby. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I get it. The binding agent, but whatever. Like, if it's not Duke's mayonnaise, which I'm paid to say that, like, hey, Duke's mayonnaise, watch the Duke's mayonnaise bowl. Someone in this chat, watch the Duke's mayonnaise bowl.
No, they didn't invite UConn. Fuck them. All my loyalty and fealty is to the fine people of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
All right, I'm gonna get off here because I know Hot Balls hates me, but
I don't hate you. Everybody has these opinions about me. They're like, "Oh, Hot Balls hates me," or "Hot Balls is gonna do this." Rob Doster comes in. He's like, "Oh, Hot Balls is gonna say."
Oh,
Rob, guess what?
Rob Dowster is Rob Dowster. I mean, his last name's Dowster, like Dowster Fire.
The thing is, I'm gonna run his UConn podcast over like a fucking Mack truck. I'm gonna show up there, give him the greatest ratings he's ever had. I'm gonna Hot Balls bless him, and I'm gonna dip. That's what I'm gonna do.
You're gonna burrito roll right out of there.
Hey, you guys are great. I'm gonna go eat my tacos and go to bed.
Have a good one, man.
All right, peace out.
Yeah, I might be near the sleep target as well, Hot Balls. I know it's a crazy idea that you're searching again, but
getting there. Bill's still in here. He's probably hooked up to like 900 machines right now.
I feel so bad about that thing. Like, I'm so
probably got the phone Velcro to his head right now.
No, I'm good, man.
They're pumping him full of drugs. He's all ready to go.
I can go for another hour or two.
A fucking cyborg over there.
What are we doing in the best way possible? What are we doing? This is amazing.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah, what's up, Bill?
All right, so the Big East tournament. I was asking a bunch of people where to stay, and everyone's telling me like the Hotel Pennsylvania is like right across the street.
Don't do it.
No.
It's Bill, so bad, Bill.
Here's the thing about the hotel.
Bill.
It's in all seriousness, Hot Balls. You should tell them about the DM him the place you stayed was better. The Hotel Penn, the convenience is outweighed by several other factors you probably should not interact with.
Or maybe you like. I don't know. Maybe you're sicko, Bill. I don't know, but
after the Syracuse win a couple of years ago at the Garden, like the Hurley win over Syracuse, I got snowed in there. It was like that huge snowstorm that we had, and they came in during the game. And I waited in line for 2 hours at the Hotel Pennsylvania to get checked in because we booked a room like as we were at the game. And I honestly would have rather walked home on the train tracks heading to New Haven in a blizzard than stay at the Hotel Pennsylvania again.
All right.
There's some places around there. I got a good one, Bill. It's a good place. There's small rooms, but I mean, if you're flying solo, it gives a shit, right? So, and it's like 4 blocks from the Garden. There's a one of those like hardcore barbershops right next door, so you can get your face rubbed.
You would bring this up. I knew you'd bring up the Turkish barber.
I'll give you the lay of the land so you know how to do this like a man. And so there's this barbershop, and they'll rub your fucking face, and like, even if you don't have hair, they'll do whatever they got to do to you. And so that's great. On the other side, there's a halal shop, which is incredible. Across the block, like if you go up the block, you take a little right, about 30-second walk, dollar pizza joint. If you go the other way on the block and you go right around the corner, package store. Like, so you basically have everything that you need. And if you're completely a fucking weirdo, Barcade is on the other side of the block. And Barcade is like all the old school 1990s games, and it's like a whole bar. And, you know, all this crazy food, and there's arcade games like NBA Jam, crazy shit in there. Jim from Southwick, who's a frequent listener, projectile vomited all over the wall in the bathroom. In full 40 came in and fell asleep standing up in there. But it's like perfect. It's like right there, and it's just separated apart enough from the rabble where you can get a nice night's sleep. Or if you just want to get really fucking hammered in your hotel room and jump on Spaces and trash talk other fan bases, optimal place to do that as well. So many places. I'll DM you the information.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have my daughter with me, so I don't know if I'm gonna be, you know, that crazy.
That's what they all say the first time.
Well, you know, she's got to go, so I'm, I got to behave.
Well, the Big East tournament is, you know, for rookies like yourself, you know, is a lot. So I'll teach you the ropes, Bill. Don't worry, kid. You're good with me. You're safe with me.
Okay.
Yeah, this sounds like it can only end well. Yeah,
I'm like the best guy to talk to about the Big East tournament. I've never gotten in trouble there ever.
Yeah, what's the dumbest violation HotBalls could get involved with a player? Apparently, let's find it. No, God, yeah, but yeah, we will walk you through it, Bill. We've done this. I mean, and it's the last time HotBalls will do it. This it. There's no way he's surviving.
Yeah, I mean, consider it like a tutorial, Bill, but also like a legacy, like me passing this on, because I may die this year. It's gonna be a lot for me to get through potentially 2 Madison Square Gardens within a 3-week span. That is a lot for me.
Yeah.
And then I may end up in Houston, Bill. It'll be very bad.
That's gonna be awesome.
I mean, for you guys, not for me.
Why not?
Bill,
come on
now. I'm not.
The man's body is not built for the Southwest.
Well, see, it's not that. It's definitely going to be like one of those Superman, how much kryptonite can he take kind of things, you know? Like Superman versus Doomsday. How many big sweeping lefts and rights can I take for the job before I drop?
Well, you guys realize you're talking to the guy in a hospital, right?
Yeah.
You're fine, though. They're telling you just ignore them. You're good.
You need 500 milligrams of UConn hoops. That sounds like a prescription they can fulfill.
So yeah, I'm gonna need some guidance from you guys on stuff, you know.
Yeah, bro, I will help you. I'm committed to helping you. Helping you through your first Big East tournament, because once you get one in the bloodstream, it's really hard to get. It's hard to quit. That's what I'm saying. It's an addicting thing, the Big East tournament.
So, I can't wait.
I can't wait either. It's going to be a
I'd love to experience it if I could get tickets.
Timmy, stop being a bitch.
I'm lucky though. I get some through Donovan.
Right.
So
you deserve it, Tim. Stop being a bitch. It's the easiest thing to go and do. You go to the Great Hotel Pennsylvania, a place you always love it and never said an ill will about in the last 10 minutes. And you just hang out in the lobby, and that's where all the fans of all the other schools hang out.
It's true.
And the minute Villanova loses to DePaul on Wednesday, you just go get their tickets off of them.
Oh yeah, no, I'm ready for that. I was all excited for that UConn email to show up, and then they're like, "Oh, you don't send us enough money."
Yeah, that didn't surprise me when that happened whatsoever.
No, it didn't surprise me. It was just disappointing. Mainly because Dave had said yes, like there will be season ticket packages, and he didn't add in the but.
But
yeah, there was not for your season tickets. There will be season ticket
ticket holders should expect packages, but yeah, good luck with that. So no, I'm gonna be there one way or another. How many guests I have to cut off my wedding list to afford it is going to be a different matter. But
it'll be all right. That or Bill should do like a sweepstakes to pay his way there and be like, you can sit next to me. That's what you do. You gimmick it.
Yeah.
Lots of different ways to do it. My goal this year is to hang out more than 5 minutes in Mark D'Amelio's VIP area.
Yeah,
we made about 2 minutes last year, and before the bodyguard figured out that we should not have been there. Do you think Mark kicks us out this year? He didn't kick us out last year. I don't think he would have.
He didn't really kick us out. It was more his rope guy.
Yeah, rope guy had no idea what was going on. Rope guy.
How would he even have explained it? Like, what would have been the argument? Well, you have to understand, this is MisterHotBalls.
What, Mark has something special or what?
Yeah, so he basically rented out the top floor of a bar near the Garden, and
like the Mad Hatter or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder.
So, yeah,
wonder if he let me in.
Yeah, TikTok
pays well. You'll probably get invited. Gaffney's dad was there. We drank with Gaffney's dad pretty much the majority of the night, and well, at least while we were there. But you'll be there, and I can't promise that we're going to leave you alone, Bill. But it's every man for himself. Once you dive into the jungle, it's up to you to survive. That's all I'm going to say.
And a man who knows all about surviving jungles, Cody, your team was a goddamn disgrace in the second half today at Newark.
Hurley, that was probably the worst start to the second half I've ever fucking seen. And I know exactly why, because some douchebag fucking came into the front row, snuck his way in there, and he was bad luck. I don't want... Bryce Hopkins, by the way, will always be a Kentucky reject, will always never be good enough for Coach Cal.
Yeah, you and Bryce Hopkins do not get along.
Oh, no, we do not. Oh, no, we do not. We were talking
you and Bryce Hopkins
for
had a lot of things to say to each other. I think in a fight, he might take you, though, Cody. He's a little bit bigger than you.
A little bit, but, I wasn't given the height, okay, that he has, but, we were giving him shit all... Ow! Can you not? Okay, I'm in the middle of spaces, all right?
Did you get your nuts caught again?
No, my nuts are still in MSG. I mean, they'll forever be up there. No, my friend almost got kicked out because he almost wanted to fight Bryce Hopkins. I mean, it was a great game. It was a great atmosphere. I mean, okay, down the stretch, we couldn't make shit, and Alamir Dawes needs to fucking rethink his whole ego because, he thinks he's hot every 2 seconds, and, I'm just going to jack off a stupid 3. And then, lo and behold, at the end of the game, he actually had a wide open look and couldn't fucking make it. I mean, Ed Cooley was nice. He was actually buying into some of our chants. He would actually kind of, finish. What the fuck?
He is an annoyingly nice dude.
Yeah, he's
I
really
kind of
good.
like Ed Cooley. I know that's going to kill my street cred, but, I kind of dig Ed Cooley. And I like Ed because Ed leans into it.
He leans into all of it. He's so much better than all their fans who, they hate it. He's like, yeah, we're lucky. And they're like, no, say we're good. And he's like,
say we're good, please, Ed. No, we're lucky. Look at my
he's a great guy.
Hat. That's what you got to do, man. You just got to take what they give you.
Yeah, genuinely great, a good human being by all accounts, too.
See,
there were two ends of the spectrum. Just thinking back to when I was in the student section, back when I was Cody's age, because it was Ed Cooley who you wanted to hug after talking shit to him during the game, and then there was Buzz Williams who basically had to be restrained from the student section just because we said that he sweat too much.
Yeah, Buzz's own career path explains a lot of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Cody, you were the star of the show today.
I had to do the Tyrese Samuel Bank 3, which they didn't even put me on the right side of the elbow. So I was correcting him on that, but they didn't want me to be near Providence's bench. Probably for the better. if we're being honest here. But at the last media timeout, it was like a 1-point game, whatever, tied, and all the Providence fans were getting hype, and I went over to the end, and I went in front of the bench, and I said, I screamed at every one of them, and I called them every name under the fucking sun. Yeah, that came to backfire the next 2 minutes. But, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say, cause and effect, Cody. Cause and
Yeah.
effect. You're a scientist. Come on now.
I will say, my one friend, the security's like, you got to stay behind this line, behind the media line. He's like, okay. And literally, in Bryce Hopkins' last free throws, he bent over and started smacking his ass, but his ass was not across the line. The security came over. He's like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, I'm not across the line, sir. It's fair game. I'm like, he's got a point. It's fair game. But I totally forgot that James Breeding was on the call. And when I figured that out like 2 minutes into the game, I basically knew it was over. I didn't care about our halftime lead. Fucking fuck that guy.
I can't summarize the whole Newark vibe more than if you stand behind this line, you can say whatever you want, inappropriate things.
Oh, yeah, you
Just
couldn't curse at them until
behind this line.
One of the Seton Hall media guys who puts their highlights on YouTube and stuff and on Twitter and shit, he literally came over to us. He's a student intern. He's in my Seton Hall group chat. No one likes him. And he's like, guys, we were hearing cursing and for the highlights, I don't want you to have cursing. And just, can you stop? And the one guy's like, okay. I'm like, fuck no. Are you fucking kidding me? I will say whatever the fuck I want. Me and Bryce, by the way, Bryce Hopkins is part of this, okay? So you're going to tell him to stop saying it.
As a former video editor, that's just someone who doesn't want to work.
I was figure out how to bleep
drop
it
the
out.
video on the timeline and call it a day.
Yeah, if you don't want cursing, a Seton Hall basketball game's probably not the place for you.
Maybe Mississippi Valley State. I don't know. Maybe
Well,
go to Yale.
Cody, you were very prominently featured in all of the promotions, and respect the effort and the hustle. Sorry you couldn't get the win today.
I will say though, it was a great atmosphere, and I'm just glad it felt like the true Big East again. It felt amazing.
10,000. I saw 10,167. They reported, I believe it was.
Yeah, we would have had the thing is, what killed us was the students, because a lot of them already went for home after finals. So this is the first weekend after finals, so they're gone. But we still got some in there, but it was disappointing. And I will say the guy next before had we were all drinking since 8 a.m. and he had 3 different mixed drinks while there, and he spilled the first one 2 minutes into the game.
By the way, blame me, Cody. You tried to FaceTime me and I couldn't pick up, and I did feel bad about it at halftime. You did report there was some. Did you yell at the Cuse guy or what?
I'm really walking around the freaking concourse, and all I see is a Carmelo Anthony Syracuse jersey. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Go back up north to your shitty hole. He must have came with Timmy Ice. Tim came from Utica today, from 6 a.m. he left. So shout out to him. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck that guy was doing.
Yeah, you told me that, and I was disgusted on your behalf. But
hey, Kadari was going off. I mean,
he did. No,
you know what?
They still lost.
They told me he's going to go for 40 next game. The thing is, Xavier's going to win 85-40 against us. That's the problem. We got Xavier and Marquette. It's about to be a runaway.
That's
show.
That's a pretty bad back-to-back you got.
Wish we could go to Creighton instead. Can we just change flights real quick?
Oh God, if Shaheen wins at Creighton before we do, God. Oh.
That might happen.
You play there before we do, I think.
We usually play there later, but I mean,
let's see. They've got
no. I think we get Creighton later.
No, you're at Creighton January 3rd, buddy.
Oh, we go. Oh no, we're home late. Okay, January 3rd. Oh shit. Yeah, we're winning that. We're totally winning that.
Yeah, thanks for on the road. That screams good Big East start. But no, maybe it's a little late surge for the Pirates. Not the game at UConn, of course, but the rest of their closing stretches. Well, actually, it's pretty brutal. I'm trying to be nice. I don't know.
Honestly, at this point, I'm just hoping Kadari can do that every game. He won't, but I'm just hoping. And I hope that I can get into arguments with Bryce Hopkins as people.
How has Kadari only taken 13 threes this year?
I mean, because he hasn't really been shooting it well And when he made his one today, I was really in the corner for the promotion, so I couldn't really see that well. By the way, the ball underinflated again. Just saying.
For the promotion, disgrace.
Yeah, because he's like, do a dribble first, because that's what he does. I did a dribble. Ball didn't even come up off the ground. And then all the nerves shot into me because I look like a fucking idiot in front of 10,000 people. Like, it's not my fault that they can't put air in these balls.
Well, don't worry. There's somebody in here who's going to look like an idiot in front of 16,000 people in a couple of weeks. So, and it has nothing to do with air in the balls. So,
No, I might have to go up there just to see that. Empty the bank account, which is basically empty. But
yeah, I'm wondering. Villanova actually might be a tough ticket at this point, more because of UConn than I think they're going to sell that game out. They said. Which HotBalls, there's nothing the XL Center is more prepared for than 15,000 people.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I haven't been there in a little while. I'm worried.
Yeah, this is what the UConn fans are worried about. What can they complain about? The concourse, promotions, whether we can afford all of the regional tickets. We're having real problems here. This is suffering.
By the way, HurleyMania, do you know how excited you need to be right now?
Very. I don't want. How excited?
Because I just booked my hotel room. I have 2 double beds at the hotel I was talking about. I got all 3 nights.
Oh God. Oh, what a space.
Thursday all the way to Sunday, and I am spending $303.
That's fantastic. Bill, you got to book this now.
What are you doing?
What
I need your help, man.
Yeah, what is HotBalls doing with that room? Can we get that room for the guy who's the parent of the second best player on the team? Can we do that, maybe?
Bill, we should be roommates, man. You and me.
God.
Just roomies, man.
Awful idea.
Just roomies.
Yeah.
I'll get some schlitz. It'll be like the old days. You and me.
Yeah. I want to be in the room with a guy in a hockey or a wrestling mask.
Bill is smashing the
totally
big
normal.
red button next to his bed right now.
Drunk.
Bill, everybody's cool with it. They know everything that's going on. Everybody's not going to think anything's weird when two very large men enter a room together and one guy's got a wrestling mask on. Everybody's be cool with that.
Oh my gosh.
This is the sort of stuff you get to hold over Donovan when he's in the NBA about what you endured.
Yeah, do you know what I did for you, son? That's it.
Oh my goodness.
He's like, Dad, shut up. I'm playing the Sixers tonight, man. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Dad, I'm playing 76ers. I don't have time for your stupid fucking sob stories about
Have you seen Joel Embiid? What you think I have time for this shit?
Right. Oh.
$303. Good Lord.
Yep, the king of the Big East tournament. That's me, man. I know how to do this shit so well. God damn, HotBalls are good at this.
I may as well just book my room and then figure out a ticket.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Shut up! I hate you so much. Don't give me that tone.
Timmy, I'm gonna send you the link for the search. I
appreciate you. I've always liked you more than Hurley.
That's. I don't know why that wasn't
Nobody
true.
likes Hurley, anyways.
Right. Obviously. No, it's.
I just needed it to be said.
Yeah, Bill, I think this leads to somehow a wedding gift for Tim that's just Donovan doing a congratulations YouTube or something. And in a dark moment, Tim admits it's actually the one thing he wanted.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Bill, make sure when you're doing that Google search too, you scroll out because it's like $98 a room down there. And
that's gotta be a great place.
Yeah, it's not like the Taj Mahal, but it's a brand name hotel, so it can only be so shitty, and it's got everything there that you need.
And Bill, I saw what it looked like last year. It was perfectly. It was fine. There were not rats or guns or rats with guns. So
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing you got to worry about is you're inside of a building in proximity to me, which should be like any other UConn game. That's just the way that you gotta psychologically prepare yourself, Bill.
Oh shit! We were sitting courtside, 2 seats down from each other. You mean?
Yeah, I know. And you just got to put yourself in that mental space, and everything from there will just work itself out.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. We're gonna have family there, so I'm gonna have to.
I'm nice. I'm a family man. I'm great
Oh,
with
God.
kids and family and all of these people that are normal.
Hey,
I don't know.
everybody!
Not by
This is
then. You might
Mr.
not.
Hotballs.
I know hot balls. If this gets to like 26-0, that might be it. You might not have the kids or family at that point.
There's chance. Outside chance. But I think my wife.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening.
I think my wife mostly likes me. I mean, I would. I mean, she did marry me, so you gotta give her some credit there. Hang on, I'm trying
We
to
all
message
make mistakes. I mean, you know.
Everybody does. I'll tell her you said that, Bill. She'll probably laugh. Timmy.
You're sending it along. What a gentleman. You're
I
so
am.
giving. You don't get
Tim's gonna see this hotel. He's gonna poop his pants. I know exactly what he's gonna do when he sees
boy.
the secret hot balls ticket. You got to keep scrolling the deals down there, and you get to the $98 a month, $98 a night rate. It's great. Oh, we got to crack another one.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, there's a few of them here. You say go down to the $98 one?
Yeah, you got to go Thursday the 9th to Sunday the 12th, and you go down, and they should be down in that thing.
If you want to save money, there's always an extra spot in my dorm room, which is an amazing spot to sleep.
Go.
You take the train in.
100%. Bill Klingen's staying in Cody Thompson's dorm room. That'd be amazing. Amazing Big East. That'd be amazing content.
Cody, I genuinely might have you hook me up with Seton Hall tickets for the tournament, and then just roll with it.
Dude, I don't have tickets for the tournament. Are you kidding me? I'm not even a Seton Hall student anymore. I'm just trying to swindle them.
There is
the package is probably
the
only
funniest
for
thing,
Wednesday.
Tim,
In
is I had them saying over the loudspeaker that because I had to give my name and my grade, and I'm like, I don't go there anymore. So I just said I was a junior. So everyone just thinks I still go to school there.
I'll say
I'm not seeing it at Hot Balls.
Yeah, let me go to the direct site here. I've got this Serbian site that I found that gets me killer sites.
I remember that. It was Bill. He's not kidding. It was definitely an Eastern European booking.
I've never seen this website in my life, but I appreciate the link.
$98 a night, baby. Can't beat it in Manhattan.
Well, that's just a basic flat rate at the Hotel Pennsylvania.
I'm going to put my first name in as Hot Balls, last name Klingen.
Hot Balls party of 3. That's what we're leading towards. The actual front desk Hot Balls party of 3 request. Cody knows this. There is no fan base more prepared to make an absolute mint ripping off UConn fans with their tickets than the Seton Hall fans, though. They might root against the team Wednesday just for the sake of their bank account.
Oh, yeah, no. The Seton Hall fans took a beating last year on the second night tickets. It was not good.
Yeah, that didn't go well for them at all. Because, UConn was knocked out. My phone's at 3% hot balls, so I'm going to jump out. But this team's, I think the main takeaway after 4 hours is this team's a fucking wagon. Bill, get better, be well. I'll be back Tuesday night, guys.
You out of here, Hurley? Quitter. All right. Well, that's probably my signal. Oh, well, JB came in. I'm going to let JB get his licks in. And
I was already in here. If you're trying to end it, it's all good. I had life get in the way, and I came back. So if you're trying to end it, all good, brother.
No, go for it. Whatever you got. I don't have anywhere to be tomorrow.
Shit. Me either, man.
Congratulations.
I mean, yet another. I guess back to basketball a little bit. Yet another game where I watch it, don't feel like we played well. I guess for a full 40 minutes.
Yeah,
and we still kick somebody's ass, so that's always good. I'm trying to keep the expectations in check, I guess, but I don't know. Every game, it just gets harder to do, right? It's like it's been a while since we've just had a team that's a wagon, and we've seen some other programs been able to pump some teams like that out here, there, whether it's every year, every couple of years. You see Gonzaga the last handful of years, a handful of other teams where it's just like, yeah, they're in the top 10 for the whole season, top 5 whole season, whatever, and then it's just year after year they're up there. I don't know. Hopefully we're on that track. It kind of seems like we might be, because it's like, you look at the team they have now. It's like, yeah, roster fits Hurley a lot better than what they've had, but it's like, in terms of like recruiting, caliber and everything, if we're counting the stars, right? Not that that's always a good idea, but you're counting the stars. We're all right now, but it's like you see what they got coming in over the next couple of years. I know you were talking up Solo Ball a little bit earlier, and some other guys. If you believe in the whole star thing, they got some really talented kids coming in, and that's not to knock the kids they got now. I mean, shit, man. I mean, look at Donnie, and look at Sanogo, and I mean, look at all of them, man. Everybody's
Donnie,
getting
Sonogo,
minutes.
Donnie, Sonogo, Newton, Hawkins, they all stink. So I'm excited. They stink,
I love
and
the.
I'm very excited to see what the real future looks like.
Nah, but it's like a lot of people be here for another year, 2, 3. So it's like when you're plugging in some of these other kids, like everybody's great, but it's just like, it's like you see the recruiting. It's like you see kids like Donovan coming here and being successful, and hats off to Hurley for being able to incorporate some of these Ollie guys. But it's like you see what Hurley's building, and you believe in those words. It's like, holy crap, man! Like they're gonna, it's like, how spoiled are we that right now, like, we get to watch Adama get essentially spelled by Donovan most of the time, and it's like, man, when Donovan comes in, it's just like, no drop off at all. It's just like, all right, cool. It's like no matter who's on the floor, it's just great. So it's like, as they keep bringing in these kids, and Hurley keeps doing his thing, and I mean, it's just awesome. It's awesome that we're getting the Connecticut kids, and that we're, getting, the kids that should be coming here. Kids that buy in, kids with talent. It's not always about the stars, but it's just they're getting the right kids. It's exciting.
You know what's funny? What's funny is Alex was ranked over 100, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And ESPN had one point had Donovan at like 62, and 24/7 has him at like 68. Those two alone are proving how shitty these recruiting services are.
It's so dumb, dude. Like, and obviously, not to cut you off, Bill. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. No,
Oh,
I was done. Yep.
I was going to say, you've probably got your own perspective on it as like a parent of an athlete, but it's like, as a fan, I've always looked at it as like, it doesn't matter. Like, one of my favorite UConn players over the last, in the last probably 10 years or so is Christian Vital. And that guy was like stars. Are you kidding me? Like, he came in and he wasn't supposed to play at all. Nobody knew who the heck that kid was. And by his senior year, I mean, he was the leader of the team. And I mean, look at him on, some of the UConn leaderboards. It's kind of cool when you think about it. So it's like, it's all bullshit. It's like, it's like, yeah, you want the stars, but at the same.
It isn't. The problem with the recruiting service stuff a lot of the times is, what gets the clicks is your top 10 to 15 guys, your Team USA, McDonald's All-American kind of guys, right? And they get, look, let's be honest, and I don't mean this in any kind of disparaging way, but like, those guys reveal themselves very early in the process, right? Like, you could see him freshman year, and you're like, yeah, that kid is a fucking freak show. Like, it doesn't. I deal with the same shit in baseball all the time, right? So because I work for a recruiting service, and like a lot of it, the guys that you see, like you do not need to know anything about baseball to like know who the top 10 kids in the class are. Like, watch them hit a baseball, and it's fucking completely different. Watch them throw a baseball, it's completely different. It's not any different in basketball, right? So what happens is those 10 to 15 guys, they take up the vast majority of the
That is
band,
true.
right? In terms of
Yep.
what we're going to write about. And look, like, here's the thing. The other thing that you get with a lot of recruiting services is the guys that work for those are either ex-college coaches that were like, I just don't want to get paid peanuts and fucking, I want to like live a normal life and get paid a salary, or they're looking to get back in it, but like they're not going to get back into it for anything, right? Like they want to like, I want a D3 head coaching job, right? Or like I want to still make a living in it and be relevant in it, but like the sort of social pressure in that world is to like see the thing about the guy that everybody knows that nobody else knows, right? So like, well, let's take Cam Whitmore, for example, right? Like, you can watch Cam Whitmore for 15 fucking seconds and you're like, yeah, that's a freak, right? Like,
Yep.
then take any ability and then take any insight and you're like, yep, no, he's fucking ridiculous, right? But then there's like 60 fucking dudes that coached at a JUCO or a D3 or a D2 that either flamed out, got fired, or don't want to work for $5,000 a year, and are looking at him and like, well, if you notice when he goes to his left and he dips slightly to his right, I'm gonna have a whole fucking article about that. And it's gonna be on Google, and like that content just like suffocates everything else out, right? So like then what happens is the guys that are like 30 to 200 that like. My favorite thing to do with recruiting service guys is be like, all right, well, like, what's the difference to you between a guy ranked like 70 to 100 and a guy ranked like 60 to 40? Like, how do you quantify that? Like, you don't fucking quantify that. Like, they're all facing different levels of competition. They're all different programs. They're all different fucking various AAUs. And then there's the public relations game that comes into play, right? Where are you playing for the right shoe company's fucking team? Are you playing in the fucking double-headed dildo fucking superstars challenge? Like, where these guys are at, because they're not there to see those guys. They're there to see the guy. They're there to see Cam Whitmore, right? And write about Cam Whitmore, but they might see that guy and be like, well, I got to get my fucking content fucking shit up for the week. So I guess I'll write 2 paragraphs of this bozo that I saw for 5 seconds. And like, I don't want to totally devalue these guys, because I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I think by and large, like when we're looking generally at like the top, 30 to 200, those guys all should be in there, right? Like, they get it right. Like, those are guys that we should be talking about. But like, they're not. It's really hard to fucking scout them, right? And then when you go and you watch a guy like Alex Caravan and Donovan, ironically, are kind of two really great examples, because like Alex is an IMG dude. My company's affiliated with IMG. Like, Evan Green came out of fucking IMG and he hits balls fucking 200 miles an hour off the bat. Like, it's so different from everybody else. And like CC Sabathia's kids there, and like everybody on their team is like a fucking top 4-round pick. Like, they're all freaks. So like the 10th guy on the team might be the best player in college baseball. He's just not going to get fucking drafted where he wants to. And he's going to end up at Texas A&M, and he's going to hit cleanup by the time he's a sophomore, be a complete fucking freaky deaky ape shit animal. And by the time he gets drafted as a junior, he's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's the same kind of thing. Like in an IMG, like, you go watch Alex Caravan. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I love Alex. I think he's a phenomenal basketball player. There's no way you could watch Alex Caravan on like a highlight reel and be like, oh yeah, no, that dude's that's one of the top 30 fucking freshmen in the country. There's no way you could do that. There's no way you could say that. Like, he doesn't do, like, he's not like super explosive. Like, he doesn't, do any kind of like tricky dicky passes. Like, he's not throwing down some fucking hideous gorilla dunk on some guy. Like, he doesn't look like he should be cast on above the rim. Like, I could go down the list, right? And that's not a knock on him. That's just like, there's a lot of guys out there that they don't like profile is that eyewash guy where like when you pull up the YouTube video, like, what the fuck is that? And very few guys do, right? But like he's one of those guys that when you watch him in, you know, for say, I don't know, 10 times in a 4-month time span, every time you watch him, you're like, son of a bitch. Like, that guy has incredible, like, how do you put a mixtape together or a recruiting video together and like capture something like somebody's court vision? It's really hard to do, right? Like, it's really easy to go out there and like edit up, like, here are my best fucking passes. Like, I deal with those baseball guys all the time. Like, if I had a dime for every time I watched like some pitcher, like, put a recruiting video together of him getting a swinging strike 3 on all of his pitches, I'd be a millionaire, right? But then you look in the background and there's fucking traffic all over the base paths, right? And with an edit button, you can look like $1 million. And coaches know this shit, right? So like, they'll see that. Like, it's really hard to quantify that. So like, unless you're getting out there doing the dirty work, talking to coaches, seeing these guys on like a day-to-day basis, it's really hard to do that. Like James Bouknight, look, I know Book's really struggling in the NBA right now, like, but he was like 72 out of high school, and he was a lottery pick. So like, there's that. Then the other thing is this, like, I think there's something to be said for getting on the ESPNification of college sports, right? Where like they talk about things in basketball like one and dones, right? Okay. So who can realistically really get a lot of one and dones? Kentucky, probably Kansas, probably Duke, probably UNC, and then like your program du jour, right? Like whoever is kind of hot in the last 5 to 10 years, right? That's 5 programs out of fucking 350 that can get multitudes of those guys. Like, that's an infinitesimal amount. Most freshmen in college basketball are professional caterpillar smushers, right? Like, they sit there, they go to practice, they go to the weight room, and they try to fuck up as little shit as possible, right? Whereas the programs that can go out and get guys that can contribute right off the bat are few and far between. The guys that can go out and get actual guys like program changing, one and done kind of guys is so infinitesimal, right? Like, it's such a small percentage, but like, what's on fucking Sports Center every night? It's going to be Cam Whitmore. It's going to be fucking Anthony Davis. It's going to be all these fucking guys that are fucking 12 years old and dunking on fucking 22-year-olds. Like, that's what it's going to be. And so kids and people that watch as fans and their stupid pea brains, it's not their fault, but this is what they do, is go, wow, this must be what the normal thing is. And there's nothing fucking normal about that, right? And so, but all the recruiting attention goes on those guys, and the guys that don't get seen that are like 95, 90. Ryan Kalkbrenner, look, I know we like to dog him. Ryan Kalkbrenner was like 103 and he was at a fucking nothing school in St. Louis, right? Like, there's so many guys that are out there that are just underscouted. So you get a guy, Devin Carter at Providence, right? Devin Carter was
Connor
like
Gillespie
78th,
too.
80th guy, right? Like, Gillespie was another guy completely off the fucking radar. Bryce Hopkins was a hot shot prospect and he couldn't fucking hack. So now he's at Providence. Lo and behold, a year later, figuring it the fuck out. So like, there's just so many different ways to skin the cat. So like, I don't dog recruiting services, especially as a coach. Like, I find them incredibly helpful and valuable, but like, there's still no replacement. I don't care what anybody says or whatever fucking nonsense people come up with. Like, there's no replacement for that in-person, every day, getting to know a kid, getting in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, and going and fucking recruiting. Like, that's what you need to do. And that's where you find dudes out there. Like, Donovan played for the same fucking AAU team, played for fucking Bristol Central. He's not at fucking Salisbury or Suffield or fucking Wingy Ding Dildo Head State. Like, or playing in the fucking Nike shoe, shove it up my ass and fucking give me AIDS challenge. Like, none of that shit, right? And because of that, he was ranked a little lower. Had he been at some others, people may have seen that. There's some other things with Donovan that are no-brainer things as a scout where, like, yeah, probably need to lose a little weight, work on some skill stuff. But, like, college, like, the scouts that are looking at these guys, when they write their evaluations of guys, like, you have to understand this. Like, they're either flame out coaches, guys that want to get back into it, or the third guy wants to get into coaching and evaluation, period, and is a total rookie, right? So, like, he's just regurgitating buzzword language. So they look at him, right, and understandably see A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, right? So that's what they'll write about. They're looking to get either A, clicks, or B, be like the guy that's sitting there saying, hey, I saw this about this guy. They're not looking at it like Dan Hurley's looking at it, where, like, and this is what I tell kids all the time. If you ever have kids that get recruited to play college sports, remember this. This is the hot balls golden rule. College coaches do not recruit you for the player that you are. They recruit you for the player that they think that they can turn you into, right?
Yeah.
And so the way that they evaluate and look at guys is a completely different context from what the recruiting services do. So, like, whenever you read that stuff, like, that's the grain of salt that you need to take with it. Like, if they're in the top 100 to 200, yeah, probably pretty good basketball player. Like, take that for granted, right?
Yeah,
but then, like, go watch them. Watch the ease of motion in their body. Like, how much effort does it take them to do basic core functions on a basketball court, right? Or a baseball field, wherever sport you're watching, like the overall athleticism, the developed skill. It's one thing to be able to throw really hard, right? It's to be able to, a different thing to be able to locate a couple pitches and then have 1++ off speed that you can bury guys with and use that to build off of, right? Like, a lot of different things that kind of factor into that. So, that's where it is with the recruiting services. And so, like, guys like Donovan, they're easy misses. But when you're a college coach, especially at a high major, like Jim Calhoun, 4 years. Emeka Okafor was like 102. Fucking Emeka Okafor was like 102, right? Ray Allen was like 28. Could you imagine of ranking a Hall of Fame basketball player being behind 28 people in his own year? Like, that's crazy, So, like, but it's not their fault. Like, don't get mad at them, but, like, it's the context of which you look at guys, how you look at guys, how you evaluate them, and all of it. And I think, again, and this just gets back to my point to begin with, when you're talking about Luke Murray, when you're talking about Kamani Young, when you're talking about Tom Moore and Danny, like, the effort that goes into recruiting, you can't fucking hot dog it. Like, Kevin Ollie hot dogged it.
Yeah.
Hot dogged it. Was like, oh, there's Hamidou Diallo. He's like the 10th guy. He lives kind of close to me. I think I can get him. And so I'm going to invite him to my fucking Christmas party, and I'm going to have Ray Allen come down and toss a salad for a little while, and then we'll bring him to a highly attended Hartford Civic Center game, and people will stand up and clap like a seal for him. Meanwhile, none of that means fucking shit about shit, because I don't know if he fits in the offense. I don't know if he fits with what we're trying to do. I don't know if he's got the fucking mental fortitude to be able to deal with a coach like me, or the way that we do those things. Like, all of those things. And trust me, man, I've been around it enough. Like, it takes one fucking rock in the tumbler, one guy that's not a fit, attitude-wise, skill-wise, and it doesn't work out, and it falls out, and the bottom fucking completely drops out from a recruit to fuck up an entire team, even when it's a guy that doesn't play a lot.
Right.
So, like, that's the skill and margin for error that we're talking about. And again, I don't want to go too much more. I've been fucking droning on about it for 20 minutes now, but, like, it just is what it is, right? Scouting is scouting, recruiting is recruiting, and we are really lucky. And we'll take a huge blow when we lose Kamani Young, because that's going to happen soon. But, like, it's so hard to do. And so I hope fans can just appreciate the work and craftsmanship that comes into having a team like this. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, well, I brought that up just because, and I learned my lesson too, because, and I talked to Adam Finkelstein, and I got into it a little bit, and because I was like, why would you drop him 12 because of this? And he's like, well, and I go, well, nothing. You weren't even there, and it's like, and he explained it to me a lot like what you did, you know what I mean? And I was just like, okay, so now I get it. So basically, it's not something that the coaches would stand on as something they use as a recruiting tool, so to speak.
Well, some do. Kevin Ollie did. Right?
Where is he?
Kevin Ollie's like, well, let me read the fucking list and see who's out there. There's other coaches, though, that mostly, like, they don't. I mean, look where Dan's recruited. Like, I mean, we can go all the way back. Like, a Cook was in the 50s. Gaffney was, like, in the high 70s, low 80s. Fucking Booknight was in the 60s and 70s. Donovan was 50s, 60s guy. Like, Caravan was in the hundreds. Like, there's so many guys that we can kind of, like, point to.
Yeah.
But even, like, we're looking at the guys next year. I mean, Castle's a freak. He's hard to miss. But, like, Solo Ball was fucking swimming around the 90s. Not even. Solo Ball wasn't. Fucking Singare wasn't even fucking ranked 2 months ago. And now everybody's like, oh, fuck. Oh, Spaghetti-O. Or like a Jalen Ross, right? Like, who was a really good player, but like was undersized and never hit a growth spurt. So he was like 6 feet tall, which makes you like, he's like an all regional American D2 guy. All of a sudden you add 3 inches to him and you're like, uh-oh. Like, that guy's a dude now.
Yeah.
Right? So like, it's a lot of stupid shit like that. And but as coaches, like, I look at that shit and like, I laugh, right? Like, I had a kid, I loved him. He's like, as a human being, one of my favorite players I've ever had. Like, just a great glue guy in the dugout to have. But like, I'll be honest, he sucked, right? He was like the number 2 kid out of Rhode Island. You know, like all the stats, like 94 mile an hour exit velocity, like threw something like 88, 90 out of the outfield, like ran something like a 6.8 60, like projects out is kind of a dude. He's got some height, a little weight to him, but like he's an eyewash guy. Like, yeah, PBR is gonna fucking love him and they're gonna rate him. I got a kid from Arizona right now. His average exit velocity is like 98 to 100. Like, smashes baseballs. He's got the fucking defensive range of a sewer manhole. Like, I can't do anything like that. He's the number 3 guy in Arizona. Everybody else is committed, and he's not. And he's like, how come Arizona doesn't want to take me? Because you can't field a baseball, dude. Like, what do you want me to fucking tell you? Yes, you're 6'4", 235, and you smash balls. But the minute that you see an 82 mile an hour breaking ball, you're going to get carved. Like, and of course PBR likes you because they're looking at like 5 metrics, and then they fucking put you up there, and they're going to fucking attach a bunch of fucking Nickelodeon ads to you so that a bunch of fucking parents get click-throughs. Like, that's what's going to happen, dude. Like, so I'm like, you need to actually work on fucking throwing a baseball and catching a baseball, right? And getting off speed other than just hassle. Like, so there's just a lot of guys that like they kind of fall into that whole thing. So, you know, people are like, wow, how do you miss on Albert Pujols? I can tell you a lot about how you miss. You know what? Oh, by the way, I'm really close, like very close family friends with the scout that drafted Mike Trout. He's from Winston, Connecticut, by the way, the Morehart family. And so I was talking to Mo, and I was like, why did Mike drop in the draft all the way to 23? Like, how do the Red Sox, Yankees, who all picked before the Angels, how do all these, like, high-level teams that, even the Rays, who are a small market team, but, like, a big market team in the front office, they spend big money on their analysts and all this other shit. How do they miss on Mike Trout? And he goes, Hunter, it rained like crazy from fucking late January. It's a warm winter. From late January to fucking June, and his fucking stolen base numbers sagged, and he didn't hit as many doubles because he was playing in fucking horse chum. So people are like, I don't know. I don't know if Mike's fucking going to hack it at the big league level. So he dropped. Because he's playing in New Jersey. He's playing high school baseball in New Jersey in a fucking swamp. Right? And his numbers weren't huge. And he goes, I was there every day to watch it. And this is documented. When their general manager got to the draft, he asked all the scouts in the room the day before, he goes, give me the first guys that you would take in the first 5 rounds. Like, put them on a list, hand them to me. And Mo wrote Mike Trout, Mike Trout, Mike Trout, Mike Trout, and Mike Trout, and handed it to him. And he goes, that kid's doubles numbers, like, fell off the map, and, like, his stolen base numbers fucking cratered, and, like, his on-base percentage wasn't great. And he goes, yeah, he plays in a fucking swamp. Like, it rained all spring. Like, what do you want him to do? Fucking, it's not like you're not laying out doubles. Like, balls and sponges. And so That's quite legitimately how the best player in baseball ended up falling in the draft. It's because the weather was shitty and nobody else was watching him, and Mo did and showed up every single day. And so it is what it is. It's why Albert Pujols gets taken in the 7th round of the draft. It's why Alex Caravan is the fucking 95th guy on a top 100 list and probably should be in the top 15 freshmen in his class. Like, scouting, all that shit is really stupid, dumb, weird, tough world to understand, comprehend, and like wrap your head around. But like, it dumb stuff. Like, that's why I say all the time, like, don't put people too much on a pedestal, right? Like, because dumb shit happens. Like, Mike Trout fell to 23rd in the draft because of fucking rain. That's why. And meanwhile, guys are down in Florida playing in pristine conditions and hitting balls 800 miles an hour.
I apologize if I insulted your profession there, sir.
Not even a little bit. Are you kidding
Same,
me?
HotBalls.
I insult my profession more than anybody else does. I fucking think everybody in my profession are idiots. But that's why it happens, though. Like, that's why it happens. And it creates a lot of confusion, and it sucks because families live, breathe, and die by this. Like, what am I supposed to do? Get fucking mad at you? You don't fucking know anything about how any of this shit works. Like, what am I supposed to do? Sit Bill Clingan down and be like, I'm sorry, you're 7'2", son. That's clearly better than half the country. Like, I have to explain to you why you're fucking 4 slots lower than a fucking other guy. Like,
yeah, and that's what Adam did, so.
Well, that's stupid. He shouldn't even have done that. He should have just been like, well, sorry. Who wrote the report? Don't know. And I know Adam. That's how you want to know something? I know Adam really well. I'm really close with Adam. I get what Adam does. I helped Adam organize a lot of tournaments in this area. So, but like, that's the thing. And that's why it's hard. And like, the other thing is, like, do you go to a fucking guy that's like, Adam's a dude, right? Like, Adam, for the most part, really gets it. But like, go to Adam and ask him like some rando guy at like 86. He doesn't fucking remember who the fuck the 86 guy is on the list. Like, no human being can reasonably be expected to know like how all that works. Like, I can't just pull the top 500 guys out of my ass in the draft. Like, I don't fucking know. And so it's like, yeah, well, but the instinct all the time is defend it, right? Because like, well, my company did this and my name's on it, so like, I have to defend it. And so what I choose to do,
he wasn't rude or nothing, he was just like, and he was doing like you did. He just explained it to me, Bill. This is the way it works, and this is and such, and I could tell he was a little upset about, because I responded to something he put on Instagram and stuff, and afterwards I felt bad, and I was like, oh shit, sorry, but and then he explained it to me, the top 20, 30 are probably pretty accurate, but they don't really see much of anything higher than that. So,
it's hard to do, man. Like, it's hard to get enough human beings to be on enough guys, right? Like, go look at the 47 guy. Like, who are the programs salivating over the number 47 guy? All right. So maybe even when we get to the top 100, but like, take your son as an example, right? You had Michigan, you had Syracuse, you had UConn. Who was anybody else like really hard on him? Like,
Ohio State. Really hard. Michigan State was for a while, then they went cold. Providence was really hard on them.
All right. So at best, 6 opinions of him. Do you think any of those fucking teams want to share their opinion about him at all to anybody?
No.
Right? Like, the thing that I get all hot and bothered about is when I find a guy and I have a kid coming to play for me this summer that is legitimately the best shortstop I have seen in New England in 15 years. This kid is so much better than Jeremy Pena. It's scary. He's so much better than Matt Batten. It's scary. And he's so much better than Isan Diaz. It's scary. He throws 96 off the bump. He's a wizard at shortstop, and his average exit velocity is 98. And he's been here 6 months. Nobody knows he's alive because he plays for a crud-ass fucking travel team in Boston and plays for a public school in East Boston.
Hey,
Hey, yes.
HotBalls. I'm HotBalls. Not to cut you off, but I'm a big Dynasty baseball player. So can you please tip me off on this kid?
Joel Valera.
Thank you.
You'll shit your pants. You'll shit your pants watching. Like this kid. So this kid went down to the Firecracker tournament down in Rhode Island, which, if you know anything about college baseball, like that's a graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he yanked 6 balls out in 3 games.
Okay.
Yeah. Then punched 9 guys out. The funniest about it is he doesn't speak a lick of dick English, and is a scab's scab. So like, basically, what a scab is in travel ball world is you're going to a game. Couple of players can't make it for your travel organization. You put out an APB to other teams that may not be playing and saying, hey, does anybody want to come get some reps? Show up and play. So I signed this kid. I got the drop on him from the crew from Southern New Hampshire, who are the best baseball recruiters in New England. They're better than Josh at UConn. They're nasty, right? And they're like, this kid is so legit, you'll shit your pants. And so I got some video of him and I was shit my pants. And so I reached out to his coach. I got more video of him. I continued to shit my pants, and I shit a lot more. And I said, I'm going to stop shitting my pants. I don't even need to go see this kid. I'm going to sign him. And then what happened is a couple weeks later, I did not tell my assistant coach. My assistant coach is the recruiting coordinator at Williams College. His little brother, his stepfather is a coach at NCAA. Little brother's up and coming kid, going to play some pretty high level D1 baseball. So he goes out to Leominster, Mass, right outside of Worcester, to go watch this kid play. And they needed a scab. And so Joe calls me and he's like, so I got to tell you a story, dude. And I was like, all right, what's going on? He calls me on like a Monday. This is right after it happened. And he goes, I don't call you with a lot of Paul Bunyan stories. He goes, Maddie's playing this fucking tournament. And he goes, so I drive him out there because, Mike's got a bunch of shit. Mom's fucking doing her thing. So I got to drive him out for the stupid fucking shit for the weekend. So he goes, get out there. And so, like, they're short, right? Like, they need, like, 3 or 4 other guys. So he goes, this fucking, like, you can hear this kid's car coming. It's like a goddamn jalopy. You can see the fucking smoke coming down the road. And it, like, pulls up. And he goes, this fucking Dominican kid gets out and, like, comes into the dugout and, like, nobody can communicate with him. And he's like, I play. And he goes, Maddie's fucking coach is like, what position do you play? He goes, I play the short I play. And I throw the pitch. And so he's like, okay. So fucking rolls him out for 2 innings at shortstop. And he goes, this kid was like the easiest 80 to 90 across the diamond I've ever seen in my life. He goes, he hit 2 absolute 200-mile-an-hour rockets off the wall. Like it was nothing. Like turned on first pitch. He goes, didn't take a goddamn pitch. 2 pitches, both ripped off the wall. He goes, gets to second base. He goes, this kid didn't stop talking shit from the minute he stepped onto the field until the end. He goes, our coach is like chasing him around with an iPad, trying to talk to him on Google Translate. And he's like, I peach. And he goes out and punches out 9 guys. And he goes, like, the most hilariously non-competitive at-bats you've ever seen in your life. He goes, like, not even funny. And he goes, and then just, like, leaves. Like, just leaves. And I was like, so did you say the kid was Dominican again? And so I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, he's a Dominican kid. I'm like, well, does Maddie know where he was from? And he's, like, talking to him in the back. He's like, where's the kid from? He goes, I think it was, like, a Boston kid or, something like that. And what was his name? He goes, it was Joel or something like that, or Joel or Joel. I don't know. It began like a J. I was like, is it Joel Valera? And his little brother's like, yes. And I was like, well, that's going to be our shortstop this summer. So enjoy that. So he goes, that kid is an absolute axe murderer. Nobody knows he's alive. And so apparently, and I don't know how this all happened, but he had committed to San Jacinto, which is San Jack, for anybody that follows college baseball, legit elite level JUCO out in Texas, like scary, legit JUCO out in Texas. They have a Latino assistant coach, so he's got connections down there. Somehow wolfed out a commit out of this kid. And not that that means anything, because this kid should be playing like ludicrously high Division I baseball. And if he should even fucking play ludicrously high Division I baseball, he's probably a first, second round pick out of high school. And so I called Josh McDonald at UConn, and I was like, I need you to fucking see this kid. Like, you got to see that. Like, you're not going to believe it when you see it. And Josh and I get into a lot of back and forth. Like, my favorite discussion to have with him was always whether Reggie Crawford was going to be a pitcher or hitter. We argue about it a lot. So we got a cantankerous relationship because Josh is a fucking idiot, but he knows what he's doing. So anyways, long story. I kind of went back and forth. He's like, yeah, I know about the Eagles. I'll check it on the kid and blah, blah, blah. So like 3 weeks later, he's out at the Firecracker event in Rhode Island, and I get a text. I'm sleeping at like 8 in the morning while these games are going on, and Josh texts me, and he's like, "What the fuck is that kid?" And I was like, "I told you, dude. I'm not even kidding." He goes, Reggie Crawford is like a freak show, and he's like, that's like what the fuck is that? He goes, he's 5'11". He's not even huge. And I'm like, I told you. Like, you snooze, you lose, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He goes, well, have fun with him for summer because he's going to be gone in 2 weeks, which he will be. And so Cat's starting to get out of the bag. There's very little video on him out there. Like, nobody knows he's alive. But, like, that's my point. Like, there's fucking guys out there. Like, this kid was hitting bottle caps in the jungle in Dominican Republic, and his parents scrounged some money, knew a guy here, and they fucking sent him here, and he's fucking eating travel ball dorks alive. And like, but he didn't get here in time. So like, they're not all fucking jerking off to him yet. And everywhere he goes, it's like an absolute fireworks show. Like, every college coach is like, what on earth is that? And like, so I talked to a lot of college baseball coaches. Every coach I talked to is like, heard you got the Butt-ler kid. He's going to be pretty good. And I'm like, yes, he's very good. So like, that's my point, man. You just never know what's going to fucking turn its head up. Like, it's wild, whether it's baseball, basketball, fucking anything.
Well, I guess that says a lot about our coaching staff. You know, they didn't take a look at that. They ignored it and found these guys and said, you know what, these guys got what it takes for us. You know?
Well, it takes a lot of work, man. You got to – it's not just, you know, and I talk with this about my players all the time, but it's like it's not – you're not just putting a fucking roster together of talented players, like you're developing a program, right? And so, you know, you look at Villanova and Kentucky, you can equal amounts of success, you could argue, over the last 15 years. Find me two programs that do things differently than they do. Like, from the kids they look at, to how they develop guys, to what the priorities in the programs are, to how their coaches carry themselves. Like, the only thing that they share in common is, like, John Calipari and Jay Wright are pretty well dressed. Outside of that, like, could you imagine a UK commit at Villanova not fucking wanting to bang his head off the wall? Or a kid at Villanova that, outside of Cam Whitmore, who's obviously a freak, but like, how many guys first couple of years would have been ready to play at a program like Kentucky? Would have been. So it's like, it just all depends, man. The evaluation is quite legitimately everything. And that's what I love about Dan. Like, I love reading the tweets about him being, a couple of years ago, there was some shit where he had some medical scare and like fucking kicked his bedpan over and went out recruiting. Like, those are the guys, man, that's what's hard for the pro guys. That's why Patrick Ewing sucks at this. That's why Kevin Ollie struggles with this. Like, imagine being a multi-millionaire multiple times over and having to go and fucking get into a kid's living room and listen to his parents talk about what his fucking PBR ranking is or some shit. Like, it's a lot, man. Like, it's a big ask for some of these guys. So, like, I just think that, you know, the fact that they not only have a guy like Dan that's setting the tone, but the support pieces in place that have a track record of success, not just in recruiting, but like recruiting specific. Like, Tom Moore is as good as they come in terms of developing big men. Like, that guy could fucking find a guy no matter what from a distance, right? And I think that's what's so cool about him, right? Like, he can go ahead and do something like that. To have an asset like that on your staff, like people sitting there going, "Oh man, didn't expect Donovan Clingan to be this good." Are you fucking kidding me? Like, how many more guys does fucking Tom Moore need to churn out before you fucking get the picture? But thankfully, that's why the national media exists, to fucking ignore this shit, because if they didn't, this wouldn't be as fun. All right, Bandit Man, you came back in. I've been blabbering for way too long. Sounds like you had something that maybe you wanted to say. Or Bandit's asleep, dead at the wheel, out like a light bulb.
Something about those A10 guys in late night spaces.
Yeah, it's hard. You got to really mine for those guys. You want to talk about evaluations, you got to really get in on those guys. All right, guys. Well, 2 o'clock. We kept Bill Clingan way up. We may have shaved a year off his life unintentionally. That was not my fault.
Yeah, Bill, please get some sleep, feel better, and I hope we see you there on Tuesday.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be out of here tomorrow.
Good
Hey,
stuff.
HotBalls, real quick, is there any post game stuff going on for Villanova?
Yes, we're doing a post game Spaces live. Believe it or not, isn't that terrible?
Where? I'll be there.
I don't even know how it's going to work, but I can't remember. We're the worst hype people on planet Earth. HurleyMania and Kotler will be sharing it out. The location. I'm just worried. I'm just trying not to tear my rotator cuff and Bo Jackson my hips during the burrito roll, and then beat whoever my opponent is. And if it's a 4-year-old child, I'm gonna fucking run him over.
I hope it's Douster.
Yeah. It should be Douster. Shouldn't it be Douster?
I think so.
Cyberbully Douster.
I think I might have an extra ticket for the Villanova game, so in section 239. So we'll have to work on that.
Yeah, let's cyberbully Douster into it, because Fanta will probably be on the call. So I think that's the perfect time to do it. I'll face that. Call Douster a coward. Call him a charlatan. Do whatever you got to do to get under his skin. Be like, hey, Rob, you drunk.
Now's the time to start the campaign. Like, tweet at Oglesby and Fanta to bully him into doing it, because they're on one right now.
Yeah, and well, that would be perfect. They can be his cornermen. Like Oglesby could show up, but I gotta get Bill, and I gotta get Whaley. Those are 2 people. Those are gonna be my cornermen, my spit bucket guys. Maybe my hype men.
Love it.
That's what I gotta get. I gotta get Whaley to come up. He said he's coming on Spaces. I don't know. He's probably in here somewhere. Hanging out in a hotel somewhere in Las Vegas all by himself. Going, man, I miss being the wrench. I don't know, Whaley. I can see you out there. I can hear you out there. I know you're out there. All right. Well, that's going to do it for me tonight. I'm done. I'm cooked. I just want to drink more beers. So, and then go to bed at like 3:30 in the morning. So, fuck you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. You're all fucking clowns for staying up this late with me. Bill, I knew there was a lot wrong with you, but this is an whole new level. So I appreciate you unveiling this level of sicko with yourself, quite literally and figuratively. And thank everybody for hanging out tonight. We will see you post Georgetown, as always, with another episode of the worst Twitter show on planet Earth. But until then, everybody, appreciate you staying up with me. I know that probably most of you are passed out drunk. But congratulations to that. But anyways, keep in touch with yourselves and have a good night.
Later, buddy.